Mitchell Beasley presents The World Atlas of Coffee. From beans to brewing, coffee is explored, explained, and enjoyed. Written and read by James Hoffmann. Introduction. Coffee has never been better than it is today. Producers know more than ever before about growing coffee and have access to more varieties and specialist growing techniques. Coffee roasters have never been so likely to appreciate the importance of using freshly harvested coffee beans, and their understanding of the roasting process continues to improve. There are now more and more cafes selling really good coffee, using the best equipment and training their staff more effectively. I wrote these words in the introduction to the first edition of this book, and they're still true today. The world of great coffee has now gone truly mainstream. Every major city in the world has a plethora of cafes and coffee businesses, all run by passionate people working hard to share something exciting and delightful about coffee. The coffee industry is enormous and has spread around the world. Today, 125 million people depend on coffee production for their livelihood, and coffee is consumed in every part of the globe. Coffee is entwined with both the economic and cultural histories of so many countries, yet very few coffee drinkers have, in the past, scratched the surface to see what is underneath. Yet while many people may not have explored the world of coffee, a large portion of coffee drinkers are seeking out coffee that has been carefully sourced, sold traceably, and brewed with skill and care. The coffee industry can be separated into two distinct areas, commodity and specialty. In this book, we will primarily be dealing with specialty coffees. These are coffees that are defined by their quality and by how good they taste. Their origin is important, as this will often determine the flavor. Commodity coffee is the term used to describe coffees that are not traded on their quality, but are simply considered to be coffee. Where they are grown doesn't matter much, nor when they were harvested or how they were processed. Commodity coffee has defined the way that much of the world thinks about coffee, a generic product from somewhere tropical, an efficient, if bitter, way to get caffeine into the bloodstream and to clear the mind in the morning. The idea that one might drink coffee for pleasure, to delight in its complexity of flavor, still has relatively little penetration into the global culture. There are many differences between the production and international trade of specialty coffees and commodity coffees, as they are quite different products. While this new world of coffee has boomed, it can still be a little intimidating. The language of coffee is foreign to most people, and many cafes are eager to share the story of the coffee they brew, its variety, its post-harvest processing, or the people behind it. This can be overwhelming or frustrating. This book is written to make sense of that language, to give context to the stories of the cups of coffee you drink, to highlight what makes each farm or cooperative different and interesting. At first, the sheer diversity of coffees and the huge volume of information can be off-putting. However, once you start to understand a little about coffee, the diversity and information are the very things that make it so compelling. I hope this book serves you well and brings you a little more pleasure to every cup of coffee you drink. Part 1. Introduction to Coffee. Arabica and Robusta. When talking about coffee, people are usually referring to the fruit from one particular species of the tree, Coffea arabica. Arabica makes up most of the coffee produced each year, and it's grown in dozens of countries between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. It isn't the only species of coffee, however. In fact, over 120 different species of coffee have been identified to date, but only one other is grown in any quantity, and this is Coffea canephora, a plant we commonly refer to as Robusta. Robusta is actually something of a brand name given to the species, chosen to highlight its attributes. It was discovered in the Belgian Congo, what is now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the late 19th century, and its commercial potential was clear. It was able to grow and fruit at lower altitudes than existing Arabica plants, in higher temperatures, and was more resistant to disease. These attributes are still what drive much of the production of Robusta today, and because of the way it is grown, it is substantially cheaper to produce. There is an inevitable downside, however. It doesn't taste very good. Some people will make a rather specious argument that a really well-produced Robusta coffee can taste better than a poor Arabica coffee, and this may be true, but it does nothing to convince us that Robusta actually tastes good. It is generally difficult to ascribe particular tastes to coffees, but I think it would be fair to say that Robusta has a woody, burnt rubber quality in the cup. It usually has very little acidity, but will have a heavy body and mouthfeel. There are, of course, grades of quality within Robusta, and it is possible to produce higher quality Robustas. It has been a staple of Italian espresso culture for many years, but currently most of the Robusta produced around the world ends up in large manufacturing plants destined to become the pariah of our industry, instant soluble coffee. For the soluble coffee industry, price is far more important than flavor, and the global reliance on coffee as a fast food product means that Robusta makes up around 40% of the world's coffee produced each year. This percentage is somewhat variable, driven by the fluctuations in price and demand. For example, an increase in the global price of coffee may result in more Robusta production, as large multinational coffee companies may need to find cheaper alternatives to Arabica. Interestingly, in the past, when roasters have substituted Robusta coffees for Arabica in big commercial blends, there has been a downward trend in coffee consumption. This might be related to flavor or to the fact that Robusta has about twice the caffeine content of Arabica. Either way, when big brands cut corners, consumers notice, or at least change their coffee drinking habits. The genetics of coffee. The coffee industry treated Robusta like an ugly sister to Arabica until a rather interesting genetic discovery was made. Once scientists began sequencing the genes, it became clear that the two species are not cousins or siblings. Instead, it appears that Robusta is, in fact, a parent of Arabica. Most likely, somewhere in southern Sudan, Robusta crossed with another species called Coffea eugenoides and produced Arabica. This new species spread and really began to flourish in Ethiopia, long considered to be the birthplace of coffee. Currently, 129 species of Coffea have been identified, mostly through the work of Kew Gardens in London, though most look very different to the plants and beans we are familiar with. Many of these species are indigenous to Madagascar, though others grow in parts of southern Asia and as far south as Australia. None of these species has any commercial attention at the moment, but scientists are beginning to show more interest in them because of a concern facing the coffee industry, the lack of genetic diversity of the plants currently in cultivation. The way that coffee has spread around the world means that we have a global crop with a common ancestry. There is very little variation in the genetic makeup of coffee plants, and this exposes global coffee production to massive risk. A disease that can attack one plant can likely attack them all, something the wine industry suffered with phylloxera, an aphid that devastated huge swathes of grapevines across Europe in the 1860s and 1870s. The coffee tree. This section deals only with the most interesting of the coffee species, Coffea arabica. At first glance, all Arabica trees look similar, a thin trunk with numerous branches coming off it, supporting foliage and fruit. However, if you look closer, there are many differences between trees determined by the variety of Arabica being grown. Different varieties yield different amounts of fruit, in different colors, and some carry the fruit in clusters, while others have fruit evenly spaced down the branch. There are also big differences between the leaves of plants of different varieties, but more importantly between the cup characteristics when the seeds of these varieties are harvested and brewed. Different varieties have different qualities of flavor and may also have different mouthfeels. It is always important to remember that for the bulk of coffee producers, flavor is not the main reason they have selected a certain variety to grow. The yield of the tree and its resistance to disease are usually of great value to those who depend on coffee growing for their livelihood. That is not to say that all producers choose their varieties this way, but one should bear in mind the impact of these choices on the profitability and income of the producer. From seed to tree. Most established coffee farms have a nursery in which to raise seedlings before planting them out on the farm for production. The coffee beans are first planted in rich soil and will soon germinate. The bean itself is lifted out of the ground by the developing shoot, and at this stage they are often called soldiers. They look strangely like a roasted coffee bean has been attached to the top of a thin green stem. Not long after this, the bean bursts open to reveal the first leaves. Coffee plants grow quickly, and after 6 to 12 months they can be moved from the nursery into production. Coffee growing requires the investment of not only money, but also time. A coffee farmer will usually have to wait 3 years for a newly planted tree to fruit properly. Making the decision to begin growing coffee is a serious one, and this also means that if a producer abandons coffee, it will be difficult to encourage them to return to the crop in the future. Blossom and fruit. Most coffee trees have one main harvest per year, though the trees in some countries have a second harvest, which is usually smaller and of a slightly lower quality. The cycle is first triggered by a prolonged period of rainfall. This causes the trees to bloom, producing lots of white blossom flowers with a strong scent that is reminiscent of jasmine. Insects such as bees pollinate the flowers, although Arabica is able to self-pollinate, meaning that unless they are knocked off the tree by adverse weather, the flowers will always yield fruit. It takes up to 9 months until the fruits are ready to harvest. Unfortunately, coffee cherries do not ripen uniformly. The coffee producer has a difficult choice between harvesting all the fruit from each tree at the same time and having a certain quantity of unripe or overripe coffee cherries in the harvest, or paying pickers to do multiple passes of the same trees so each cherry is harvested when it is perfectly ripe. Pests and diseases. The coffee tree is susceptible to a variety of pests and diseases. Two of the most common are coffee leaf rust and the coffee berry borer. Coffee leaf rust. Known as roya in many countries, this is a fungus, Hemilea vastatrix, that causes orange lesions on the leaves. It impairs photosynthesis and causes the leaves to drop and eventually can kill the tree. It was first documented in East Africa in 1861, although it was not studied until it began to affect plants in Sri Lanka in 1869, where it pretty much destroyed the coffee plantations over the following 10 years. It spread to Brazil in 1970, perhaps brought over from Africa with a shipment of cacao seeds, and quickly spread into Central America. It is now found in every coffee-producing country in the world, and the higher temperatures brought about through climate change are exacerbating the situation. In 2013, several Central American countries declared a state of emergency due to the damage caused by rust. Coffee berry borer. Also known widely as Barocca, this is a small beetle, Hippothanamus hampei, that lays its eggs inside coffee cherries. The hatching young eat the cherries, thereby reducing the quantity and quality of the crop. The beetle is native to Africa, although it is now the most harmful pest to coffee crops around the world. Research is being done into different methods of control, including chemical pesticides, traps, and biological controls. The coffee fruit. Coffee is a part of our everyday lives, yet how many of us outside the coffee-producing countries have ever seen or would even recognize a coffee cherry? The size of the fruit varies between the varieties of coffee, but on the whole they are the size of a small grape. Unlike grapes, most of the volume of the fruit is provided by the central seeds, although there is a thin layer of fruit flesh under the skin. All cherries start out green and develop deeper colors as the fruit matures. The skin is usually a deep red when ripe, though some trees have yellow fruit, and occasionally a cross between a yellow fruiting tree and a red fruiting tree will yield orange fruit. While fruit color isn't thought to influence yield, yellow fruiting trees have often been avoided as it's harder to determine when the fruit is ripe. Red fruit starts green, goes through a yellow stage, and then turns red. This makes ripeness much easier to identify when the coffee is being picked by hand. Ripeness is tied to the quantity of sugar in the fruit, which is vitally important when trying to grow delicious coffee. Generally speaking, the more sugar in the fruit, the better. However, different producers harvest their cherries at different stages of ripeness. Some believe that a mixture of cherries at different stages of ripeness can add complexity to a coffee, though all cherries should be properly ripe and none of them overripe, as they eventually develop an unpleasant flavor. Sweet fruits. The flesh of the coffee fruit is surprisingly delicious when ripe, a pleasing honeydew melon sweetness with a little refreshing acidity. The fruits are sometimes squeezed to make a drink, but even when ripe, they are not particularly juicy, and you have to work to separate the flesh from the seeds. The seed. The seed, or coffee bean, is made up of several layers, most of which will be removed during processing, leaving behind the bean we grind and brew. The seed has a protective outer layer, called the parchment, then a thinner layer wrapped around it, called the silver skin. Most coffee cherries contain two seeds, which face each other inside the berry, becoming flattened along one side as they develop. Occasionally, only one seed inside a berry will germinate and grow, and these are known as pea berries. Instead of having a flattened surface on one side, these seeds are rounded and make up about 5% of the crop. These pea berries are usually separated from the rest of the crop, and some people believe that they have particularly desirable qualities, or that they roast in different ways to the flattened beans. Coffee varieties. The first coffee trees to be cultivated originated in Ethiopia, and this same variety, Typica, is still widely grown today. Many other varieties now exist, some natural mutations and others the result of crossbreeding. Some varieties have explicit taste characteristics of their own, while others take their characteristics from the terroir in which they are grown, the way they are cultivated, and the way they are processed after harvest. Few coffee consumers are aware that there are different varieties of the Arabica coffee tree, mainly because much of the world's coffee always has been, and still is, traded by origin. A particular lot may come from many farms, and, by the time of export, no one knows which varieties the contributing producers had grown, only which part of the world it was grown in. This is starting to change, but we still know relatively little about how much impact the variety of the tree can have on the taste of the cup of coffee. Please note that the descriptions of the most common varieties will not include any specific notes on taste unless there is something definite and distinct. So many factors influence cup quality, and coupled with the lack of organized research on the way that this can be influenced by variety, it would be misleading to make any bold claims. Varieties and varietals. There is often some confusion over the term variety and varietal. Varieties are genetically distinct variations of a single species, in this case Cafea arabica, that may show different characteristics in the tree structure, leaves, or fruit. Cultivar is another acceptable term to use here, as this is just a truncation of cultivated variety. Varietal should be used when referring to a specific instance of a variety. When referring to the production of one farm, for example, it would be correct to say that it was 100% Bourbon varietal. Typica. This is considered the original variety from which all other varieties have mutated or been genetically selected. The Dutch were the first to spread coffee around the world for commercial production, and this was the variety they took with them. The fruit is usually red, and Typica is capable of producing excellent cup quality, though with relatively small yield compared to other varieties. It is still grown extensively in many different parts of the world and, as a result, is known by several different names including Criollo, Sumatra, and Arabigo. Bourbon. This was a natural mutation of Typica which occurred on the island of Reunion, at the time called Bourbon. The yield is higher than that of Typica, and many in the specialty industry believe that it has a distinctive sweetness, making it prized and desirable. There are various variations in the color of the fruit, red, yellow, and occasionally orange. This variety was grown very widely in the past, but in many producing countries it was replaced by higher-yielding varieties. This was at a time when the market had not yet matured sufficiently to reward a high enough price to compensate for the lower yields it produces compared to newer varieties. Mundo Novo. A natural hybrid of Typica and Bourbon, this variety was named after the place in Brazil where it was discovered in the 1940s. It is grown for its relatively high yield, strength and disease resistance, and also for its success at altitudes of around 1,000 to 1,200 meters, 3,300 to 3,900 feet, which are common in Brazil. Caturra. This is a mutation of Bourbon discovered in Brazil in 1937. Its yields are relatively high, though it has the capacity for overbearing, where the tree produces more fruit than it can sustain and succumbs to dieback. However, good farm management can avoid this situation. This variety has been especially popular in Colombia and Central America, though it is still fairly common in Brazil. Cup quality is considered good, and while quality increases with altitude, yield decreases. There are both red and yellow variations, and it is a low-growing variety, often referred to as dwarf or semi-dwarf, popular because they are easier to pick by hand. Catuai. This is a hybrid between Caturra and Mundo Novo, created by the Instituto Agronômico de Campinas in Brazil in the 1950s and 60s. It was selected as it combined the dwarf characteristics of Caturra with the yield and strength of Mundo Novo. Like Caturra, there are red and yellow varieties. Maragogipe. One of the most easily recognized varieties, Maragogipe is a mutation of Typica, first discovered in Brazil. It is notable, and often considered desirable, due to the unusually large size of its beans. The tree also has exceptionally large leaves, but a relatively low yield. This coffee is often referred to as elephant or elephant bean coffee due to its size. The fruits usually ripen red. SL28. A now prized variety, SL28 was created in Kenya by Scott Laboratories in the 1930s, selected from a drought-resistant variety from Tanzania. The fruits are red when ripe and the beans are notably larger than average. This variety is considered to be capable of producing a cup with distinct fruit flavor, often described as blackcurrant. It is quite susceptible to coffee leaf rust and performs better at higher altitudes. SL34. This variety was selected from French Mission Bourbon, a variety brought back to Africa from Bourbon, Reunion, and first appearing in Tanzania and then in Kenya. It is also capable of distinct fruit flavors, but is generally considered to be inferior to SL28 in cup quality. It is also susceptible to coffee leaf rust, and the fruits ripen red. Geisha or Gesha. There is some debate over the correct name for this variety, though Geisha is more commonly used. Gesha is a town in western Ethiopia, and while the variety was brought to Panama from Costa Rica, it is believed to be Ethiopian in origin. The variety is considered to produce exceptionally aromatic floral cups, and the demand for it has driven up prices in recent years. It has gained prominence and popularity dramatically since 2004 when one Panamanian farm, Hacienda La Esmeralda, entered a competition with a geisha lot. The coffee proved so unusual and distinct that it attracted an unusually high bid of $21 per pound at auction. This record bid was beaten in 2006 and 2007, reaching $130 per pound, nearly 100 times more than a commodity-grade coffee. This has since encouraged many producers in Central and South America to plant this variety. Pacas. Pacas is a natural mutation of Bourbon, discovered in El Salvador in 1949 by the Pacas family. It has red fruits, and its low-growing habit makes picking easy. Its cup quality is considered similar to Bourbon and is therefore desirable. Villa Sachi. Named after the town in Costa Rica where it was discovered, this is another natural mutation of Bourbon that, like Pacas, exhibits dwarfism. It is currently being bred to produce very high yields and is capable of excellent cup quality. The fruits ripen red. Pacamara. This is a cross between the Pacas and Maragogipe varieties created in El Salvador in 1958. Like Maragogipe, it has extremely large leaves, fruit, and coffee beans. It also has distinct cup characteristics that can be positively described. It can taste like chocolate and fruit, but it also has the capacity for unpleasantly herbal, onion-like cups. The fruits ripen red. Kent. Named after a planter who worked on a selection program in India in the 1920s, this variety was developed for its resistance to coffee leaf rust, though it can be destroyed by new strains of the disease. S795. Also developed in India, this is a cross between Kent and S288, an older selection resistant to coffee leaf rust. It is now widely planted in India and Indonesia, although it is now considered to have lost much of its resistance. Wild Arabica varieties. Most of the above varieties are genetically extremely similar, as they all stem from one variety, Typica. Many of the coffee trees grown in Ethiopia, however, are not selected cultivars, but are indigenous heirloom varieties that probably result from crossbreeding between different species as well as different varieties. Little work has been done so far to catalogue or explore the genetic diversity and cup quality of these wild varieties. Harvesting coffee. Careful harvesting of coffee cherries is fundamentally important to the quality of the resulting cup of coffee. Unsurprisingly, coffee beans harvested from fruit at peak ripeness generally taste the best. Many experts see the harvest as the point at which the quality of the coffee peaks, and every stage thereafter is about preserving quality rather than improving it. The greatest challenge in harvesting high-quality coffee is perhaps the topography of the land on which the coffee is growing. Great coffee requires altitude, and many coffee farms are located on steep slopes in mountainous areas. Simply navigating between the trees can be difficult, if not downright dangerous. This isn't true of every coffee farm, however. Machine harvesting. Brazil has large areas of flat land at high altitude where coffee proliferates. The estates in these areas drive large machines down the neat rows of coffee trees to harvest the cherries. These machines essentially shake the tree until the fruit comes loose. There are numerous downsides to machine harvesting, the biggest being the issue of collecting fruit before it is necessarily ripe. The cherries on the branch of a coffee tree ripen at different rates, so each branch has both ripe and unripe cherries together. The machines do not differentiate and pick all the cherries at once. This means they must be sorted after harvest to separate the ripe from the unripe and to discard the twigs and leaves that also get shaken off the tree. The cost of the coffee's production will be lower than any other harvesting method, but at the expense of the quality of the harvest as a whole. Strip picking. A great deal of coffee is still harvested by hand, as machines simply cannot operate in hilly areas. One of the faster methods of hand picking is to strip all the cherries off a branch together with one deft movement. Like machine harvesting, this is a quick but imprecise way to pick the cherries. It doesn't require expensive equipment or flat land, but still results in a mixed bag of ripe and unripe cherries that must be sorted later. Hand picking. For high-quality coffee, hand-picking remains the most effective way of harvesting. Pickers select only the cherries that are ready for harvest, leaving the unripe fruit on the tree to be picked later. This is hard labor, and producers face the challenge of incentivizing their pickers to only harvest the ripe fruit. Pickers are paid by the weight of the fruit they pick, which encourages them to pick unripe fruit to make up additional weight. Quality-conscious producers have to work carefully with their picking teams to make sure they are also paid for uniform ripeness. The problems of labor. The cost of hand-picking coffee is proving a growing challenge and contributes a large part of the production costs. This is one of the primary reasons that coffees produced in developing economies, such as Kona coffees produced in Hawaii, are so expensive. In rapidly developing countries, people simply don't want to pick coffee for a living. Coffee farms in Central America often employ itinerant pickers who travel from country to country as different regions harvest at slightly different times. Currently, many of these workers are from Nicaragua, as it is the weakest economy in the region. Finding people to harvest coffee is likely to continue to be a challenge, and in fact at one stage Puerto Rico was using its prisoners to harvest coffee. Sorting the beans. After picking, the cherries are often sorted using a variety of different methods to prevent unripe or overripe coffee from joining the bulk of the lot. In parts of the world with relatively low labor costs and little money available for investment in equipment, this is done by hand. In more developed countries, the cherries are often sorted using a flotation tank. The cherries are poured into a large tank of water where the ripe fruit sinks to the bottom. They are pumped from there into the main processing section. Unripe fruit floats to the top and is skimmed off to be processed separately. Fallen fruit. Coffee growers collect any fruit that naturally falls off the trees, ripe or not. This is usually collected separately and will become part of the lower quality lots that even the best farms in the world inevitably produce. Leaving fallen fruit on the ground under the trees can cause problems, as they tend to attract pests, such as coffee berry borer. Processing. How a coffee is processed after harvest can have a dramatic effect on the resulting cup, so it has become an increasingly important part of how it is described and sold. It would be a mistake to believe that coffee producers have flavor in mind when they are choosing their processing methods. A very small percentage do, but for most producers the goal is to ensure the processing causes the least possible incidences of defect and can cause no drop in the quality and thus the monetary value of the coffee. After harvest, the coffee cherries are taken to a wet mill to separate the beans from the flesh and dry the beans so they are safe for storage. Coffee beans start with a moisture content of around 60% and should be dried to around 11 to 12% to ensure that they do not rot while waiting to be sold and shipped. A wet mill can be anything from a small collection of equipment on an individual farm to a very large industrialized facility for processing enormous amounts of coffee. The wet mill processes the coffee from the cherry stage to the parchment stage, when the bean is dry but still covered with its layer of parchment or pergamino. Most believe that the coffee is pretty well protected by this outer layer and that it does not really begin to degrade until the coffee is hulled to remove the parchment at the last possible moment before the coffee ships. The term wet milling is slightly misleading, as some producers use very little, if any, water in the processing methods they use. It does, however, make the distinction between this initial processing and the later stage when the hulling and grading takes place, known as dry milling. There is no doubt that processing can have a massive impact on the cup quality of the coffee, and there is a growing trend for skilled producers to manipulate the process in order to yield specific qualities in the cup. However, these producers are very rare on the global production scale. The goal of processing for most is to make the coffee as profitable as possible, and this is taken into account when a producer chooses which processing method to use. Some processes require more time, investment, or natural resources than others, and so it is an important decision for any coffee producer. Defining defect. The term defect is used quite specifically in coffee. It is used to describe individual beans that have developed problems that result in bad flavors. Some defects can be spotted by taking a look at the raw coffee, others only come to light when the coffee is tasted. A mild defect might be a bean that has been damaged by insects, and this is easy to spot. A more serious problem is a phenolic coffee, where the coffee has a very harsh, metallic, paint stripper flavor mixed with notes of sulfur. It's as bad as it sounds. The cause of this defect isn't well understood yet. Bad processing can also cause defects, including giving the coffee a fermented flavor or an unpleasantly dirty, almost boozy quality. It can also add a taste reminiscent of barnyards and rotten fruit. The natural process. Also known as the dry process, this is the oldest method of processing coffee. After harvest, the coffee cherries are spread out in a thin layer to dry in the sun. Some producers spread them out on brick patios. Others use special raised drying beds which allow better airflow around the cherry, resulting in more even drying. The cherries must be turned regularly to avoid mold, fermentation, or rotting taking place. Once the coffee is properly dry, the outer husk of skin and dried fruit are removed mechanically, and the raw coffee is then stored before export. The natural process itself adds certain flavors to the coffee, sometimes positive but often quite unpleasant. However, if there is no access to water, this may be the only process open to the producer and is therefore common in places like Ethiopia and also parts of Brazil. Worldwide, the dry method is generally deemed only suitable for very low-quality or unripe coffee, and the bulk of coffee produced this way is processed as cheaply as possible, as it usually ends up in the domestic market and has very little value. It seems counterintuitive that a producer would invest in the drying tables necessary for the little return on offer. However, there are those who choose this method to process high-quality coffee, and they often find the process to be more expensive due to the additional labor involved in the attentive, careful drying of the cherries. This process remains quite traditional in places, and there is certainly demand for the cup qualities that a carefully processed lot can have. The process will often add fruit flavors to the coffee, regardless of variety and terroir. These are usually described as hints of blueberry, strawberry, or tropical fruit, but sometimes with negative terms like barnyard, wild, ferment, and manure. High-quality naturals polarize those who work in coffee. Many see value in coffees that taste spectacularly fruity and believe they are extremely useful for showcasing the possibilities of flavor that coffee has to offer. Others find the wild flavors unpleasant, or have concerns about buyers encouraging producers to process more of their coffee through the natural process. With such an unpredictable process, a high-quality lot could be damaged irreparably and significantly reduce the producer's income. Drying speed and storage potential. While at an early stage, research seems to suggest that drying coffee very slowly and very evenly can have benefits not only to quality in the short term, but also to how long a coffee will retain its good flavor when it's stored in its raw state. Coffees dried too quickly can lose their attractive qualities shortly after being delivered to the roaster, in some cases within a few months or even weeks, which is bad news for both the roaster and the end consumer. The washed process. The goal of the washed process is to remove all of the sticky flesh from the coffee seed before it is dried. This greatly reduces the chance of something going wrong during drying, so the coffee is likely to be worth more. However, this particular process is much more expensive than the others. After picking, the coffee cherry has its outer skin and most of the fruit flesh stripped off using a machine called a depulper. The coffee is then moved to a clean tank or trough of water where the remainder of the flesh is removed by fermentation. The fruit flesh contains a lot of pectin and is firmly attached to the seed, but the fermentation breaks down the remaining flesh enough for it to be washed away. Different producers use different amounts of water during the fermentation stage, and there are some environmental concerns about this method, partly due to the eventual fate of the wastewater, which can be toxic. The amount of time that fermentation takes depends on several factors, including the altitude and ambient temperature. The hotter it is, the faster this process will occur. If the coffee is left too long to ferment, then negative flavors can creep in. There are many different methods for checking whether the process is finished. Some producers rub the coffee, as it will squeak if the fruit flesh has been broken down, leaving the seed completely smooth. Others put a stick into the tank, and if it stands up, supported by the slightly gelatinous water full of pectin, then the process is done. After fermentation, the coffee is washed to remove the leftover debris, then it is ready to be dried. This is usually done in the sun by spreading out the coffee on brick patios or raised drying tables. In the same way as the natural method I've described, the coffee must be turned regularly with large rakes to ensure slow and even drying. Where there is a lack of sunshine or excess humidity, some producers use mechanical dryers to dry the beans down to a moisture content of around 11 to 12%. In terms of cup quality, mechanical drying is often considered inferior to sun drying, and it seems that even drying in the sun on a patio may be too fast to achieve the best possible quality. While many producers of high-quality coffee choose the wet process in an effort to reduce defect, it can also have an impact on the cup quality. Compared to other processes, wet process coffees tend to present a higher level of acidity, increased complexity, and what is described as a cleaner cup. Cleanliness is an important term used in coffee to indicate the absence of any negative flavors, such as off tastes or unusual harshness and astringency. Hybrid processes. The pulp natural process. Mainly used in Brazil, this process is the result of experiments run by a coffee processing equipment manufacturer called Pinalense. The idea was to produce coffees with high cup quality using less water than that used in the washed process. After picking, the coffee is mechanically depulped, stripping all the skin and much of the fruit flesh from the beans. From here, it goes straight out to dry on patios or drying beds. With less flesh surrounding the beans, there is a decreased risk of defect, yet there is still enough sugar in the surrounding fruit to see a noticeable increase in sweetness and body in the coffee. This process still requires careful drying after depulping. The honey or miel process. This process is very similar to the pulp natural process, but used in a number of Central American countries, including Costa Rica and El Salvador. The coffee is mechanically depulped, but the method uses even less water than the pulp natural process. The depulping machines can usually be controlled to leave a specific percentage of flesh on the beans. The resulting coffee is then referred to as 100% honey or a 20% honey, for example. The name miel is the Spanish term for the fruit mucilage, meaning honey. With larger quantities of flesh being left on the beans, there is a higher risk of fermentation and defect when the coffee is dried. The semi-washed or wet-hulled process. This process is common in Indonesia, where it is known as giling basah. After picking, the coffee is depulped and then briefly dried. Instead of drying the coffee to a moisture content of 11 to 12%, as the other processes do, in the semi-wash process, the coffee is only dried to 30 to 35%. It is then hulled, stripping off the parchment and exposing the green coffee beans underneath. The naked beans are then dried again until they are dry enough to be stored without the risk of rotting. This second drying gives the beans a distinctive, deep swamp green color. The semi-wash process is the one exception to the practice of keeping the parchment on the beans until just before shipping. It is considered by many to result in a form of defect, but the market has come to associate the flavors with coffees from Indonesia and therefore does not demand an end to the practice. Semi-washed coffees have lower acidity and more body than other coffees, and the process also creates a number of different flavors such as wood, earthy, mustiness, spice, tobacco, and leather. There is strong disagreement within the industry over whether or not this is desirable. Many feel that these flavors dominate the flavor of the coffee in the same way the natural process does, and we rarely get to find out how coffees from Indonesia really taste. However, there are some Indonesian coffees that are processed by the wet method, and they are worth looking out for. It should be clear on the packaging, as they should be described as washed or fully washed. Hulling and shipping. When they leave the wet mill, the beans are still enclosed in their layer of parchment unless they have been processed by the semi-washed method. Now the moisture content is low enough for the coffee to be stored without the risk of rotting. Traditionally, coffee is intentionally stored at this stage in reposo, at rest, for 30 to 60 days. The practice of holding the coffee in reposo has not been fully researched, although anecdotal evidence suggests that if this step is missed, then the coffee can taste green and unpleasant until it has aged further. There is also evidence that this stage influences how well the coffee will age once shipped, probably linked to the moisture content within the coffee. At the end of this period, the coffee is sold and then hulled to remove the parchment. Up until this point, the parchment has provided a protective layer, but also adds weight and bulk to the coffee, so it is removed to make the shipping less expensive. The hulling is done mechanically in a dry mill, as opposed to a wet mill where the coffee was processed to remove the flesh and dry the beans. Dry mills also have equipment to grade and sort the coffee. Once hulled, the green beans can be passed through a machine that examines the color and rejects any coffee with obvious defects. The coffee can be sorted by bean size using large shaking sieves with varying hole sizes, and it is finally graded by hand. This time-consuming process is performed at a large table with a central conveyor, or sometimes on large patios, usually by women rather than men. They pick through their allocation of coffee and remove all the defects they can, sometimes within a given time frame, controlled by an automated conveyor. This is a slow process, adding significant cost to the coffee, but also massively increasing its quality. It is undeniably a difficult, monotonous job, and it is right that high-quality coffees cost more, so that people who do this difficult work can be better paid. Bagging. The coffee is now ready for bagging, either into 60 kilo, 132 pounds, or 69 kilo, 152 pound, jute bags, depending on the country of origin. In some cases, the bags are lined with a protective material, such as a multi-layer polyethylene, to make them resistant to moisture, or the coffee can be vacuum-packed and shipped in cardboard boxes. Jute has long remained the material of choice because it is cheap, accessible, and has little environmental impact. However, as the specialty coffee industry is increasingly concerned with the condition of coffee during shipping and in ongoing storage, new materials are being explored. Shipping. Coffee is generally transported from its country of origin in shipping containers. These hold up to 300 bags of coffee, although low-quality coffees are sometimes just tipped into a giant lining covering the walls of the container, as the waiting roaster will process the entire container on the day it arrives. The containers are emptied out like dump trucks into a receiving station at the roasting facility. Transporting coffee in container ships has a relatively low impact on the environment, certainly compared to other aspects of the coffee industry, and is also relatively cheap. The downside is that coffee can be exposed to both heat and moisture that may damage its quality. Shipping is also a complicated process, with bureaucracy in many countries causing roasters huge amounts of stress as containers of coffee sit for weeks or even months in hot, humid ports waiting for their paperwork. As air freight remains both an environmentally unfriendly and financially unsustainable alternative, many in the specialty coffee industry remain frustrated by this aspect of the business. Sizing and grading. Coffee has, in many countries, been graded by size longer than it has been graded by quality. In fact, the two things are still considered related, although technically they are not. Different countries will use different terminology around their grading. Grading is generally done with sieves, numbered to indicate the size of the perforations. Traditionally, the even numbers, such as 14, 16, 18, were used for Arabica, while odd numbers were used for Robusta. Once the coffee is hulled, it is mechanically shaken through layers of sieves to separate out the different grades. Peaberry, PB, is a grade based on the smallest whole beans, not the broken pieces though. Peaberries occur when a coffee berry has just one seed inside rather than two. They are considered to have a greater intensity of flavor, although this may not be universally true. It is always an interesting experience to compare the flavor of the Peaberry selection of a coffee against that of the larger beans. While larger beans aren't necessarily better, the advantage of having a relatively small size range is that roasting the coffee is easier, and the resultant roast is likely to be more uniform. This is because coffee beans of different sizes also have different densities. During roasting, the smaller coffee beans, or the less dense ones, will roast much faster than the larger, denser beans. This will mean that at least a portion of the coffee in a mixed batch will not have reached the ideal roast level. Common size grades. These are the most common sizing grades used in the following coffee-producing areas. Colombia. Supremo and Excelso are very common grades. Excelso is a screen size of 14 to 16 and is smaller than the Supremo, which is sizes 16 to 18 or above. Colombia pioneered how it sold its coffee and uses grades like this to emphasize its quality. Central America. Here, the larger sizes are traditionally referred to as superior, again emphasizing quality through size. Peaberries are known as caracol. Africa. The largest screen size is generally considered AA, then AB, and then A. Coffee-producing countries such as Kenya have a strong focus on quality relating to size grading, and AA lots tend to sell for higher prices in their internal auction system. The look of raw coffee. Peaberries, the result of only one seed forming inside the coffee fruit. AB grade, considered good quality based on size, but of less value than AA grade. AA grade, the largest and most valuable beans from a particular lot of coffee. Pulped natural process. A little fruit flesh is still stuck to the beans, giving a slight orange color. Fully washed. These fully washed beans appear cleaner than the other two processes. Natural or dry process. Typically a very orange-brown color compared to the other green coffee due to the processing. Pacamara Maragogipe. Unusually large in size and often considered desirable as a result. How coffee is traded. It is often quoted that coffee is the second most traded commodity in the world. It's not, and whether based on frequency or monetary value, it's not even in the top 5. Nonetheless, how coffee is traded has become a focus for ethical trade organizations. The relationship between the buyer and the producer is often seen as the first world exploiting the third world. However, while there are undoubtedly those who wish to exploit the system, they are in the minority. The price paid for coffee is generally quoted in US dollars per pound in weight. There is something of a global price for coffee, often referred to as the C price. This is the price for commodity coffee being traded on the New York Stock Exchange. Coffee production is often discussed in bags. A bag usually weighs 60 kilos, 132 pounds, if it comes from Africa, Indonesia, or Brazil, or 69 kilos, 152 pounds, if it comes from Central America. While bags may be the units of purchase, on the macro scale, coffee is usually traded by the shipping container, which contains around 300 bags. Contrary to popular belief, a rather small percentage of coffee is actually traded on the New York Stock Exchange, but the C price does provide a sort of global minimum price for coffee, the minimum a producer would be willing to accept for his coffee. Prices for particular lots of coffee often have a differential added to the C price, a kind of premium. Certain countries have, historically, been able to get higher differentials for their coffee, including Costa Rica and Colombia, although this type of trading is still mostly focused on commodity grade rather than specialty grade. The problem with basing everything on the C price is that this price is somewhat fluid. Usually prices are determined by supply and demand, and to some extent that's true of the C price. As global demand increased at the end of the 2000s, the market saw an increase in price and coffee supply began to look scarce. This produced one of the highest spikes in the price of coffee, reaching above $3 per pound in 2010. This price wasn't simply about supply and demand, however. It was also influenced by other factors, not least the influx of cash into the industry from traders and hedge funds who saw an opportunity to make money. This produced a volatile market, the like of which had never really been seen before. From that spike, prices steadily declined again to levels that can be considered unsustainable for profit. The C price of coffee does not reflect the cost of production, and as such, producers may end up in a position where they lose money growing coffee. There have been a number of reactions to this problem, and the most successful has been the fair trade movement, although there are many other sustainable coffee certification schemes, including those of the Organic Trade Association and the Rainforest Alliance. Fair trade. There remains some confusion about how exactly fair trade works, although it has undoubtedly become a successful tool to help those who wish to purchase coffee with a clear conscience. Many people presume that the promises of fair trade are far wider-reaching than they actually are, and that any coffee could, in theory, be certified as fair trade. This is not the case. And to make matters worse, it is easy for detractors to allege that the farmer is not getting the premium because of the complex nature of financial transactions within the coffee industry. Fair trade guarantees to pay a base price that it considers sustainable, or a 5-cent per pound premium above the seed price if the market rises above fair trade's base price. Fair trade's model is designed only to work with cooperatives of coffee growers, and as such cannot certify single estates that produce coffee. Critics complain about the lack of traceability or true guarantee that the money definitely goes to the producers and isn't diverted through corruption. Others criticize the model for providing no incentive to farmers to increase the quality of their coffee. This has encouraged many in the specialty coffee industry to change the way they source their coffee, moving away from the commodity model, where coffee is bought at a price determined by global supply and demand, and little regard is given to its provenance or quality. The specialty coffee industry. A number of different terms are used to describe the various ways in which specialty roasters are buying their coffee and their relationships with the growers. Relationship coffee is used to describe an ongoing relationship between a producer and roaster. There is usually a dialogue and collaboration to work towards better quality coffee and more sustainable pricing. For this arrangement to have the desired positive impact, the roaster would have to be buying the coffee in sufficient quantity. Direct trade is a term that has arisen more recently, where roasters wish to communicate that they bought the coffee directly from the producer rather than from an importer, an exporter, or another third party. The problem with this message is that it plays down the important role of importers and exporters in the coffee industry, potentially unfairly portraying them as middlemen simply taking a slice of the producer's earnings. To be viable, this model also requires the roaster to buy enough coffee to make an impact. Fairly traded may refer to a purchase where there has been good transparency and traceability and high prices have been paid. There is no certification to validate the ethics of the purchase, but those involved are generally trying to do good with their trading. Third parties may be involved, but are considered to have added value. This isn't a very commonly used term, except in situations where a customer asks if a particular coffee is fair trade. The idea behind all these buying models is for roasters to buy more traceably, to remove unnecessary middlemen from the supply chain, and to pay prices that incentivize the production of higher quality coffee. However, these terms and ideas are not without their critics. Without third-party certification, it can be difficult to ascertain whether or not a roaster is actually buying the way they say they are. Some roasters may buy coffees that have been kept traceable by importers and brokers and claim this as a direct trade or relationship coffee. There are no guarantees of a long-term relationship for the producers either, with some coffee buyers simply chasing the best lots of coffee they can each year. However, at least they are paying handsomely for it. This type of approach makes long-term investment in quality difficult, and it should be noted that some middlemen provide a valuable service, especially those who are working on a smaller scale. The logistics of moving coffee around the world require a level of specialization and skill many small roasters simply do not have. Advice to consumers. When buying coffee, it's difficult for consumers to ascertain how ethically sourced a particular coffee really is. Some specialty roasters have now developed buying programs certified by third parties, but most have not. It is fairly safe to presume that if a coffee has been kept traceable, has the producer's name on it, or at least the name of the farm, cooperative, or factory, then a better price has been paid. The level of transparency you should expect will vary country by country and is covered in more detail in each of the sections on producing countries. If you find a roaster whose coffee you like, you should be able to ask them for more information about how they source it. Most are more than happy to share this information and are often extremely proud of the work they do. Auction coffees. There has been a slow and steady increase in coffees that are sold through an internet auction. The typical format for this involves holding a competition in a producing country wherein farmers can submit small lots of their best coffee. These are graded and ranked by juries of coffee tasters, usually a local jury for the first round, and then an international cadre of coffee buyers will fly in for the final round of tasting. The very best coffees are sold at auction and generally achieve very high prices, especially the winning lot. Most auctions display the price paid for the coffee online, allowing full traceability behind the whole process. This idea has been embraced by a small number of coffee-producing estates that have managed to build up a brand based on the quality of their coffee. Once they have sufficient interest from international buyers, they can make an auction work. This idea was pioneered by a farm in Panama called Hacienda La Esmeralda, a farm that had previously set records for the huge prices paid for its competition-winning coffees. A short history of coffee drinking. This book discusses the history of coffee cultivation in producing countries around the world, but it's also important to consider the growth in demand that went alongside it. Coffee is a truly global beverage, and it is common to hear the claim that it is the second most popular drink in the world after water. While there's no evidence to support this, the ubiquity of coffee in one form or another makes it plausible. The origins of coffee drinking are similarly vague, with very little evidence to support it. While there is some evidence of the fruit of the coffee plant being eaten in Ethiopia early on, boiled up with animal fat as an invigorating trail snack, we are missing a key piece of the puzzle. We have no idea who decided to take the seed of the fruit, roast it, grind it into a powder, steep that powder in hot water, and then drink the resulting concoction. It's an astonishing leap, and a mystery that will probably never be solved. There is evidence of coffee drinking in the late 15th century, but little to back up the anecdote that the first coffee house was Kivahan, opened in 1475 in Constantinople. If it's true, the coffee would have been grown in Yemen, and we know that consumption did spread into the region. Coffee quickly became entwined with political and religious thought, and coffee houses were banned in Mecca in 1511 and in Cairo in 1532. In both cases, popular demand won, and these bans were soon lifted. Coffee reaches Europe and beyond. Coffee drinking wouldn't spread to Europe until the 1600s, and coffee consumption, for medical purposes rather than for pleasure, predates coffee houses in Europe. Coffee would have been traded through Venice in the early 1600s, but a coffee house didn't open there until 1645. The first coffee house in London opened in 1652 and began a 100-year love affair between the drink and the city. Coffee unquestionably inspired culture, art, trade, and politics, and left a lasting impact on the city itself. In France, it was the influence of fashion that spread coffee drinking. Coffee had been gifted to the court of Louis XIV, and its growing popularity there spread the habit of coffee drinking into Paris. Vienna was another city that would develop a rich café culture in the late 1600s. The story of the first café in Vienna, the Blue Bottle, using coffee beans left behind by the Ottomans fleeing after the failed siege of Vienna in 1683, is charming, but probably not true. Recent evidence suggests the first café there opened in 1685. One key moment in the spread of coffee drinking and coffee culture actually revolved around tea. The Boston Tea Party in 1773, where American colonists protested against the British oppression by attacking merchant ships in Boston Harbor and throwing chests of tea overboard, was not just an important rejection of the British Empire, but also marked the moment that coffee became a patriotic drink in the United States. A rapidly growing population meant a rapidly growing market and made the US increasingly influential in the coffee industry in the years to come. Change through innovation. The US was also where key innovations came from that allowed coffee to be an affordable staple in every home around the world. In 1900, a company called Hill Brothers began packing coffee into vacuum-sealed cans. Extending the shelf life this way meant fewer households would have to roast their own coffee, but made business more difficult for small local roasting companies. A year later, a Japanese chemist named Satoru Kato patented his process for producing instant or soluble coffee. Until very recently, he was thought to have been the first to produce it, but recent discoveries now credit the invention to David Strang in New Zealand in 1890. The process elevated convenience above quality, but it made coffee drinking easier for many, if not necessarily cheaper. Today, instant coffee is still incredibly popular around the world. In Europe, key innovations focused more on the cafe than coffee at home. There are various claimants to the first espresso machine, but the patents using these principles began to be filed from 1884 onwards. Luigi Bezzera would patent his machine in 1901, and he is often credited as having invented the espresso machine. These machines allowed cafe operators to make lots of cups of coffee of a similar size and strength to filter coffee very quickly. The great leap forward in espresso technology would come with the use of a large spring to produce very high pressures. The claim to this innovation belongs to Achille Gaggia in 1945, though how he acquired the patent remains a little murky. This high-pressure brewing produced espresso as we know it today, a small, concentrated cup of coffee topped with a deep brown foam called crema. The espresso bar boom that happened in many cities in the 1950s and 60s was as much cultural as it was about the consumption of coffee. However, from a technical perspective, espresso brewing was perfect for cafes because one machine could now rapidly produce a whole range of drinks. Coffee today. It would be impossible to talk about modern coffee drinking without discussing Starbucks. The company's roots were in roasting and selling coffee beans from a shop in Seattle, but it was transformed by Howard Schultz into the global phenomenon that we know today. Schultz claimed to be inspired by his travels to Italy, though the modern Starbucks experience would be unrecognizable to a native Italian. Starbucks and businesses like it undoubtedly paved the way for the growth in specialty coffee that we see around the world today. Starbucks made coffee an even more popular out-of-home drink and raised expectations for what a cup of coffee could cost. The company remains hugely influential and is pioneering coffee drinking in new markets like China. What defines modern specialty coffee is the focus on where the coffee comes from and how that impacts the taste. This focus has influenced how cafes brew, sell, and serve cups of coffee. Coffee drinking has evolved from a simple morning stimulation into an expression of self, an expression of values, or of conscious consumption. Coffee drinking is now woven into a myriad of different cultures around the world. Part 2. From bean to cup. Coffee roasting. Roasting is one of the most fascinating aspects of the coffee industry. It takes the green coffee seed, which has almost no flavor beyond an unpleasant vegetal taste, and transforms it into an incredibly aromatic, astonishingly complex coffee bean. The smell of freshly roasted coffee is evocative, intoxicating, and all-round delicious. This section deals with roasting on a commercial scale. I'll come to home roasting later in the book. A huge amount of research has gone into commercial roasting of relatively low-quality coffee, most of it to do with the efficiency of the process and the methods used in producing instant soluble coffee. As these coffees aren't particularly interesting or flavorsome, very little work has been done on the development of sweetness or the retention of flavors unique to a particular coffee's terroir or variety. Specialty roasters around the world are, by and large, self-trained, and many have learned their trade through careful trial and error. Each roasting company has its own style and aesthetic, or roast philosophy. They may well understand how to replicate what they enjoy drinking, but they do not sufficiently understand the whole process to manipulate it to produce a variety of different roast styles. That is not to say that delicious and well-roasted coffee is rare. It can be found in almost every country in the world. If anything, it suggests that the future is bright for quality coffee roasting, as there is still a lot to explore and develop that can only lead to better roasting techniques. Fast or slow, light or dark. To simplify matters, it can be said that the roast of a coffee is a product of the final color of the coffee bean, light or dark, and the time it took to get to that color, fast or slow. To simply describe a coffee as a light roast is not enough, as the roast could have been relatively fast or it could have been quite slow. The flavor will be quite different between the fast and the slow, even though the bean may look the same. A whole host of different chemical reactions occur during roasting, and several of them reduce the weight of the coffee, not least, of course, the evaporation of moisture. Slow roasting, say 14 to 20 minutes, will result in a greater loss of weight, around 16 to 18%, than faster roasting, which can be achieved in as little as 90 seconds. Slow roasting will achieve a better, if more expensive, cup of coffee. The roasting process can be controlled to determine three key aspects of how a coffee will taste: acidity, sweetness, and bitterness. It is generally agreed that the longer a coffee is roasted, the less acidity it will have in the end. Conversely, bitterness will slowly increase the longer a coffee is roasted and will definitely increase the darker a coffee is roasted. Sweetness is presented as a bell curve, peaking in between the highs of acidity and bitterness. A good roaster can manipulate where a coffee may be the sweetest in relation to its roast degree, producing either a very sweet, yet quite acidic coffee, or a very sweet, but more muted cup by using a different roast profile. However, adjusting a roast profile can never improve a poor quality coffee. The stages of roasting. There are a number of key stages during roasting, and the speed at which a particular coffee passes through each of these stages is described as its roast profile. Many coffee roasters track their roast profiles carefully so they can replicate them within very tight boundaries of temperature and time. Stage 1. Drying. Raw coffee contains 7 to 11% water by weight, spread evenly through the dense structure of the bean. Coffee won't turn brown in the presence of water, and in fact this is true of browning reactions when cooking anything. After the coffee is loaded into the roaster, it takes some time for the beans to absorb sufficient heat to start evaporating the water, and the drying process therefore requires a large amount of heat and energy. The coffee barely changes in look or smell for the first few minutes of roasting. Stage 2. Yellowing. Once the water has been driven out of the bean, the first browning reactions can begin. At this stage, the coffee beans are still very dense and have an aroma of basmati rice and a little breadiness. Soon, the beans begin to expand and their thin, papery skins, the chaff, flakes off. The chaff is separated from the roasting beans by the air flowing through the roaster and is collected and safely removed to prevent the risk of fire. These first two roasting stages are very important. If the coffee is not properly dried, then it will not roast evenly during the next stages. While the outside of each bean is well roasted, the inside will essentially be undercooked. This coffee will taste unpleasant, a combination of bitterness from the outside and a sour, grassy flavor coming from the underdeveloped inside. Slowing the roasting process after this will not fix the problem, as different parts of the coffee will always be progressing at different rates. Stage 3. First crack. Once the browning reactions begin to gather speed, there is a buildup of gases, mostly carbon dioxide, and water vapor inside the bean. Once the pressure gets too great, the bean will eventually break open, making a popping noise and nearly doubling in volume. From this point onwards, the familiar coffee flavors develop, and the roaster can choose to end the roast at any point. A roaster will see a decrease in the rate at which coffee is increasing in temperature at this point, despite the fact that they may be adding a similar amount of heat. Failure to add enough heat can stall the roast and bake the coffee, resulting in poor cup quality. Stage 4. Roast development. After the first crack stage, the beans will be much smoother on the surface, but not entirely so. This stage of the roast determines the end color of the beans and the roast degree. Here the roaster can determine the balance of acidity and bitterness in the end product, as the acids in the bean are rapidly degrading while the level of bitterness is increasing as the roast continues. Stage 5. Second crack. At this point, the beans begin to crack again, but with a quiet, snappier sound. Once you reach second crack, the oils will be driven to the surface of the coffee bean. Much of the acidity will have been lost, and a new kind of flavor is developing, often referred to as the generic roast flavor. This flavor doesn't depend on the kind of coffee used, as it is a result of essentially charring or burning the coffee rather than working with its intrinsic flavors. Progressing a roast past the second crack usually results in the beans catching fire, which is extremely dangerous, especially with large commercial roasting machines. There are terms used in coffee roasting, such as French roast or Italian roast. Both of these terms are used to indicate very dark roasts, typically high in body and bitterness, but with many of the characteristics of the raw coffees lost. While many enjoy coffees roasted in this manner, these kind of roasts are not suitable for exploring the flavors and characteristics of high-quality coffees from different origins. Sugars in coffee. Many people talk about sweetness when describing a coffee, and it's important to understand what happens to the naturally occurring sugars during roasting. Green coffee can contain reasonable quantities of simple sugars. Not all sugars are necessarily sweet to the taste, though simple sugars usually are. Sugars are quite reactive at roasting temperatures, and once the water has been evaporated out of the bean, the sugars can begin to react to the heat in different ways. Some go through caramelization reactions, creating the caramel notes found in certain coffees. It should be noted, however, that the sugars that react this way become less sweet and will eventually start to add bitterness. Other sugars will react with the proteins in the coffee in what are known as Maillard reactions. This is an umbrella term covering the browning reaction seen in roasting a piece of meat in the oven, for example, but also when roasting cocoa or coffee. By the time coffee has finished the first crack stage, there are few or no simple sugars left. They will all have been involved in various reactions resulting in a huge number of aromatic compounds. Acids in coffee. Green coffee contains many different types of acids, some of which are pleasant to taste and some that are not. Of particular importance to the roaster are the chlorogenic acid, CGAs. One of the key goals of roasting is to try and react these unpleasant acids away without creating negative flavors or driving off the desirable aromatic components of the coffee. Some other acids are stable throughout the whole roasting process, such as quinic acid, which can add a pleasing, clean finish to a coffee. Aromatic compounds in coffee. Most of the aromatics in a good cup of coffee are created during the roasting process through one of three groups of processes: Maillard reactions, caramelizations, and Strecker degradation, another type of chemical reaction involving amino acids. These are all brought about by the heat during roasting and can result in the creation of over 800 different volatile aromatic compounds that flavor the cup of coffee. Although more aromatic compounds have been recorded in coffee than in wine, an individual coffee will only have a selection of these different volatiles. That said, the smell of freshly roasted coffee is so complex that all attempts to manufacture a realistic synthetic version of this smell have failed. Quenching. After roasting, the coffee must be cooled quickly to prevent over-roasting or the development of negative or baked flavors. In small batch roasting, this is often achieved using a cooling tray, which rapidly draws air through the coffee to cool it down. With large batches of coffee, air alone is not effective enough. A mist of water is sprayed onto the coffee, and as it evaporates and turns to steam, it draws heat out of the beans. Done correctly, this has no negative effect on cup quality, but the coffee will age a little quicker. Unfortunately, however, many companies add more water than necessary to increase the weight of the beans and add monetary value to the batch. This is both unethical and bad for cup quality. Types of coffee roasters. Coffee tends to be roasted close to where it will be consumed, as green coffee is more stable than roasted beans. Coffee is at its best when used within a month of roasting. Roasting methods vary, but the two most commonly used types of machines are drum roasters and hot air or fluid bed roasters. Drum roasters. Invented around the beginning of the 20th century, drum roasters are popular with craft roasters as they are able to roast at a slower speed. A metal drum rotates above a flame, moving the coffee beans constantly during the process to aid even roasting. The roaster can control the gas flame and therefore the heat being applied to the drum, and can also control the flow of air through the drum, which dictates how quickly the heat is transferred to the coffee. Drum roasters come in a range of different sizes, the largest being able to roast up to around 500 kilos or 1,100 pounds per batch. Fluid bed roasters. Invented by Michael Sivitz in the 1970s, fluid bed roasters tumble and heat the beans by pumping jets of hot air through the machine. Roast times are significantly shorter than in a drum roaster, so the beans tend to swell a little more as a result. The higher volume of air conducts heat more quickly into the coffee, which means that this roasting process is faster than drum roasting. Tangential roasters. Built by a company called Probat, tangential roasters are similar to large drum roasters but have internal shovels to mix the coffee evenly during heating, which allows a bigger batch to be roasted effectively. The capacity isn't much larger than a very large drum roaster, but this type is able to achieve faster roasting speeds. Centrifugal roasters. Centrifugal roasters allow very large quantities of coffee to be roasted incredibly quickly. The coffee is placed inside a large inverted cone which spins to draw the coffee beans up the walls as they are heated. The beans are then flung back down into the middle of the cone to repeat their journey. Roast times can be as low as 90 seconds using a machine like this. Roasting at very high speeds minimizes weight loss and increases the amount of coffee that can be extracted from the beans, which is important when making instant soluble coffee. Roasting at these speeds is not designed to produce the best possible cup. Buying and storing coffee. There is no foolproof way to ensure you get great coffee every time you buy a bag. However, there are a few points to remember, starting from when you are choosing where to shop to how to store the coffee you've bought, which will increase your chances of ending up with a very good cup of coffee. Most people buy their coffee in a supermarket, but there are many reasons to avoid this practice, not least because of the freshness of the coffee on offer. However, perhaps the best reason to avoid buying coffee from the supermarket is because of the sheer pleasure to be found in buying it from a specialist shop. Small shops offer the opportunity to build a relationship with someone passionate and knowledgeable about coffee. It helps when choosing if you can get some advice and even try a coffee before you buy. Dealing with someone directly means you have a better chance of buying a coffee you'll really enjoy, especially if you let them know what you enjoyed previously. Strength guides. You'll often see a strength guide on the side of a bag of coffee, especially those on offer in supermarkets. These have nothing to do with strength, which is really more about how much coffee you use to brew a cup, but more to do with the level of bitterness you can expect to find in that particular coffee. This is usually determined by the roast level of the coffee. Light roasted coffees usually have lower strength ratings, and dark roasted coffees have higher strength ratings. I would avoid coffees that come with a strength rating because, more often than not, and there are exceptions, the quality and flavor of the coffee has not been the primary concern of the producer. Traceability. There are thousands of different coffee roasters and hundreds of thousands of different roasts of coffee from different farms. Not all of them can be good, and variations in price and the way they are marketed can make buying coffee fairly confusing. This book aims to explain where coffee comes from and how and why its origin can affect its flavor. The best advice I can give is to buy as traceable a coffee as possible. In many cases, it is possible to find a coffee from one specific farm or one cooperative. However, that level of traceability is not possible in every coffee-producing country in the world. Each of the sections on the different countries offers an idea of how traceable the coffees from that country can be. Much of Latin America is able to produce coffees that are traceable down to a particular small farm because most of the coffee there is grown on small private estates. In other countries, small-scale land ownership by farmers is unusual, or the trade regulations of a country may interfere with the export process, making traceability difficult. To keep a batch of coffee traceable throughout the entire supply chain adds cost, and this investment can only be returned if the coffee is sold for a higher price. This means it's only worth keeping high-quality coffees traceable, as doing so with low-quality lots would make them uncompetitive in the marketplace. In an industry plagued by ethical concerns and dogged by an image of exploitation of the Third World, knowing exactly where a coffee comes from is a powerful piece of information. As communication technology, especially around social media, spreads and develops, we're likely to see an increased interaction between those who produce the coffee and those who ultimately drink it. Golden rules for fresh coffee. Everyone agrees fresh roasted coffee is better, so I would make the following recommendations. 1. Buy coffee that has a clear roast date on the packaging. 2. Try to buy within 2 weeks of roasting. 3. Buy only enough coffee for a couple of weeks at a time. 4. Buy whole beans and grind them yourself at home. Storing coffee at home. Once the staling process begins, there is very little that can be done to prevent it continuing. As long as you're buying fresh coffee and using it relatively quickly, the impact on your cup of coffee should be minor. However, there are ways to store coffee at home that will keep it in the best possible condition. 1. Keep the coffee airtight. If the bag can be resealed, then make sure it is kept that way. If the bag can't be completely resealed, transfer the coffee to an airtight container, such as a plastic tub with a lid, or one designed specifically for storing coffee. 2. Keep the coffee in a dark place. Light rapidly accelerates the staling of coffee, especially sunlight. If you keep your coffee in a clear container, place it inside a cardboard box. 3. Don't put it in the refrigerator. This is a common practice, but it does not extend the life of coffee, and you can get cross-contamination of aromas if you have something particularly fragrant in the refrigerator with the coffee. 4. Keep it dry. If you can't keep it in an airtight container, then at least avoid placing it in a humid environment. If you need to store some coffee for a long period of time, place it in the freezer to slow down the staling process. It is important to package it in an airtight container first. When you want to use the coffee, defrost it thoroughly first, but be sure to only defrost the amount you're planning on using straight away. Freshness. Over the years, most people have been conditioned not to think of coffee as being a fresh food product. For some, it's because instant coffee is what they associate with coffee, and that doesn't really ever go stale. Coffee sold in supermarkets will often have a best before date that is 12 to 24 months after the date it was roasted. This is because coffee is considered shelf stable and is safe to consume 2 years after roasting, but it will taste pretty terrible at that point. It is more convenient for all involved if coffee isn't treated like a fresh product, with the exception of the ultimate consumer. The specialty coffee industry has failed to make a real impact because there is no strong agreement on how quickly coffee goes stale and at what point it will have passed its best before date. I would recommend buying coffee that clearly shows the date of roasting on the label. Many coffee roasters now suggest that the coffee is used within a month of roasting, and I would follow this advice. The coffee is at its most vibrant during the first few weeks, and after this an increasingly unpleasant stale flavor begins to develop. Many specialist shops stock bags of coffee that were recently roasted and delivered, and buying online direct from the roaster usually ensures your coffee is delivered to your home within a few days of roasting. Staling. When coffee goes stale, there are two main changes occurring. The first is the slow but steady loss of aromatic compounds, the compounds that give coffee its flavor and smell. As they are volatile, these compounds slowly leach from the coffee, so the older it is, the less interesting it will taste. The second change is the staling caused by oxygen and moisture. This type of staling creates new flavors, often relatively unpleasant ones. As the coffee changes, it will develop a generic stale taste, and much of its original character will be lost. Stale coffees tend to taste flat, woody, and vaguely of cardboard. The darker a coffee has been roasted, the faster it will go stale. This is because the roasting process makes the coffee bean more porous, so it's easier for oxygen and moisture to penetrate and start the staling reactions. Resting coffee. To further confuse the issue, it is quite common to see recommendations for resting the coffee before brewing it. When coffee is roasted, the chemical reactions that cause the beans to brown produce large volumes of carbon dioxide. Much of this gas remains trapped inside the beans and slowly leaches out over time. The coffee will degas quite quickly in the first few days, and then the rate will slow. Adding hot water to coffee will cause the gas to be released very quickly, which is why bubbles often form when coffee is brewing. Espresso is a method that takes place under a great deal of pressure, and when there is a lot of carbon dioxide in the coffee, it makes the brewing process a little more difficult and can prevent proper extraction of flavor. Many coffee shops let the coffee degas for anything from 5 to 20 days before using it to help increase their consistency when brewing. At home, I would recommend leaving a gap of at least 3 to 4 days between roasting and brewing, but waiting too long may mean that the coffee starts to stale by the time you finish the bag. With filter coffee brewing, this is not as important, but I do think coffee tastes better after 2 to 3 days than immediately after roasting. Packaging coffee. Coffee roasters have 3 main choices for packaging their coffee. They will make this decision based not only on the preservation of the coffee, but also on the environmental impact, cost, and look of the packaging. Unsealed craft packaging. The coffee is packed into craft paper bags with a simple greaseproof lining to prevent any leaching of the oil from the coffee. While the bag may be rolled up at the point of sale, the coffee is still exposed to oxygen and will stale quickly. Many roasters who use this kind of packaging will emphasize the importance of freshness, often suggesting the coffee should be used within 7 to 10 days. When they retail the coffee, they must be sure that the coffee on the shelves is as fresh as possible, though this can lead to some undesirable wastage. This type of packaging is sometimes recyclable and is generally considered to have the least impact on the environment. Sealed foil packaging. Triple-ply foil bags are sealed as soon as the coffee is packed to prevent fresh air getting in, but have a valve to allow the carbon dioxide to escape. Coffee will become stale slower inside the bags, but once opened, the rate of staling will increase. While packaging like this is not currently recyclable, many specialty roasters choose this option as they consider it the best compromise in terms of cost, environmental impact, and freshness. Gas-flushed, sealed foil packaging. This is the same as the previous, with one crucial difference. During the sealing process, a machine flushes the bag with an inert gas such as nitrogen to expel any oxygen from the bag, as oxygen causes staling to occur. This type of packaging slows staling down the most, although once the bag is opened, the staling process will start. Despite this being the most effective way to package coffee, it is not widely used due to the additional cost of equipment, process time, and the inert gas. Tasting and describing coffee. Coffee drinking is often tied into a ritual, a specific part of the day. We might drink a cup of coffee first thing in the morning or as a break from work. Our attention is usually focused on the people we are with or the newspaper we are reading over breakfast. Few people really concentrate on tasting the coffee they drink, but when they start to notice it, their appreciation increases rapidly. The process of tasting happens in two different places, in our mouths and in our noses, and it's helpful to think about these two parts of the process separately when learning to taste and talk about a coffee. The first part of the process occurs on the tongue, and it is here we detect the relatively basic tastes of acidity, sweetness, bitterness, saltiness, and savouriness. When reading the description of a coffee, we might be attracted to the flavours described, such as chocolate, berries, or caramel. These flavours are actually detected the same way as smells, not in the mouth, but by the olfactory bulb in the nasal cavity. For most people, these two separate experiences are completely intertwined, and the separation of taste and smell is extremely difficult. It gets easier if you try to focus on one particular aspect at a time, rather than taking the extremely complex taste experience all in one go. Professional tasters. Before it reaches the final consumer, a coffee will have been tasted a number of different times along its journey through the coffee industry. Each time it is tasted, the taster might be looking for something different. It might be first tasted early on to detect any presence of a defect. It will then be tasted by a roaster as part of the purchasing process, or by a jury ranking coffees for an auction of the best lots from a particular place. It will be tasted by the roaster again as part of their quality control to make sure that the roasting process was done correctly, and then it may be tasted by a cafe owner selecting the range they wish to stock. Finally, it will be tasted, and hopefully enjoyed, by the consumer. The coffee industry uses a pretty standardized practice called cupping to taste the coffee. The idea behind cupping is to avoid any impact on flavor from the brewing process and to treat all coffees being tasted as equally as possible. For that reason, a very simple brewing process is used, as bad brewing can easily change the flavor of a coffee quite dramatically. A fixed amount of coffee is weighed for each bowl. It is ground at a fixed setting, and then a specific amount of water just off the boil is added. For example, 12 grams or half an ounce of coffee, 200 milliliters or 7 fluid ounces of water might be added. The coffee is then left to steep for 4 minutes. To end the brewing process, the layer of floating grounds on the top of the bowl, called the crust, is stirred. This causes almost all of the coffee grounds to fall to the bottom of the bowl where they stop extracting. Any grounds and foam that remain on top can be skimmed off, and the coffee is ready to taste. Once the coffee has cooled to a safe temperature, tasting begins. Coffee tasters use a spoon to get a small sample of coffee, which they then aggressively slurp from the spoon. The slurping process aerates the coffee and sprays it across the palate. It's not essential to tasting, but it does make tasting a little easier. As coffee tasters work, they may record their notes on a score sheet. Different processes require different score sheets, but in almost all cases, the following attributes are being assessed. Sweetness. How much sweetness does the coffee have? This is a very desirable trait in coffee, and generally, the more the better. Acidity. How acidic is the coffee, and how pleasant is this acidity? If there is a lot of unpleasant acidity, the coffee will be described as sour. A lot of pleasing acidity, however, gives the coffee a crispness or juiciness. For many people learning to taste coffee, acidity is a difficult attribute. They may not have expected coffee to have much acidity and certainly would not have considered this as a positive quality in the past. Apples can be a great example of positive acidity. In an apple, high acidity can be wonderful, adding a refreshing quality. Coffee professionals tend to develop a preference for higher acidity in coffees, much as beer aficionados may develop a preference for very hoppy beers. This can result in a difference of opinion between the industry and consumer. In the case of coffee, unusual flavors, such as fruit notes, are determined by the density of the coffee. Generally, denser coffees are also more acidic, so coffee tasters learn to associate high acidity with quality and interesting flavors. Mouthfeel. Does the coffee have a light, delicate, tea-like mouthfeel, or is it more of a rich, creamy, heavy cup? Again, more is not necessarily better. Low-quality coffees often have quite a heavy mouthfeel coupled with low acidity, but are not always pleasant to drink. Balance. This is one of the most difficult aspects of a coffee to assess. A myriad of tastes and flavors occur in a mouthful of great coffee, but are they harmonious? Is it like a well-mixed piece of music, or is one element too loud? Does one aspect dominate the cup? Flavor. This is not just about describing the different flavors and aromas of a particular coffee, but also about how pleasant the taster finds them. Many new tasters find this the most frustrating aspect of coffee tasting. Each of the coffees they taste are clearly different, but the language to describe them remains elusive. How to taste at home. How does a professional coffee taster develop his skills so rapidly compared to a consumer? It isn't through the use of cupping bowls or spoons, neither is it by using score sheets or having large amounts of data about where the coffee is from. It is through regular opportunities for comparative tasting. Where the coffee taster gains a quiet advantage is by going through a process of focused, conscious tasting, and this can also be done at home very easily. 1. Buy 2 very different coffees. It is a good idea to ask your local coffee roaster or specialty shop for guidance. The comparative part of tasting is vitally important. If you taste just one coffee at a time, you have nothing to compare it with, and you are basing your judgments on your memories of previous coffees, which are likely to be patchy, flawed, and inaccurate. 2. Buy 2 small French presses, as small as you can get, and brew 2 small cups of coffee. You could obviously do this with bigger presses and bigger cups, but this way will prevent excess waste or drinking too much coffee. 3. Let the coffee cool down a little bit. It is much easier to discern flavors in warm rather than hot coffee. 4. Start to taste them alternately. Take a couple of sips of one coffee before moving on to the other. Start to think about how the coffees taste compared to each other. Without a point of reference, this is incredibly difficult. 5. Focus on textures first, thinking about the mouthfeel of the 2 coffees. Does one feel heavier than the other? Is one sweeter than the other? Does one have cleaner acidity than the other? Don't read the labels as you taste. Instead, note down some words about each coffee. 6. Don't worry about flavors. Flavors are the most intimidating part of tasting, as well as the most frustrating. Roasters use flavors not only to describe particular notes, such as nutty or floral, but also to convey a wide range of sensations. For example, describing a coffee as having ripe apple notes also communicates expectations of sweetness and acidity. If you do identify individual flavors, note them down. If not, then don't worry. Any words or phrases that describe what you're tasting qualify as being useful, whether they are random words or specific flavors. 7. When you're finished, compare what you have written down with the roaster's description on the packet. Can you see now what they are trying to communicate about the coffee? Often, on reading the label, your frustration will be relieved as you find the word to describe what you tasted. It can suddenly seem so obvious, and this is part of building a coffee-specific vocabulary of flavors. Describing coffee gets easier and easier, though this is something that even industry veterans still work on. Grinding coffee. The smell of fresh ground coffee is evocative, heady, and indescribable, and in some ways it's worth paying for a coffee grinder for this alone. However, grinding your own beans at home will make an enormous difference to the quality of your cup compared to buying pre-ground coffee. The aim of grinding the beans before brewing is to expose enough of the surface area to extract enough of the flavor locked inside the beans to make a good cup of coffee. If you brewed whole beans, you'd end up with a very weak brew. The finer the beans are ground, the more surface area is exposed, and, in theory, the faster the coffee could be brewed because the water has more access to it. This is important when considering how finely the coffee should be ground for different brew methods. The fact that the size of the coffee grounds changes the speed at which the coffee brews also makes it very important that we try and make all the pieces the same size when grinding coffee. Finally, grinding the coffee exposes more of it to the air, which means the coffee will go stale more quickly, so it should ideally only be ground just before brewing. There are two main types of coffee grinder available for domestic use. The whirly blade grinder. These are common and inexpensive electric grinders. They have a metal blade attached to a motor that spins and smashes the coffee to pieces. The biggest problem is that this smashing action produces some very fine powder and some very large pieces. When you brew coffee ground like this, the tiny pieces will quickly add a bitter flavor to the brew, while the larger pieces will add an unpleasant sourness. This uneven brew won't be very enjoyable. The burr grinder. These are increasingly common and available as electric or manual models. They have two cutting discs, called burrs, facing each other, and you can adjust the distance between them to change the size of the grounds of coffee produced. Because the coffee grounds can't escape until they've been cut down to the size of the gap between the burrs, the resulting grounds are very even in size. Burr grinders produce even pieces and an adjustable range of sizes, so they are ideal for brewing great coffee. Burr grinders are more expensive than blade grinders, but the manual models are relatively cheap and easy to use. If you enjoy coffee, it will prove to be an invaluable investment, especially if you're brewing espresso. However, because grind size is so important in espresso, variations of a few hundredths of a millimeter make a difference, it's important to buy a burr grinder designed for espresso with a good motor capable of grinding the beans very fine. Some grinders can grind for both filter coffee and espresso, but most do one or the other. Different manufacturers use different materials to make the burrs, such as steel or ceramic. Over time, the cutting teeth on the burrs will start to dull, and the machine will start to mill the coffee rather than cut it cleanly, producing lots of tiny pieces that make the coffee taste flat and bitter. Follow the manufacturer's recommendations for how often to change the burrs. New burrs are a small but worthwhile investment in your coffee brewing setup. Many people who enjoy coffee as a hobby like to upgrade their equipment from time to time. I would strongly recommend investing in a better grinder first. More expensive grinders have better motors and better burrs capable of a more uniform grind size. You'll make a better cup of coffee with a high-end grinder and a small domestic espresso machine than with a cheap grinder and a top-of-the-range commercial espresso machine. Density and grind size. Unfortunately, not all coffee should be treated equally in the grinder. Darker roasts are more brittle in the grinder, and you may need to grind a little coarser. Equally, if the coffee is from a much higher altitude than you typically drink, for example, you've been drinking a delicious coffee from Brazil and then you switch to a coffee from Kenya, you may need to go finer in your grinder for the high-grown coffee. Once you've made the switch a few times, you can make a well-educated guess when changing coffees and prevent too many bad brews. Communicating grind size is not easy. Terms such as coarse, medium, and fine aren't particularly helpful because they are relative. There is no common setting among grinder manufacturers either, so setting one grinder to a numerical setting of 5, for example, won't replicate the grind of another grinder set to the same setting, even if it's the same model. Water for brewing. The role of water in the brewing process is absolutely crucial in creating a great cup of coffee. The following recommendations may seem somewhat excessive, but making a little effort with water will bring enormous returns. If you live in a hard water area, try buying a small bottle of mineral water to brew a single cup of coffee. Brew another coffee straight afterwards in exactly the same way, but using regular tap water instead. From seasoned coffee taster to interested novice, every person who has ever compared the two has been shocked at the difference in quality. The role of water. Water is a vital ingredient in a cup of coffee as it makes up around 90% by volume of an espresso and about 98.5% of a cup of filter coffee. If the water doesn't taste good to start with, neither will the cup of coffee in the end. And if you can taste the chlorine, the resulting cup of coffee will be terrible. In many cases, a simple water filter jug that contains active carbon, such as a Brita filter, will do a good job of removing negative tastes, but it still might not produce the perfect water for brewing coffee. Water acts as a solvent, doing the work of extracting the flavors in the coffee during the brewing process. This is where the quality of the water plays a major role, as the hardness and the mineral content can significantly affect how the coffee brews. Hardness. Water hardness is a measure of how much limescale, calcium carbonate, is dissolved in the water, and this is determined by the bedrock in the local area. Heating water causes the limescale to come out of solution and accumulate over time as a chalky white buildup. Those who live in hard water areas struggle with the frustrations of limescale affecting kettles, showers, and washing machines. The hardness strongly influences the way the hot water and the ground coffee interact. Harder water seems to change the rate at which the solubles in the coffee go into solution, essentially changing the way the coffee brews at a chemical level. To make a broad statement, it seems a small amount of hardness is desirable, but anything from moderate to hard water does a poor job of brewing coffee, producing a cup lacking in nuance, sweetness, and complexity. Also, on a practical level, having soft water is very important if you're using any sort of coffee machine that heats water, such as an espresso machine or a filter coffee machine. Limescale buildup will quickly cause a machine to malfunction, and many manufacturers will consider the use of hard water to have invalidated the warranty. Mineral content. Aside from a good flavor and just a little hardness, there isn't too much else we really want in the water, but a relatively low mineral content is desirable. Manufacturers of mineral water are required to list the mineral content on the bottle, and it is usually described as the total dissolved solids, TDS, or the dry residue at 180 degrees Celsius, 365 degrees Fahrenheit. The perfect water. The Specialty Coffee Association publishes suggested guidelines for the perfect water for coffee brewing. If you want to understand the quality of your domestic water supply, contact your water supply company or look on its website, as most are obliged to publish data on the content of their water. If you can't find this information, buy a water testing kit from a pet shop sold to test the water in fish tanks, and it will give you accurate readings of the key elements. Choosing a water. All of this information may seem a little overwhelming and complex, but it can be summarized as follows. If you live in a soft to moderately hard water area, use tap water, but filter it first to improve the taste. If you live in a moderate to very hard water area, bottled water is currently the best option for brewing coffee. Choose a bottled water close to the targets. Own brand supermarket waters tend to be lower in mineral content compared to the big brand waters. While it's not ideal to recommend bottled water, if you really wish to get the best out of your coffee, you must use a suitable water for brewing. Guidelines for the perfect water for coffee brewing. It should be clean, fresh, and odor-free. The color should be clear. The total chlorine should be 0 milligrams per liter. The total dissolved solids, TDS, at 180 Celsius, 365 Fahrenheit, should ideally be 150 milligrams, but 75 to 250 milligrams per liter is acceptable. The calcium hardness should ideally be 4 grains or 68 milligrams per liter, but 1 to 5 grains or 17 to 85 milligrams per liter is acceptable. The total alkalinity should be 40 milligrams per liter, but at or near 40 milligrams per liter is acceptable. The pH should be 7.0, but anything between 6.5 and 7.5 is acceptable. The sodium content should ideally be 10 milligrams per liter, but at or near this amount is acceptable. Brewing basics. A key moment in the journey from crop to cup is the process of brewing. All the hard work up until this point, all the potential and deliciousness locked within the coffee can be lost by bad brewing. It is upsetting how easy it is to brew coffee badly, but understanding the basic principles can lead to better results and make the process more enjoyable. A coffee bean is composed mostly of cellulose. It's very similar to wood. Cellulose cannot be dissolved in water, so this is what makes up most of the spent grounds that we throw away after brewing a cup of coffee. Broadly speaking, everything else that makes up the coffee bean can be dissolved in water and can end up in the cup, but not everything that we can get from coffee tastes good. From the 1960s, there has been ongoing research into measuring how much of the coffee we actually want to extract for the resulting cup to taste good. If you don't take enough from the grounds, then the cup of coffee will not only be weak, but it will also be sour and astringent. This is called under-extraction. And if we take too much from the ground, then the cup of coffee will taste bitter, harsh, and ashy. This is what we call over-extraction. It is possible to calculate whether we have extracted as much as we want from the coffee. In the past, this was done relatively simply. The grounds were weighed before brewing, then after brewing, the spent grounds were placed in a low oven until they were completely dry. When they were weighed again, the difference in weight would indicate how much of the coffee had been extracted during the brewing process. Now, a combination of a specialized refractometer and smartphone software allows us to quickly calculate how much has been extracted from the grounds. Generally, it's agreed that a good cup of coffee contains 18 to 22% by weight of the ground coffee used to brew it. The exact numbers are not important to most people at home, but understanding how to adjust different parameters to improve the cup is useful. Strength. This is an important term when talking about a cup of coffee, but one that has been quite widely misused. The term is commonly used on bags of coffee sold in the supermarket, and in this instance is completely inappropriate. What they're trying to communicate here is how dark the roast of the coffee is and how intense the bitterness will be. The word strength, when used to describe a cup of coffee, should be used in the same way it's used to describe alcoholic drinks. A beer that is 4% strength means that 4% of what you drink is alcohol. In the same way, a strong cup of coffee has a higher percentage of dissolved ground coffee in the hot water than a weak cup. When it comes to strength, there is no right and wrong, there is only individual preference. There are two ways to control strength, and the first and most common way is by varying the ratio of coffee to water. The more coffee used to brew a cup, the stronger the resulting cup is likely to be. When talking about brewing, we tend to describe the strength by the number of grams of coffee per litre of water, for example, 60 grams per litre. To brew a cup of coffee of this strength, you would first decide how much coffee you want to brew, for example, 500 millilitres. You would then use the ratio to calculate how much coffee to use, in this case, 30 grams. The preferred ratio of coffee to water varies around the world from around 40 grams per litre up to nearly 100 grams per litre in Brazil and Scandinavia. Generally, people find a ratio that they enjoy and they stick to it for most brewing methods. I would recommend 60 grams per litre as a starting point. Changing the coffee to water ratio is how most people at home change the strength of their brews, but it is not always the best way. The other way to change strength is to change the level of extraction. As we steep coffee in a French press, the water is slowly taking more and more out of the coffee, and the resulting drink is getting stronger and stronger as it brews. The challenge is to control the level of extraction so we take enough from the grounds that it tastes good before we start to extract bitter and unpleasant flavors. Many people don't think about changing the level of extraction when they get a poor cup of coffee, but an error of extraction can certainly lead to a disappointing cup. Exact measurements. Small changes in how coffee is brewed can have a big impact on taste. One of the biggest variables is how much water you use, and being consistent is one of the most important aspects of brewing. It is a good idea to put the coffee brewer on scales so you can measure how much boiling water you are adding. Remember that 1 milliliter of water weighs 1 gram. This will give you a lot more control and massively improve the quality and consistency of your brews. A set of simple digital scales is not expensive, and many people already have one in the kitchen. While it seems a little obsessive at first, once you start brewing this way, you'll never want to go back. Milk, cream, and sugar. Most people who are interested in coffee are aware that milk and sugar are considered somewhat taboo by those who work in the industry. Many people consider this a form of snobbery, and it's something of a contentious point between coffee professionals and consumers. What is often forgotten by the professionals is that most coffee served in the world requires something to help make it more drinkable. Cheap commodity coffee that has been poorly roasted or badly brewed is often incredibly bitter and lacks any sweetness. Milk, and even more so cream, does a great job of blocking some of the bitterness, and sugar makes it more palatable. Many people get accustomed to the taste of milk and sugar in coffee and will then add them to an interesting cup of coffee brewed with care. This may cause frustration for the barista, professional roaster, or a person simply passionate about great coffee. Excellent coffee should have its own sweetness, and instead of suppressing bitterness, the milk will obscure the flavor characteristics of the coffee, hiding the work of the producer and the expression of terroir that the coffee has. I would always recommend trying a coffee before adding anything to it. If it's not sufficiently palatable as black coffee, then add milk or sugar so you enjoy the cup. However, exploring this wonderful world is extremely difficult drinking anything other than black coffee, and the investment of time and effort learning to appreciate it this way will be extremely rewarding. The French press. The French press, also known as a cafetière or coffee plunger, is probably the most underrated method of brewing coffee. It's cheap, easy, repeatable, and just about everyone has one at home. Considering its name, it seems somewhat surprising to discover that the most familiar version of the French press was invented and patented by an Italian called Attilio Calamani in 1929. However, a very similar brewer had been patented first by two Frenchmen, Meyer and Delforge, in 1852. A French press is an infusion brewer. With most methods of brewing coffee, the water passes through the grounds. Here, the water and coffee steep together, which helps produce a more uniform extraction. The other relatively unique aspect of the French press is the way that it filters the grounds from the brewing liquid by using a metal mesh. Due to the relatively large holes in the mesh, more of the non-soluble material from the coffee gets into the cup. The advantage of this is that you get a little of the coffee oil and some tiny suspended pieces of coffee in the cup, which gives the resulting brew a bigger, richer body and texture. The disadvantage is what puts many people off the French press: the sludge. At the bottom of the cup, you will often find a reasonable quantity of silty particles of coffee that, if accidentally drunk, are quite unpleasant and sandy in the mouth. The brewing method I'm about to describe is designed to achieve a great brew with the minimum of sludge. It requires a little bit more work and patience, but you will be rewarded with a great cup of coffee that will give you easy access to all the unique flavors and characteristics of the bean. The French press method. Ratio: 75 grams per liter. I recommend a slightly higher ratio of coffee to water when using an infusion brewer if you want to produce a brew with a similar strength to a pour-over brewer. Grind: medium, caster or superfine sugar. Many people grind their beans very coarsely when brewing in a French press, but I don't think this is necessary unless your grinder produces a lot of very fine pieces and your brews quickly turn bitter. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 2. Boil a kettle of fresh water with a low mineral content suitable for brewing coffee. 3. Put the ground coffee in the French press and place it on the scales. 4. Pour in the correct amount of water, weighing as you pour so you achieve the ratio of 75 grams per liter. Pour relatively quickly and try to get all the coffee wet. 5. Leave the coffee to steep for 4 minutes. During this time, the coffee will float to the top to form a crust-like layer. 6. After 4 minutes, take a large spoon and stir the crust at the top. This will cause most of the coffee to fall to the bottom of the brewer. 7. A little foam and some floating grounds will remain on the top. Use the spoon to scoop them off and discard them. 8. Wait another 5 minutes. The coffee would be too hot to drink anyway, and leaving it in the brewer allows more and more of the coffee and fine particles to sink to the bottom. 9. Place the mesh plunger in the top of the beaker, but do not plunge. Plunging will create turbulence, which will stir up all the silty coffee at the bottom of the pot. 10. Pour the coffee slowly through the mesh into the cups. Until you get close to the bottom, this liquid will have very little silt in it. If you can resist pouring out the very last bit, you will end up with a delicious, flavorful brew of coffee that has very little silt. 11. Allow the coffee to cool in the cup a little, then enjoy. Many people recommend pouring out the entire pot once the brew is done to prevent the grounds continuing to steep and start to over-extract. If you follow the instructions, the coffee should not continue to brew or add negative flavors, so this is not necessary. Pour-over or filter brewers. The term pour-over is used to describe a host of different brew methods. The common factor is that they brew by percolation, which means the water passes through a bed of coffee, extracting flavor along the way. Usually there is some sort of material to filter the grounds from the resulting drink, and it can be anything from paper to cloth to a fine metal mesh. Simple, cup-top filter brewers have probably been used since coffee brewing began, but the innovations on them came relatively late. Only cloth filters were used originally. The invention of the paper filter is credited to a German entrepreneur, Melita Benz, in 1908. Now controlled by her grandchildren, the Melita Group still sells filter papers, coffee, and coffee machines today. The invention of paper filters encouraged the move away from the electric percolator, a terrible brewer which recirculated hot water through the grounds, brewing an incredibly bitter cup. The final death knell for the percolator was the next major innovation in drip coffee brewing, the electric coffee machine. The invention can be credited to another German company called Vigomat. Variations on the electric filter coffee machine are still incredibly popular today, though not all produce good coffee. Currently, there is a huge range of different brewers, brands and devices on offer, all designed to do this same job and each with its own advantages and idiosyncrasies. The good news is the principle behind this method of brewing is universal, and the technique is easily adapted to different brewers. The key principles. When coffee is brewed this way, 3 variables affect the resulting cup of coffee. Unfortunately, they are not independent of each other, which is why precise measurement of both coffee and water is so useful, especially if you are bleary-eyed when making the coffee first thing in the morning. 1. The grind of the coffee. The finer the coffee, the more is extracted from it as the water passes through. This is because there is a greater surface area and because water flows through finer coffee more slowly, so there will be more contact time. 2. The contact time. This is not only how quickly the water flows through the coffee, but also how long it takes us to add the water. We can extend the brew time by adding the water very slowly to increase the extraction of the coffee. 3. The amount of coffee. The more coffee there is, the longer the water will take to flow through and the longer the contact time. To replicate a good brew, these 3 variables must be kept as consistent as possible. If, for example, someone reduces the amount of coffee by accident, they might assume that the reason the coffee did not brew long enough was due to the grind being wrong. If we do not pay attention, it's very easy to get confused and start to make bad coffee. The bloom. This is the common practice of adding just a little water to the coffee at the start of the brew, usually just enough to get all the coffee wet. When you add the hot water, the grounds start to release the trapped carbon dioxide and the bed of coffee will swell like dough rising. It is typical to wait 30 seconds before starting to add the rest of the brew water. Despite the widespread nature of this practice, there isn't a lot of science to justify it. It might be that releasing some of the carbon dioxide helps make the coffee easier to extract, and some studies seem to support this. I think it adds a pleasant moment in the morning coffee ritual, as watching the grounds bloom is a little mesmerizing. Pouring kettles. When using the pour-over method to brew coffee, the rate at which you add water plays a role in the brewing process. Pouring slowly and carefully from a standard kettle is difficult to do. And recently, there's been a dramatic rise in coffee bars using special pouring kettles. These are usually placed on the stove, but electric models are available. The common factor is that the spout is very narrow, so they issue a very slow, steady stream of water onto the coffee. Despite their popularity in the industry, I am not convinced they are truly a worthwhile expense for the home brewer. They do make pouring easier, but if not used properly, the water can drop in temperature and prevent the coffee from brewing as well as it could. They could also be viewed as an overly serious and complicated gadget, when in truth, we just want to pour the water slowly over the coffee. However, if we pour at different rates on different days, something that is very easy to do, then we will get different tasting coffee from one day to the next, which is not a good scenario. Pour over or filter brewers. Ratio: 60 grams per litre. I recommend this as the starting point for all pour over and filter coffee methods, but be sure to experiment to find your preference. Grind: medium, like caster or superfine sugar. This would be suitable for brewing around 30 grams of coffee to 500 grams of water. You will need to grind the beans more finely if you are brewing a single cup, and more coarsely if you want to brew more. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 2. Boil a kettle of fresh water with a low mineral content, suitable for coffee brewing. 3. While the kettle is boiling, place the paper filter into the brewer and rinse briefly under the hot tap. This helps to reduce any taste the paper might impart to the coffee and also warms up the brewing device. 4. Add the coffee to the brewer. Place the brewer on top of a cup or jug and place it all on the scales. 5. Wait 10 seconds once the kettle is boiled if you're pouring straight from it. If you're using a pouring kettle, decant the water into it immediately. 6. Using the scales as a guide, pour a little water onto the coffee, about twice as much as the coffee by weight. Don't worry about being too accurate, just make sure you add enough to wet the coffee. I like to pick the cone up and give it a little swirl to make sure all the coffee is wet. Careful stirring with a spoon is another option. Wait 30 seconds before starting to pour the rest of the water. 7. Slowly pour the remainder of the water onto the coffee, weighing as you go to get an accurate amount and taking into account the water already added. Try to pour directly on the coffee and not on the walls of the brewer, as the water may pass through without really extracting the coffee. 8. Once you've added all the necessary water, and the surface of the liquid is about 2 to 3 centimeters, about an inch, below the top of the cone, gently swirl again. This stops any coffee from sticking to the walls of the brewer. 9. Let it drip through until the bed of coffee looks dry. It should be relatively flat at the base of the brewer. 10. Discard the coffee and paper, remove the brewer from the cup, and enjoy the coffee. If you're not happy with the resulting cup of coffee, think about what you want to change. I would recommend using the grind to change the flavor of the coffee. If the coffee is bitter, it may be over-extracted, so you should try your next brew using a slightly coarser grind. If it is weak, sour, or astringent, try grinding more finely for the next brew. Very quickly, you will know the best grind settings for the coffees you enjoy. Different kinds of filters. There are 3 main types of filters used in pour-over and filter coffee brewing. Each affects the resulting brew by straining out different things. Metal filters. Like the French press, metal filters only remove the larger pieces of ground coffee. The resulting brew will have some silty sediment in it and will look a little cloudy. It will have the added body from both the suspended grounds and the oils from the coffee, and many people enjoy a cup like this. Metal filters can be used for years as long as the filters are kept clean and washed regularly, as failure to do so will allow oils to build up and become rancid. Cloth. Cloth has been used to filter coffee for a very long time. Like paper, it strains out the suspended pieces of coffee, but it allows some of the oil to come through. The resulting cup is very clean, with a richer, fuller mouthfeel. After use, immediately rinse a cloth filter as well as possible, then dry it quickly. If you leave the cloth to dry slowly, it will develop unpleasant flavors, similar to the smell of laundry that has been left in the machine too long. If you use the cloth regularly, keep it stored wet in a glass of water in the refrigerator. If you plan to store the cloth for a long time, put it wet into a Ziploc bag and freeze it. Repeatedly freezing and thawing it will cause the cloth to degrade a little quicker, however. The cloth shouldn't be allowed to get too stained. For cleaning, I would recommend a product called Kefisa made by Ernex. While this is marketed as an espresso machine cleaner, the original formula was developed to clean the cloths used in very large filter brewers. Dissolve a small amount in hot water and soak the cloth in it, then rinse thoroughly and store. Paper. Paper filters are the most common type of filter, and they produce the cleanest cup of coffee. They strain out all of the suspended material as well as any oils that may have ended up in the brew. The resulting cup is a fairly clear liquid, often with a reddish hue. I always recommend bleached white papers, as the unbleached brown papers tend to impart an unpleasant papery taste to the coffee. The electric filter machine method. An electric coffee machine takes away a lot of the guesswork and adds plenty of repeatability. We still have to be consistent in how much coffee we use and how much cold water we put into the machine, but aside from that, we can trust the brewer to do its job. However, most domestic filter coffee machines tend to make pretty bad coffee. This is primarily because they are not capable of heating the water up to the correct temperature. If you are shopping for a new one, make sure it has been certified to reach suitable temperatures. I would recommend buying a machine endorsed by an organization such as the Specialty Coffee Association or the European Coffee Brewing Centre. I would also avoid buying a machine with any sort of hot plate. Keeping a jug of coffee on a hot plate very quickly cooks the coffee, producing some unpleasant flavors. Choose instead a machine with a thermal carafe. Most electric machines perform best when brewing larger volumes. With most machines, I would recommend brewing at least 500 milliliters of coffee at a time, which will last around 30 minutes in a thermal carafe. The electric filter machine method. Ratio, 60 grams per liter. I recommend this as a starting point for all pour-over and filter coffee methods, but be sure to experiment to find your preference. Grind, medium, like caster or superfine sugar, if making between 500 ml and a liter of coffee. You will need to grind beans more coarsely if brewing larger volumes, as many machines can brew up to 1 liter at a time, if not more. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 2. Put the filter paper in the brewing basket, then rinse under the hot tap. 3. Place the brew basket in the machine, then add fresh water with a low mineral content suitable for coffee brewing. 4. Switch on the machine and, as the brew starts, keep an eye on it. If some of the coffee is not getting wet, give it a quick stir with a spoon. 5. Allow the brew to finish. 6. Discard the paper and grounds. 7. Enjoy your coffee. As in the pour-over cone method, adjusting the grind size is a better way to change the flavor than adjusting the amount of coffee you add if you are not happy with your cup. The AeroPress. The AeroPress is a rather unusual coffee maker, but I've yet to meet someone who has one and does not love using it. It was invented in 2005 by Alan Adler, the inventor of the Arabica throwing ring, hence its name. It's a cheap, durable, and very portable brewer that many coffee professionals take with them when they travel around the world. In addition, this brewer is very easy to clean. The interesting thing about the AeroPress is that it combines 2 different brewing methods. Initially, the water and coffee steep together as they would in a French press. However, to complete the brew, a piston is used to push the water through the grounds and then through a paper filter, a little like an espresso machine and a little like a filter coffee maker. Compared with other brewers, the number of different recipes and techniques that can be used with the AeroPress is enormous. There is even a competition each year for the best technique, which started in Norway but has ended up growing into an international event dubbed the World Barista Championships. Each year, the organizers publish the top 3 methods from the competition on their website, which should give you an idea of how variable these machines can be. I would, however, argue against any claims that the AeroPress can be used to produce espresso or anything like it. It can make small, strong cups of coffee, but a person pushing down on a plunger simply cannot replicate the very high pressures used in an espresso machine. I'll describe the 2 main methods of using this brewer shortly. Ratio and grind size. The relationship between grind size, brew time, and the amount of brewing water used is incredibly important here. For best result with an AeroPress, you should decide first what kind of cup of coffee you want to drink. If you want to brew something short and strong, I would suggest starting with a ratio of 100 grams per liter. If you want to brew a little quicker, then you will need to grind relatively fine. You can use a coarser grind if you choose, but you will need to extend the brewing time for best results. If you want something closer to a regular cup of coffee, I would suggest using a ratio of 75 grams per liter. This is the same ratio as that recommended for the French press because this is also an immersion brewing method. Again, you can match your brewing time to your grind size. Traditional AeroPress method. This method will allow you to brew slightly more coffee than the inverted method described next. It is also a little less fussy and there is less potential for mess in the kitchen. Because there are so many factors at play, it is tempting to adjust many variables at once. Pushing harder will speed up the brew, but will also extract a little more from the coffee. Extending the steep time will also extract more, as will grinding the coffee on a finer setting. However, it is always best to change only one thing at a time, and more experimentation simply means more opportunities to drink interesting cups of coffee. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 2. Put a filter paper into the filter holder and lock it into the body of the brewer. 3. Run some hot water through to heat the brewer and rinse the paper. 4. Place a mug on your digital scales, put the main part of the brewer on top, and then add the coffee. 5. Boil a kettle of fresh water with a low mineral content suitable for brewing coffee. 6. Wait 10 to 20 seconds after the kettle has boiled, turn on the scales, and add the desired amount of water to the AeroPress. For example, for 15 grams of coffee, I would add 200 milliliters, 200 grams, of water. Start a timer. 7. Give the coffee a quick stir, then put the piston part of the AeroPress in place. Make sure it seals, but don't push down yet. This creates a vacuum above the coffee, preventing the liquid from dripping out of the bottom of the brewer before you want it to. 8. After a period of brewing, I recommend starting with 1 minute, take the mug and the brewer off the scales and slowly push down the plunger until all the liquid has been expelled. 9. Pull the piston back a few centimeters, an inch, to stop the brewer from dripping when you discard the spent coffee. Remove the filter holder and, holding the brewer over the waste bin, push the plunger out to get rid of the grounds. Tap out any loose bits, then immediately rinse and clean the bottom of the piston and the brewer. 10. Enjoy your coffee. Inverted AeroPress method. I want to describe this method because it is so popular, but also because it often goes wrong. I recommend starting with, and generally using, the traditional method, but if you want to experiment, here is how to do it safely. The idea behind this alternative method is to invert the device so that it is impossible for the brewing liquid to escape during the infusion phase. You will have to flip over the brewer full of coffee onto a cup before you push the plunger, and this is where things go wrong. Vessels full of hot liquid should be flipped with caution. It's also important to note that this method will not allow you to brew as much coffee. The maximum brew is probably 200 ml of water. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 2. Insert the piston about 2 centimeters, 3/4 of an inch, into the brewer, turn upside down and place it on the digital scales. Add the coffee. 3. Boil a kettle of fresh water with low mineral content, suitable for brewing coffee. 4. Wait 10 to 20 seconds after the kettle is boiled, turn on the scales, then add the desired amount of hot water to the AeroPress. 5. Start a timer and give the coffee a quick stir. Steep for 1 minute. 6. While the coffee is steeping, remove the brewer from the scales. Put the filter holder containing the paper onto the brewer. If you have rinsed the paper, it should stick when turned upside down. 7. Slowly pull the top part of the brewer down onto the piston until the liquid is nearly touching the filter. This will make the piston much more stable and less likely to pop off during the flip. 8. At the end of the steep, place a mug upside down on top of the brewer, and with one hand on each, carefully flip them over. 9. Slowly push down the plunger until all the liquid has been expelled into the mug. 10. Empty and rinse the brewer. 11. Enjoy your coffee. Stovetop mocha pot. Most homes have a mocha pot in use, or at least buried in the cupboard. In many ways, I struggle to explain its popularity, as it's not the most user-friendly device in the world, and it's not easy to produce delicious coffee with one. It tends to produce very strong, very bitter coffee, but is sufficiently palatable to espresso drinkers that just about every household in Italy uses one religiously. The patent for the mocha belongs to Alfonso Bialetti, who invented it in 1933. The Bialetti company continues to produce very popular brewers today. Mocha pots are often still made from aluminium, about which there was a false scare story some years ago, although it's possible, and more desirable, to buy a stainless steel model. The method I'm about to explain is a little different to the way that most people use their mocha pot, but the advice may help even those who are already happy with the coffee they produce from it. My biggest issue with this type of coffee maker is that the brewing water reaches temperatures so high that you start to extract very bitter compounds from the coffee. Some people treasure the bitterness of a mocha pot brew, others utterly hate the device because of it. The following technique has helped people find a new respect for their long-forgotten brewer and enjoy their coffee in a different way. However, because of the high coffee-to-water ratio, and because the brew time is quite fast, it's still difficult to make light-roasted, dense, or particularly acidic and juicy coffee taste good using this brewing method. I would recommend using a light roast espresso, or perhaps a coffee that is grown at lower altitudes. I would steer away from dark roasts because of the propensity of this method to produce a bitter cup. Stovetop mocha method. Ratio: 200 grams per litre. In most cases, you do not have much control over the ratio. You simply fill up the ground coffee holder and then fill the unit with water until it reaches just below the overpressure valve, so there is little room for maneuver. Grind. Quite fine, like salt. I do not recommend using an espresso or very fine grind, a somewhat controversial stance. I prefer a slightly coarser grind than most people would choose because I prefer to minimize the bitterness in the resulting cup. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing and fill the basket so it's even and level. Do not compress the coffee. 2. Boil a kettle of fresh water with low mineral content suitable for brewing coffee. The advantage of starting with hot water is that the pot is on the heat for less time, and the ground coffee doesn't get as hot, which helps reduce the bitterness. 3. Fill the bottom section of the brewer with hot water to just below the small valve. Do not cover it with water. It's a safety valve that prevents too much pressure from building up. 4. Place the coffee basket in place. Make sure the circular rubber gasket is completely clean, then carefully assemble the brewer. If this does not seal properly, the brewer will not work properly. 5. Put the pot on a low to medium heat, leaving the lid up. When the water starts to boil in the lower chamber, the pressure created by the steam pushes the water through a tube that feeds it to the coffee. The faster and harder you boil the water, the more pressure you will create, and the faster the brew process will be. You don't want to go too quickly. 6. Coffee should slowly start to appear in the top chamber. Listen carefully. When you hear a gurgling sound, it's time to turn off the heat and stop brewing. This sound indicates that most of the water has been pushed up already and that steam is now starting to come through the coffee, which will make the brew more bitter. 7. To stop the brew, run the base of the brewer under cold running water. This drop in temperature will cause steam to condense and the pressure to disappear. 8. Enjoy your coffee. Make sure the brewer has cooled down to a safe temperature before taking it apart for cleaning. It must be completely dry before you put it away. Avoid storing it locked fully into position, as this will cause the rubber seal to age more quickly. The vacuum pot. The vacuum pot, also known as the siphon brewer, is a very old and exceedingly entertaining way to make coffee. It is, however, also extremely annoying in many respects and sufficiently frustrating that many people relegate their brewer to a cupboard or a shelf as a display piece. Vacuum coffee pots first appeared in Germany in the 1830s. A patent was issued for one in 1838 to a Frenchwoman, Jeanne Richard. The design has not really changed a great deal since its conception. The brewer has 2 chambers, the lower of which is filled with water and heated to boiling point. The upper chamber, which contains the coffee grounds, is then placed on top, creating a seal and allowing steam to build in the lower chamber. This trapped steam pushes the water from the bottom chamber up through a tube and a filter into the upper chamber. The water is, at this point, just below boiling point and suitable for making coffee. The brew is left to steep for the desired amount of time. It's important to keep heating the lower chamber while the coffee steeps. To finish the brew, the vacuum pot is removed from the heat source. As the steam cools, it condenses back into water and creates a vacuum, which sucks the coffee from the upper chamber back through the filter into the bottom chamber. The grounds remain trapped and separate in the upper section, and the coffee can be poured from the bottom carafe. The whole process is a pleasing application of physics and often likened to a classroom experiment. Unfortunately, it's sufficiently difficult to get right that most people try a couple of times and then give up, which is a shame. Additional tools. An independent heat source is required for this brewing method. Some vacuum coffee pots are designed to sit directly on a kitchen stove, others come with their own alcohol-burning candle. These candles are best replaced with a very small butane camping stove. In Japan and some specialist coffee shops, the preferred heat source is a halogen lamp placed under the brewer. This is not the most efficient source of heat, but it does look fantastic. Some people use small bamboo paddles to stir the coffee, but these do nothing special, and a spoon works equally well. While I cannot deny there is a pleasure in acquiring and using a special set of tools for a ritual, I won't claim they make any difference to the coffee. The filter. Most traditional vacuum pots use a cloth filter, which is wrapped around a metal disc. It's important to keep this cloth clean. After every use, clean the cloth as thoroughly as possible under a hot tap. If it is not going to be used for a few days, clean it with a suitable detergent. There are alternatives to cloth, such as paper or metal, but these often need special adapters. The vacuum pot method. Ratio: 75 grams per litre. Some people prefer to use a little more coffee than this for siphon brewing, especially in Japan where this method is commonly used. Grind. Medium, like caster sugar. Because this is an immersion method, you can match your brew time to the grind size. I would caution against going too fine as it can stall the drawdown process at the end of brewing. A very coarse grind will mean a very long brew time at higher temperatures, which can make the brew rather bitter. 1. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 2. Boil a kettle of fresh water with low mineral content suitable for brewing coffee. 3. Fit the filter into the upper chamber, making sure it is completely flush. 4. Place the bottom chamber on your digital scales and pour in your calculated amount of hot water following your desired ratio. 5. Transfer the lower chamber to your heat source, a small butane burner, an alcohol burner, or a halogen lamp, using the handle to move it. 6. Place the upper chamber on top, but do not seal it yet. If you put the seal in too soon, the expanding gases will push the water up into the top chamber before it is the right temperature, making your coffee taste bad. 7. When the water starts to boil, seal the top chamber on top of the lower chamber. If you are using a controllable heat source, reduce the heat to low at this point. The boiling water will now start pushing up into the top chamber. Look directly down onto the filter to make sure it's centered. If it isn't, you will see lots of bubbles flowing from one side. Use your paddle or spoon to push the filter carefully into place so it is correctly positioned. 8. Initially, the bubbling in the top chamber will be quite aggressive with large bubbles. Once the bubbles have become smaller, you're ready to brew. Add the coffee to the water and stir until it is all completely wet, and then start a timer. 9. A crust will form on top. After 30 seconds, give it a gentle stir to knock the floating coffee back into the brew. 10. After another 30 seconds, turn off the heat source. Once the coffee begins to be drawn down into the lower chamber, stir it gently once clockwise and then once anti-clockwise to prevent it sticking to the walls of the brewer, but if you stir too much, you will get a large dome of coffee at the end of the brew, which suggests uneven extraction. 11. Allow the coffee to be drawn down completely. A slightly domed bed of grounds will be left in the top chamber. Pour the coffee into a coffee pot, as the retained heat from the carafe can give the coffee a cooked taste. 12. Let the coffee cool. This brewing method produces an incredibly hot cup of coffee. Espresso. Over the last 50 years, espresso has come to be considered by many to be the best way to drink coffee. This is not true, since no brew method can be inherently better than any others, but espresso is now the most popular coffee drink consumed out of the home, and many cafes charge more for an espresso than for a filter coffee. Undeniably, espresso has been the driver of coffee retail, whether it's part of the Italian-style coffee culture now widely popular, or the Americanized fast food version we see in chain coffee shops across the globe. Making espresso is both incredibly frustrating and also very rewarding. I must offer a word of caution here. Don't invest in an espresso machine at home unless you want a new hobby. The fantasy of whipping up a couple of delicious cappuccinos to drink on a lazy Sunday morning while reading the paper is a very long way away from the work involved in preparing the drinks and cleaning up afterwards. If you just want the drinks and not the work, then do what I do and pop out to a local cafe where someone else can deal with it all. However, I accept that for many of us, great coffee is not available locally, and this is a good reason to master the art of brewing espresso at home. The invention of espresso. As we've already seen, when you brew coffee, the grind size is very important. The finer you grind the beans, the easier it will be to extract the coffee, and the less water you require to do so. This means you can produce a stronger cup of coffee. The problem starts when you try to grind the beans so fine that gravity alone cannot push the water through the bed of coffee. This puts a limit on how strong a cup of coffee you can produce. This problem has been recognized for a very long time, and the first solution used the pressure of trapped steam to push water through the coffee. Initially, this very early espresso machine was simply used by cafes to make regular strength coffee much quicker, hence the name. However, the pressure you can generate from steam alone, without endangering lives, is relatively low, so various other methods, such as air pressure or mains water pressure, were tried. The big breakthrough came with Achille Gaggia's invention. This used a large lever, pulled by the operator to compress a spring. When the spring was released, the pressure forced the very hot water through the coffee. The sudden jump in pressure was dramatic and allowed the use of a much finer grind of coffee to produce a much smaller, stronger, but well-extracted cup. Crema. For most coffee drinkers, one of the key features of espresso is not just the strength of the cup, but also the layer of dense foam that tops the drink. Crema is simply Italian for cream, and it's the natural head of foam that forms on top of the coffee, much like a head that appears on a pint of beer. The reason this happens is that when water is under very high pressure, it's able to dissolve more carbon dioxide, the gas present in coffee that was produced during the roasting process. When the brewed liquid gets back to normal atmospheric pressure on its way to the cup, the liquid can no longer hold on to all the gas, so it comes out of solution as innumerable tiny bubbles. These bubbles become trapped in the coffee liquid and appear as a stable foam. For a long time, crema was considered important, but in fact can only tell you two things. Firstly, whether the coffee is relatively fresh. The longer ago it was roasted, the less carbon dioxide it will contain, so the less foam it will produce. And secondly, whether the cup of espresso is strong or weak. The darker in color the foam, the stronger the liquid will be. This is because crema is just a foam of the liquid, lighter in color because of the way bubbles refract light, so the color of the coffee determines the color of the crema. For this reason, a coffee that has been roasted darker will also produce a darker crema. The crema cannot tell you if the raw coffee is good or has been well roasted, or if the equipment used to make the espresso is clean, all key factors in a delicious cup of coffee. The basic technique. To brew espresso, the ground coffee is placed in a small metal basket held in a handle. The basket has tiny holes that allow the liquid to pass through, but prevent any of the pieces of ground coffee, with the exception of the tiniest particles, from making it into the cup. The coffee in the basket is compressed, or tamped, so it's flat. The handle containing the coffee is locked into the espresso machine and then the pump activated. The machine pumps near boiling water from the reservoir in the machine through the coffee. The liquid then drips into the waiting cup below. With some machines, the operator decides when to switch off the pump to finish brewing, either gauging the end of the brew by eye or by weighing the coffee as it comes out to make sure the desired amount of water has been used. Other machines dispense a specific amount of water and then stop automatically. Great espresso is about recipe, and good coffee roasters will supply you with plenty of information about how to brew their coffee to get great results. A good recipe is about accurate measurements and should include the following: the weight of the ground coffee to use in grams, the amount of liquid you should produce from that coffee, ideally expressed in grams or at least expressed in volume as milliliters, how long the brewing process should take, and how hot the water should be for brewing. Rather than give just a basic guide, I want to offer some information that will help you produce genuinely excellent espresso at home, techniques that I have taught to baristas around the world for years and I believe are key to brewing espresso as well as is currently possible. Pressure and resistance. The aim when brewing an espresso is to have a machine produce a desired amount of liquid in a certain time frame. For example, the recipe might state that we want to brew 18 grams of ground coffee and produce around 36 grams of liquid in 27 to 29 seconds. In order to achieve this, what we need to control is how quickly the water flows through the ground coffee. The speed at which water flows through the coffee determines how much flavor is extracted. If the water passes through too slowly, we take too much out of the coffee and it will be over-extracted with a bitter, ashy, and very harsh taste. If the water flows through too quickly, we don't extract enough from the coffee, and it will taste very sour, astringent, and weak. The way that we control the flow of water through coffee is by changing how easy it is for the water to pass through. This can be achieved by varying two factors: the amount of coffee that we use, the more you put in the basket, the longer it takes for the water to pass through, and the size of the coffee particles. The finer we grind the coffee, the better the pieces fit together, and the more difficult it is for the water to pass between them. If you took 2 jars and filled one with sand and one with the same weight of pebbles, water would flow through the pebbles much faster than through the sand. In the same way, the coarser we grind coffee, the faster a machine can push the water through it. The problem many people experience, and one that brings frustration to thousands of baristas around the world every day, is that when the flow rate is wrong and the coffee doesn't taste good, it's not immediately obvious if the grind was incorrect or the coffee dose was wrong. For this reason, in the home environment, I recommend measuring the coffee whenever possible. It will reduce mistakes, frustration, and waste. If you have used the correct weight of coffee, you will know that it is the grind size that needs to be changed. Espresso is probably the most intolerant method of preparation of any food or drink in the world. This is not an understatement. A few seconds outside of the target brew time, a gram of ground coffee too little in the basket, a few grams too little liquid in the cup, all of these will have a dramatic effect on the taste of the coffee and may be the difference between a delightful cup and pouring the results of your hard work down the sink. My recommendation is to keep as many things as possible constant and only alter one variable at a time. If you get a disappointing cup of coffee, try altering the grind size first, because if this is wrong, trying to fix something else won't deliver the results you want either. Tamping. Tamping is the term used for the compression of the ground coffee before brewing. We do this because ground coffee is fluffy, and if we put uncompressed coffee into the machine, the high-pressure water would find the air pockets between the coffee grounds and pass through quickly, skipping much of the coffee. When water does not pass evenly through the coffee, we call it channeling. When this happens, the resulting espresso will taste very sour and unpleasant because the water has not evenly extracted the ground coffee. Many people place a great deal of importance on tamping, but I do not believe it's as important as people think. The goal is simply to push the air out of the coffee bed and to make sure the coffee bed is level and even before brewing. How hard you compress the coffee doesn't make an enormous difference to how quickly the water passes through it. Once you push all the air out, there is little to no reward for pushing any harder. The espresso machine pushes the water onto the coffee at 9 bars, or 130 psi, or pounds of force per square inch, and this is much more aggressively than a human can push down. The goal is simply to produce an even coffee bed and do no more. If they notice a little coffee stuck to the walls of the basket, some people will use the tamper to tap the handle to loosen them so they can be tamped down into the coffee bed. Don't tap. If you tap the handle, you may knock the puck of coffee loose from the walls of the basket, allowing the shot to channel. Secondly, you may damage your tamper, and the nice ones are beautiful objects in their own right. My final piece of advice is to hold the tamper properly. It should be held like a flashlight with your thumb pointing straight down. When you apply pressure to the coffee, your elbow should be directly above it and your wrist should be straight. If you imagine a screwdriver in your hand and a screw sticking directly up from the workbench, you should put your arm in the same position as you push down in order to protect your wrist. Repeatedly performing this action incorrectly has given a huge number of professional baristas trouble with their wrists. Espresso method. In this process, we're going to make 2 cups of espresso. These could go into 2 separate cups or go into 1 cup as a double espresso. 1. Fill the reservoir of the espresso machine with water with a low mineral content, suitable for brewing coffee. Then switch on the machine to heat the water. 2. Grind the coffee just before you start brewing. Be sure to weigh the coffee first. 3. Make sure the basket is clean. Wipe it with a small dry cloth and make sure it is dry, and to remove any leftover grounds once you've tapped out the puck of coffee from the last brew. The cloth will help remove any oily residue from the last brew as well. 4. If you can, place the entire brew handle, also called the portafilter, on the scales to weigh out the coffee. If this is not possible, remove the basket from the handle and place it on the scales. 5. If your scales are accurate enough, weigh the ground coffee to within 0.1 of a gram of your recipe, whether it is your own recipe carefully honed over time or the recipe given to you by the roaster. This level of accuracy may seem like overkill, but digital scales are now relatively cheap, and I promise that using a set of scales will help you make more delicious coffee more often. 6. Remove the handle from the scales and tamp the coffee flat in the basket, keeping your wrist straight to make sure the coffee bed is even. Leaving the tamper on top of the coffee, observing the angle of the handle will show you whether or not it is sufficiently flat. 7. Weigh the cup or cups in which you are going to brew the coffee. 8. Turn on the machine to flush some water through the group head. This will help to stabilize the temperature of the brew water as well as rinse off any coffee grounds remaining from the previous brew. 9. Carefully lock the handle into the machine and arrange the cups in place to receive the coffee. 10. Get your timing device ready. If the machine doesn't have a time display showing you how long the shot has been brewing, use a simple stopwatch on your mobile phone or a kitchen timer. 11. As soon as possible, start brewing the coffee. When you start to brew, start the watch. Brew the coffee for the length of time recommended by the roaster. If you don't have a recommendation, try somewhere between 27 and 29 seconds. 12. When the desired brew time is up, stop the machine. When the handle has finished dripping, after a few seconds, return the cups to the weighing scales to check how much coffee you have made. Judging the results. Ideally, the weight should be within a few grams of the roaster's recommendations. If it's not, we can make a simple change to try next time. If there is too much liquid, the flow was too fast. We need to slow the water down by grinding the coffee finer. If there's not enough liquid, the flow is too slow. We should increase the flow rate by grinding the coffee more coarsely. For many people, this kind of precision seems a little extreme, and some prefer to use volume in the cup, gauged by eye, instead of weight. This same protocol will work, but it is not as accurate. Once a grinder is set for a particular batch of coffee, there will be limited need to adjust it unless your home is subject to dramatic swings in temperature during the day. Changing the grind. With espresso, you really need to be grinding the coffee yourself with a burr grinder that allows you to adjust the grind size easily. When you start brewing a new bag of coffee, you will need to set the grinder for it. The term we use for setting a grinder in the industry is dialing in. Just about every grinder has some ground coffee left inside it after grinding. This means that if you change the grind setting, the first coffee it will push out will actually be the old grind size. A common practice is to purge the grinder by grinding a few extra grams of beans at the new grind size to push out the old grounds, and then throw this coffee away. If you change the grind size but don't see a change in the brewing process, it's likely you did not purge enough coffee from the grinder. I would always recommend making small changes when adjusting the grinder. When you get a new grinder, it's a good idea to buy some cheap, though ideally fresh, coffee to play around with to make sure you understand how big an effect a small change in the grind setting has on the brewing process. Most grinders have numbers on the settings. The actual value of these numbers is meaningless, but if you want to grind finer, turn the dial to a smaller number, and vice versa. Many grinders have marked steps that you can select, sometimes whole numbers and sometimes divisions of numbers. Start by changing the setting by a single step when the grind is wrong. Brew ratio. There are many different styles of espresso, and people have different preferences for how long or strong they like their espresso to be. Commercially, we tend to talk about the brew ratio. How much liquid should you be brewing from a fixed weight of ground coffee? My own personal preference and recommended starting point is to brew 2 parts of liquid out of 1 part of ground coffee. For example, if I start with 18 grams of ground coffee, I would want my espresso to weigh 36 grams. 2 times 18. The Italians generally prefer a smaller coffee, so if I were making a double espresso, I might use 14 grams of ground coffee to produce 28 grams, 2 times 14, of liquid. The ratio of coffee to water is fixed to maintain my strength preference. If I want a stronger espresso, I can change my ratio. Instead of using 1 to 2, I might use 1 to 1.5, which would mean that my 18 grams of ground coffee produces only 27 grams, 1.5 times 18, of liquid. This shorter espresso will be very strong, and I would have to adjust the grind finer so the brewing process takes a similar amount of time. If I just let a smaller amount of water come through at the same flow rate as before, the brew will be over faster, and I will have failed to extract all of the good flavors that I want. Brew temperature. The coffee industry is only now recovering from an obsession with the stability of brew temperature in espresso brewing. Changing the brew temperature does have an effect on the extraction and on the taste of the coffee, but I don't believe it's as important as many make it out to be. The hotter the brew water, the more effective it will be at extracting flavor. So for lighter roasts, I would recommend a higher brew temperature than for darker roasts, which give up their flavors more easily. There are claims that a change in temperature of 0.1 degrees Celsius, 0.18 degrees Fahrenheit, will change the taste of the coffee. I believe that to be nonsense. I think 1 degree Celsius, 1.8 Fahrenheit, creates the smallest change that most of us could detect, and that a slightly incorrect brew temperature is so rarely the reason I am served a poor espresso. If you can control the temperature on your espresso machine, I would recommend a water temperature of between 90 degrees Celsius, 194 Fahrenheit, and 94 degrees Celsius, 201 Fahrenheit. If the espresso does not taste right, try adjusting other aspects of the recipe first. However, if there is a persistent negative taste, such as a constant sourness, try increasing the temperature. If there is a persistent bitterness, try decreasing the temperature after you've checked your equipment is properly clean. Brew pressure. The first espresso machines created pressure using a compressed spring to push the water through coffee. As the spring expanded, the pressure it produced would decline, so that it started with a very high pressure and ended up relatively low. When electric pumps became common, they needed to be set at a constant pressure. Some say the setting of 9 bars, 130 psi, was chosen because it was the approximate average of the varying pressure created by the springs on older machines. Luckily, this also appears to be the pressure at which we get the best flow rate. At pressures below 9 bars, the coffee bed provides so much resistance that the flow rate drops. At pressures above 9 bars, the coffee bed becomes so compacted that the flow rate drops again. As long as your machine produces roughly the right pressure, you should have no trouble. If the pressure is too low, your espresso may lack body and the desired creaminess. At very high pressures, there can be a strange woody bitterness to the espresso that is not enjoyable. There is now equipment available that allows baristas to adjust the pressure of their brew water, but there is not yet enough data to make a viable case for introducing this technology to home machines. Cleaning and maintenance. I would estimate that 95% of the commercial coffee machines in business throughout the world are not cleaned properly, and this is one of the reasons that people are served disappointing, bitter, and unpleasant coffee every day. There is no such thing as too clean, and although it requires a little bit of work each time you finish making coffee, a clean machine will make your coffee taste consistently sweet and clean. When you finish making coffee, remove the basket from the handle and clean underneath it with soapy water on a scourer. If you don't do this, an unpleasant patina of dried coffee will accumulate there, and it will smell and taste awful. Espresso machines dispense water through a mesh screen. If this is easily removable on your machine, take it out and clean it, and also clean the water dispersion block it sits against. While the dispersion screen is out, clean the rubber gasket. If coffee builds up here, the basket won't make a seal against the machine, and water will leak out during brewing, often dripping down the sides of the brew handle into the cup. Remove the brew basket from the handle and replace it with the cleaning basket. This is the basket with no holes in it that you will have been supplied with your machine. I recommend using a commercial espresso machine cleaner at the end of every session of coffee making. This will clean out any liquid coffee left inside the machine, which will turn increasingly rancid and unpleasant over time. Follow the manufacturer's instructions for how to use cleaning powder on your machine. Make sure the steam wand is clean if you've used it. Some people claim that a machine can taste too clean, that you need to brew an espresso or two to season it after cleaning to take away the metallic taste. I have never found this to be the case, and as long as your machine is properly warmed up, add at least 10 to 15 minutes on top of manufacturer's recommendations, it should make great coffee straight away. I recommend keeping the machine switched off when not in use. Use a timer to make sure it's ready to make coffee when you want it, but turn it off when you have finished. Espresso machines use quite a lot of power, and it is a waste to leave them on if they're not being used. To keep your machine in good working order, make sure the water you use is suitable. If you use hard water, limescale will build up quickly in the machine and cause it to malfunction. Many manufacturers offer advice for descaling, as some limescale will form even in soft water areas. It'll just take a lot longer. Err on the side of caution, because if you let your machine scale up completely, it may be difficult to descale it without help from a professional and a bill to go with it. Over time, the rubber gasket in the group head may need changing. When you lock in your brew handle, it should stick out at 90 degrees from the machine. If it starts to twist much further across, the rubber may be wearing and should be replaced. Coffees roasted for espresso. Espresso is quite different from other brewing methods, and because of the small amounts of water being used, it is often a challenge to fully extract the coffee. Additionally, because the concentration is so high, the coffee being so strong, balance is very important. A coffee that may taste delicious and balanced as a weaker brew can become dominated by overpowering acidity when it's consumed as a stronger cup. For that reason, many roasters change how they roast their coffee when they know it's going to be used for espresso. Though this practice is not universal, I would recommend a slightly slower and slightly darker roast for espresso than I would recommend for a coffee being brewed with a filter. However, roasters around the world disagree strongly about what the right level of roast is for espresso, and there is a wide spectrum on offer from relatively light through to much darker roasts. Personally, I prefer lighter roasts because they allow the particular characteristics of the raw coffee to be appreciated. Darker roasts often carry a more generic roasted coffee flavor and have a higher level of bitterness, which I don't enjoy. What I prefer is only really important to me, however, and everyone has their own preferences. The darker the roast of the coffee, the easier it is to extract. This is because the coffee bean becomes increasingly porous and brittle as it's roasted. This means that less water is required in the brewing process to properly extract the coffee. If body and mouthfeel are important to you, then you might prefer slightly darker roasts brewed at a 1 to 1.5 brew ratio. If sweetness and clarity of flavor are important, then I would recommend a lighter espresso roast brewed at a ratio of 1 to 2. Steaming milk. Well-steamed milk combined with well-brewed espresso is a wonderful sensory experience. Great milk foam is like liquid marshmallow, soft, moussey, and undeniably enjoyable to drink. The goal is to create bubbles so small that they are almost invisible, often called microfoam. Foam like this is elastic and pourable and adds a wonderful lift to the texture of drinks like cappuccino and cafe latte. It's important to use fresh milk for steaming. As it reaches its use-by date, milk tastes fine and is still safe to drink, but starts to lose its ability to create a stable foam. It will foam as normal when you steam it, but the bubbles will soon start to break down. If you lift the jug of foam milk to your ear, you'll hear it fizzing like a freshly poured soda as the air escapes. When we steam milk, we have two separate tasks to accomplish. We must whip in air to create the bubbles, and we must heat the milk. With most steam wands, it's best to tackle one task at a time, so the first thing to focus on is creating the bubbles. Then, when we've added enough air to the milk, and it is the desired volume, we can focus solely on heating it to the desired temperature. The right temperature. The ideal temperature for milk, when combined with coffee, is a subject of some contention between many coffee shops and their customers. Milk begins to irreversibly degrade in flavor and texture above 68 degrees Celsius or 154 Fahrenheit. This is because the heat alters and denatures the proteins, creating new flavors, though not always good ones. The smell of cooked milk reminds me of eggs at best and baby sick at worst. A very hot cappuccino will lack the texture, flavor, and sweetness of a drink made with milk that has only been heated to 60 degrees Celsius, 140 Fahrenheit. It is impossible to produce good microfoam when the milk has been heated to boiling point. Unfortunately, this is the nature of milk. We can either have a very hot or a very delicious drink. This is not to say that all drinks should be served lukewarm. Instead, they should be enjoyed as soon as they are made. Whole milk or skimmed. It's the protein in milk that supports the bubbles, so milk will foam well regardless of whether it is skimmed or whole. However, fat content does play a role. It adds a wonderful texture to the drink, but it also changes the way flavor is released. A cappuccino made with skimmed milk has an immediate, intense coffee flavor, which does not linger. If the cappuccino is made with whole milk, the flavors will be less intense, but will last longer. I always recommend using whole milk, but I also prefer relatively small milk drinks. I think a small, rich cappuccino is a delight. Steaming milk method. This technique is suitable for traditional steam wands. If your machine has a range of attachments or automatic frothing functions, follow the manufacturer's instructions. 1. Start by pointing the steam wand over the drip tray or into a cloth and briefly opening the valve. This will get rid of any condensation inside the wand. This is known as purging. 2. Pour fresh cold milk into a clean stainless steel steaming pitcher. It should not be more than 60% full. 3. Dip the steam wand into the milk so just the tip is submerged. 4. Open the valve to full flow and gently lower the pitcher until the wand is almost out of the milk. Listen carefully. You want to hear the slurping sound of the steam wand start to whip air into the milk. As the milk expands, lower the pitcher a little bit more to bring it back to the surface if you wish to add more air. 5. When you have your desired amount of foam, which should ideally happen before the milk feels warm to the touch, then submerge the steam tip again to start heating the foam. You want it to be just below the surface. Position it slightly to one side and you will see the milk start to spin and churn. The process should now be relatively quiet. 6. To test whether the milk is warm enough, place your free hand on the bottom of the jug. Continue to heat the milk until the jug becomes uncomfortable to touch. At this point, the milk will be around 55 Celsius, 131 Fahrenheit. Remove your hand from the bottom of the jug and continue to steam for 3 to 5 seconds, depending on how hot you like your milk. 7. Close the steam valve fully and put the milk pitcher down. Wipe the steam wand with a clean, damp cloth and purge the wand into the cloth to remove any leftover milk from inside the wand. 8. Don't worry if your foam contains a few large, ugly bubbles. If you let it sit for a few seconds, the milk will drain off the surface of the larger bubbles, making them very brittle. A couple of gentle taps of the steaming pitcher on the counter will usually pop them. 9. If you want to pour a combination of milk and foam into your drink, which I strongly recommend, you must make sure they are fully combined. After tapping, swirl the milk and foam together, much like you might swirl wine in a glass before smelling it. You can be quite aggressive, as you want to make sure that the liquid milk is fully combined with the wonderful microfoam. Swirl until the milk foam has a glossy finish, then pour it into your drink. Espresso equipment. There are espresso machines to suit almost any budget, from cheap units with which you can make a start to smarter machines that can cost as much as a small car. All of them are designed to do the same thing. Heat water, then push it forwards at high pressure. The more money you pay, the more machines improve in build quality, control, and consistency. Most of this consistency concerns how the machine heats water and how it creates pressure, and different types of espresso machine achieve this in different ways. Thermoblock machines. The cheapest domestic espresso machines use this technology to produce espresso. There is a single unit inside the machine with an element to heat the water. Most of these machines have two settings, one to heat the water up to a suitable temperature for brewing coffee, and the other to boil the water to generate steam. This means that the machine can only perform one function at a time, and I would recommend brewing coffee first and then heating up the machine to steam milk. Broadly speaking, thermoblock machines do not produce a very consistent water temperature, and the lack of ability to perform both brewing and steaming at once limits how many drinks the machine can practically make, which can be frustrating for the user. However, when paired with a good grinder, they can certainly produce good espresso. Thermoblock machines usually use a vibration pump to generate pressure. These have two disadvantages. They are quite noisy, and they are rarely accurately set. The desired pressure for espresso is around 9 bars, 130 psi. These pumps are usually set much higher, and manufacturers will often proudly boast that their machine can produce 15 bars, 220 psi of pressure, as if more is somehow better. The machines have an overpressure valve that opens above 9 bars to alleviate excess pressure. These valves are not usually very well calibrated and may need adjustment over time. However, I do not recommend opening up your machine, as you will probably invalidate your warranty. Thermoblock machines are undoubtedly the most popular and widespread of espresso machines, but many people who enjoy making espresso soon begin to feel constrained and start to think about an upgrade. Heat exchange machines. Although it is still common in commercial espresso machines, this technology is available in home machines too. The machine has a single element, but it heats a small boiler of water to around 120 degrees Celsius, 248 Fahrenheit. This generates plenty of steam, which is always available for foaming milk. However, the water in this boiler is too hot to brew coffee, so the machine pumps fresh cold water through what is called a heat exchange. This is usually some sort of tube that passes through the steam boiler. While the coffee brewing water is kept separate from the boiler water, heat from the boiler is quickly passed to the brewing water to bring it up to the desired temperature. These kind of machines are often referred to as prosumer, as they straddle the divide between consumer prices and professional performance. The disadvantage of heat exchange machines, certainly domestic ones, is that changes in boiler temperature will affect the temperature of the brew water. If you want more steam, you would have to increase the boiler temperature, which will also increase the brew temperature. If you want to noticeably reduce the brew temperature, your steaming performance may suffer. Many of these machines use mechanical thermostats to control the boiler temperature, and these can result in some variation. Better machines will have more reliable control over the steam boiler temperature. Heat exchange machines can be fitted with either a vibration pump or a rotary pump. Rotary pumps are used on commercial espresso equipment and are quieter and easier to adjust, but there is not a lot of difference in performance between the different types of pump if they are set to the same pressure. Dual boiler machines. The idea here is to separate the coffee brew water entirely from the water used to generate steam. And as the name suggests, the machine does this by having one boiler, an element for the brewing water, and then a separate small steam boiler that heats its water up to a higher temperature for producing steam and boiling water for tea or Americanos, for example. The temperature in the coffee boiler is usually very finely tuned with digital controls, allowing easy adjustment of temperature and greater levels of stability. These machines can undeniably produce coffee as good as any commercial machine, but they often come with price tags to match. Espresso grinders. A grinder suitable for use with an espresso machine will need to do two key things. It must be able to grind the coffee finely enough to make good espresso, and it must be easily adjustable to make very small changes in the grind size. More expensive grinders tend to have better control over the grind setting and a more powerful motor inside, which will be quieter. At the top end are the burr grinders with cutting discs inside, which will produce fewer, very tiny pieces of coffee that can add bitterness to the cup. Many people who are passionate about espresso end up with a small, basic commercial grinder rather than a top-end domestic model. However, there are good domestic machines out there. Ideally, try and find a grinder described as grind to order, which means that it does not have a chamber to store large quantities of ground coffee, but is instead designed to dispense the grounds straight into the basket in the brew handle. A word of advice. A great espresso machine can be a beautiful object, a satisfying tool and a technical marvel, but it will be a waste of money if you're pairing it with anything other than an excellent coffee grinder. I would always recommend upgrading your coffee grinder first rather than your espresso machine. A good grinder and a thermoblock machine will make better coffee than a cheap grinder and a top-of-the-line dual boiler espresso machine. Spending money on a grinder gives a greater return on investment when it comes to how good your coffee will taste at home. Espresso-based drinks. Whether they are long, short, milky or dark, there is a wide variety of coffee drinks that start with an espresso as their base. Espresso. There are many definitions for what makes an espresso, some extremely precise and some more general. I would define espresso as a small, strong drink made using finely ground coffee under high water pressure. I would also add that an espresso should have crema. More precisely, I would say that the ratio of the weight of ground coffee to the weight of the finished beverage is around 1:2. I would rather have an open definition and treat espresso as a broad church than be overly prescriptive about what is right or wrong. Ristretto. This translates from the Italian as restricted, and the idea is to produce an even smaller and stronger cup of coffee than an espresso. This is done by using less brewing water for the same amount of ground coffee. The grind of the coffee should be finer, so the brew time remains long enough to extract all the desirable aromatics from the coffee. Lungo. The lungo, or long coffee, was until recently considered deeply unfashionable in the specialty coffee world. It was usually brewed using an espresso machine, but with 2 or 3 times the amount of water to the same weight of coffee to make a much longer drink. The resulting cup was much weaker, and while a longer-lasting experience for the consumer, it was considered inferior due to the lack of body and mouthfeel. In fairness, most coffee brewed this way is terrible and tastes very bitter and ashy. However, recently there has been a movement within the specialty coffee industry to brew lighter roasted coffees this way, resulting in a complex and balanced brew that I think can be delicious. If you're ever struggling to balance the acidity in an espresso blend, try making it into a longer drink by adding more water to the same amount of coffee. The grind will need to be a little coarser to allow a faster flow and prevent over-extraction. Macchiato. This drink takes its name from the idea of marking or staining an espresso with some milk foam. In Italy, it's not unusual to see a busy barista line up several cups of espresso on the bar for customers. If one of the customers likes just a drop of milk in their drink, it's important to add a small dollop of milk foam as well to mark which cup it is. If you just pour a little milk into freshly made espresso, it will disappear under the crema and you won't be able to spot it. In the last decade or so, many quality-focused coffee shops have done something quite different with the drink. They've turned the macchiato into an espresso topped up with foamed milk. This is often done at the request of a customer who wants a longer, weaker and sweeter drink. Sometimes, however, it's done because the barista likes to show off and pour latte art in very small cups. To further confuse matters, Starbucks have a drink called a caramel macchiato. This is an entirely different drink, much closer to a cafe latte that has been marked or stained by caramel syrup. This has created some customer confusion, especially in North America, so it's now common to see coffee shops refer to what they offer as a traditional macchiato. Cappuccino. There remains a great many myths about the cappuccino. One to get out of the way quickly is that the name has nothing to do with the hoods of monks' robes nor the bald spot on their head. The original name for the drink was a cappuccina, and it was a Viennese drink in the 19th century. It was a small brewed coffee mixed with milk or cream until it attained the same shade of brown as the Capuchin monks' robes. Essentially, the name implies the strength of the drink. Another recent myth surrounding the cappuccino is the rule of thirds. The rule of thirds is passed around to this day and describes a traditional cappuccino as being 1/3 espresso, 1/3 milk, and 1/3 foam. I was taught this very early on in my coffee career, but this recipe has no root in tradition. I've read quite a few books about coffee, and the first reference to the cappuccino rule of thirds I can find was written in the 1950s. It describes cappuccino as an espresso mixed with an equal amount of milk and foam. This sentence appears almost verbatim a number of times in the book. The phrase is a little ambiguous, as it could be saying that only the milk and foam are in equal quantities, or that all three ingredients are. So instead of the recipe being 1 part espresso, 1 part milk, and 1 part foam, the author could easily have meant it was 1 part espresso, 2 parts milk, and 2 parts foam. The 150 to 175 ml cappuccino made with a single shot of espresso in the ratio of 1 to 2 to 2 does have a long tradition, and is still served widely in much of Italy and the parts of Europe that haven't yet succumbed to the more generous portions of coffee as fast food retail. This drink is also, when made well, absolutely delicious. I think a great cappuccino is the pinnacle of milk-based espresso drinks. A rich layer of dense, creamy foam combined with sweet, warming milk and the flavors of a well-brewed espresso are an absolute delight. The closer to lukewarm you can enjoy a cappuccino, the sweeter it will be, and I confess that the best ones I've drunk disappear in a few greedy mouthfuls. Impossible if the drink is too warm. 1 cappuccino a day. There is a tradition in Italy of having just 1 cappuccino in the morning, then drinking only espresso for the rest of the day. I believe this is a fascinating example of culture reflecting diet. Like most Southern Europeans, many Italians are lactose intolerant. However, a lactose-tolerant person can consume a small amount of milk without a problem, hence the daily cappuccino. A second or third cappuccino, however, even a small Italian one, could result in some gastric distress, so Italian culture prevents the excessive consumption of milk by making it a small cultural taboo to keep drinking cappuccino throughout the day. Cafe latte. This drink did not originate in Italy. When espresso first spread around the world, it was a bitter, intense, and extraordinary coffee experience for most. For some people, the bitterness was a problem, so they added hot milk to make the drink sweeter and less bitter. The cafe latte was created to satisfy the customers who wanted the coffee experience with less intensity. Typically, there is more liquid milk in the cafe latte than in a cappuccino, making the coffee flavor less intense. It is also traditional to have less foam in the milk. I'm always careful to describe the drink as cafe latte rather than latte because many people travel to Italy, and if they order a latte there, they will suffer the humiliation of simply being given a glass of milk. Flat white. Different coffee cultures around the world have contributed different drinks, and while the argument continues over whether the flat white was invented in Australia or New Zealand, it is undeniably from Australasia and has been spread by those who have travelled to Europe and North America to open businesses there. In the UK, the name first became synonymous with the offerings of quality-focused cafes, to the point that it was adopted by the major chains and put on their menus. The drink probably had lowlier origins, however. By the 1990s, it was common, almost everywhere outside of Italy, for a cappuccino to come with an enormous head of dry, meringue-like foam. Sometimes this would rise up from the top of the cup like a mountain, carefully dusted with chocolate powder. Many consumers were frustrated to be sold a cup of coffee that seemed to be mostly air and began asking for a flat, white coffee. No foam, just coffee and milk. These became sufficiently part of the culture there that when people started focusing on quality more and more, and on better milk texture and latte art, the flat white was remade as something delicious. The best description I can offer is that a flat white is a small, strong cafe latte. It should have a strong coffee flavor and is usually made with a double ristretto or double espresso, topped up with hot milk to make it a 150 to 175 ml drink. The milk has a little foam added to it, but not very much. This makes it relatively easy to pour intricate patterns, known as latte art, into the drink. Americano. The story goes that American soldiers stationed in Italy after World War II found the espresso too strong. They often asked for their espresso to be served with some hot water, or diluted down to the point that it resembled the coffee they were used to at home. This style of drink picked up the name Cafe Americano. Although it resembles a cup of filter coffee, I think the Americano is somewhat inferior. However, it remains popular with cafe owners because it allows them to serve filter-strength brews without having to buy additional equipment. My recommendations for making an Americano are simple. Pour some fresh, clean hot water into a cup and then brew a double espresso on top. If your espresso machine has a steam boiler, it should be able to deliver the hot water, although if you have not taken water from the machine for a while, it may taste unpleasant. Some people claim that you should never add very hot water to an espresso, and you should always brew the espresso on top of the hot water. I don't think it makes a great deal of difference. I just find the resulting coffee is cleaner and looks better. The one disadvantage of diluting espresso is that you increase the perceived bitterness slightly. For that reason, as soon as you finish brewing the Americano, I would recommend scooping the crema off the top of the drink and discarding it. Crema is delightful to look at, but there are many tiny pieces of ground coffee trapped in the foam, so the crema contributes additional bitterness to the drink. Removing the crema before stirring and drinking definitely improves the flavor of an Americano. I would also recommend tasting an espresso after you remove the crema. The difference in flavor is dramatic. While I actually prefer the taste of an espresso without crema, I don't want the extra work, and I'm happy enough to enjoy it as it is. With an Americano, however, I really do think the extra work is worthwhile. Cortado. This is one of the few coffee-based drinks that does not have Italian origins. In fact, it comes from Spain, most likely Madrid, where it is commonly served. Traditionally, the Spanish brew their espresso for slightly longer, often a little weaker than the Italians. To make a cortado, about 30 ml of espresso is combined with an equal quantity of steamed milk. This is traditionally served in a glass. This drink seems to have spread and has been reinterpreted in a few different ways, but this is the basic idea behind it. Home roasting. In the past, it was not uncommon for a household to buy raw coffee unroasted at home. Since the mid-20th century, however, the trend has undeniably favoured convenience. Roasting coffee at home is fun and relatively inexpensive, although it is a considerable challenge to achieve the same quality of roasted coffee as the very best commercial roasters. Home roasting allows you to roast smaller batches of raw coffees than you might be able to buy roasted, so you can explore a greater number of green coffees and learn as you go. Like any hobby, there will probably be terrible failures and surprise successes along the way. It is important to consider roasting coffee as a new hobby, not as a way to save money on buying roasted coffee beans. The time invested, as well as the equipment, means that you should be enjoying the time spent roasting and learning rather than seeing it as a chore. An increasing number of companies are selling green coffee online. While raw coffee does have a longer shelf life than roasted coffee, I would caution against buying in bulk. Raw coffee does fade over time, and you'd certainly want to use the beans you buy within 3 to 6 months. When it comes to selecting raw coffees, I'd recommend making sure what you're buying is genuinely traceable. I'd also recommend occasionally buying green coffee from a company that sells the same coffee roasted. This will allow you to benchmark your own roasting by comparing your roasted beans with the commercially roasted beans to see how you're progressing. home roasting machines. It is possible to roast coffee in almost anything that generates enough heat. You can put raw coffee on a baking sheet and bake it in an oven until browned, but the results will be pretty terrible. The coffee will be unevenly roasted, and the part of the coffee in contact with the tray may be scorched. Roasting this way highlights the need for movement and agitation of coffee beans during the roasting process to get an even result. Roasting coffee in a wok is possible, but the amount of stirring required quickly makes the process tiresome and frustrating. Many people start out with something a bit more sophisticated, like using a heat gun and agitating the coffee beans regularly as they roast, or using a modified electric popcorn machine. Second-hand popcorn machines can be acquired cheaply and do a reasonable job of roasting coffee. They will usually roast a small batch of coffee quite quickly, in around 4 or 5 minutes, but they don't do a great job of producing even results at lighter roasts. People who prefer darker, more developed roasts seem to have more success with them. Bear in mind that this is not the use the machines were designed for, and some models may not have enough power to roast coffee properly. If you really want to roast coffee at home successfully, you will need a machine specifically designed for the purpose. Start small and decide if you enjoy the ritual, the regularity of it, and the overall process. Starting this way is easy and fun, and there is no regret if you decide you would rather leave this part of the process to the professionals. There are 2 main types of machines available to the home roaster: hot air roasters and drum roasters. Hot air roasters. Hot air roasters mimic, on a much smaller scale, commercial fluid bed roasters. They work rather like powerful popcorn poppers. The hot air agitates and moves the beans around in the roasting chamber to produce an even roast, as well as providing the necessary heat to turn them brown. You have some level of control over the amount of heat and the fan speed, so you can speed up or slow down the process as necessary. Cheaper than drum roasters, these machines are a great starting point for someone looking to dip a toe into the home roasting process. Some machines do a better job of dealing with smoke and the smells produced during roasting, but I would still recommend roasting in a well-ventilated area. However, if you roast outside and it's very cold, roasting times may be slower than you'd want. Drum roasters. Home drum roasters are similar in design to commercial drum roasters, but they are not built with the same quality and weight of materials. The coffee is tumbled around in a heated drum, which is designed to keep the beans moving to allow even browning. Some drum machines offer more programming functions, allowing you to create your own roast profiles. The intensity of the heat can be varied throughout the roast, and the machine can automate the process to allow easy replication of your favorite roasts. The perfect roast. Ideally, a roast in a hot air roaster should last for 8 to 12 minutes. Drum roasts tend to be a little slower, more like 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the size of the batch of coffee. If the resulting coffee tastes very bitter, you may have roasted too dark. If it lacks flavors and sweetness, you may have roasted too slowly. If it tastes very sour, astringent, and grassy, you may have roasted the coffee too quickly. A combination of lots of tasting and a little trial and error is a healthy part of the process and will allow you to understand your own preferences more and more. Part 3. Coffee Origins. Africa. While Ethiopia is commonly recognized as the birthplace of coffee, significant coffee crops are also grown in Central and Eastern Africa. There are established export markets for beans from Kenya, Burundi, Malawi, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Zambia. Each country has its own particular techniques and varieties, creating a diverse selection for buyers. Burundi. Coffee came to Burundi in the 1920s under Belgian colonial rule, and from 1933 every peasant farmer had to cultivate at least 50 coffee trees. When Burundi gained independence in 1962, coffee production went private. This changed in 1972 along with the political climate, but since 1991 coffee has slowly been returning to the private sector. Coffee growing had been steadily increasing, but the civil war in 1993 caused a precipitous drop in production. Since then, efforts have been made to increase both production and the value of coffee in Burundi. Investment in the industry is seen as crucial as Burundi's economy has been shattered by conflict. In 2011, Burundi had one of the lowest per capita incomes in the world, with 90% of the population relying on subsistence agriculture. Coffee and tea exports combined make up approximately 90% of total foreign exchange earnings. Coffee production is recovering, but has not yet reached the levels of the early 1980s. However, there is hope for coffee in Burundi. With 650,000 families dependent on the crop, movements towards higher prices through improvement of quality can only be a good thing. However, the constant fear of political instability returning looms large. Burundi's geography is well suited to coffee. Much of it is mountainous, providing the necessary altitudes and climates. There are no coffee estates in Burundi. Instead, coffee is produced by large numbers of smallholder farmers. Recently, these producers have become more organized, usually centering around one of the 160 washing stations in the country. Around 2/3 of these washing stations are under state ownership, and others are privately owned. Anything from several hundred to 2,000 producers feed their coffee into each washing station. Within each region, these stations are grouped together into sogestals, Sociétés de Gestion des Stations de Lavage, which are effectively management organizations for groups of washing stations. Development of quality in recent years has been directed through these organizations, mainly through the provision of better infrastructure in their regions. The best coffees from Burundi are fully washed and usually made up of the Bourbon variety, though other varieties are grown. In many ways, there are similarities between Burundi and its neighbor Rwanda. The countries have similar altitudes and coffee varieties, and both face the challenges of being landlocked, which can hinder the rapid export necessary for the raw coffee to arrive in the consuming countries in good condition. As in Rwanda, coffees in Burundi are susceptible to the potato defect. Traceability. Until recently, the coffees from all the washing stations within each sogestal were blended together. This meant that coffees exported from Burundi were only traceable back to their sogestal, which effectively is their region of origin. In 2008, Burundi began to embrace the specialty coffee sector, allowing more direct and traceable purchasing. In 2011, there was a coffee quality competition in Burundi called the Prestige Cup, a precursor to the more established Cup of Excellence. The lots from individual washing stations were kept separate and ranked on quality, then they were sold at auction with their traceability intact. This means that we are likely to see more unique and interesting coffees coming out of Burundi in the future, and there is great potential for quality. Taste profile. Great coffees from Burundi can have complex berry fruit flavors and a great juicy quality. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Coffee was introduced to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, in 1881 from Liberia, but it wasn't until Belgian colonists discovered a new variety growing there in 1898 that agricultural production began. Despite its tumultuous history, the DRC is now considered an up-and-coming producer of specialty coffees. Many have high hopes for its potential in the future, but significant challenges have yet to be faced. The plant discovered in Belgian Congo in 1898 was a variety of Coffea canephora, which the colonists named Robusta to promote its hardy nature. Coffee production started to gain momentum on plantations under the brutal rule of Belgian colonists. The vast majority of coffee was produced on these estates, rather than by smallholders, until independence in 1960. Until this point, agriculture, including coffee production, was well funded and supported, with 26 research stations in the country and 300 professionals working inside the Institut National pour l'Étude Agronomique du Congo Belge, the National Institute for Agricultural Studies in the Belgian Congo. After independence in 1960, government funding was reduced, and in the 1970s the plantations began to decline, in part due to the marginalization of non-nationals and in part due to a lack of infrastructure. By 1987, only 14% of the coffee produced in DRC came from estates, and by 1996, only 2%. However, coffee production had boomed in the 1970s and 80s as a result of the free market, and the government had tried to sustain the industry in the late 1980s by reducing tariffs on exports. The 1990s was a brutal decade for the country and the coffee sector. The First and Second Congo Wars, spanning the period from 1996 to 2003, triggered a decline in production, which was further exacerbated by the spread of coffee wilt disease. The high production levels of the late 1980s and early 1990s dropped to less than half. Coffee wilt primarily affected only Robusta production, but this made up the vast majority of coffee produced in the DRC. Infrastructure in the country still poses a huge challenge. There are hopes that coffee can be part of an economic revival for the DRC as it struggles to move past the recent violence. Both the government and the outside NGOs, non-governmental organizations, have invested heavily in the sector, and there is increasing interest in the country's potential for excellent coffee. The soil, altitude, and climate of parts of the DRC lend themselves to the production of truly exceptional coffees, and they are worth seeking out and supporting. Traceability. Almost all coffee in the DRC is produced by groups of smallholders or cooperatives. It is extremely unlikely you will find a single estate, and less likely still that they will produce excellent coffee. Taste profile. The very best coffees from the DRC have a delightful fruitiness, are sweet, and can be pleasingly full-bodied. Ethiopia. Of all the coffee-producing countries, Ethiopia is perhaps the most compelling. Its fascination stems not only from the unusual, astonishing coffee it produces, but from the mystery that shrouds so much of it. The explosively floral and fruity coffees from Ethiopia have opened many a coffee professional's eyes to the diversity of flavor that coffee can have. Ethiopia is referred to as the birthplace of coffee, although this should come with some caveats. It is likely Café Arabica first appeared in southern Sudan, but it only flourished once it spread into Ethiopia. It was here it was first consumed by humans, initially as a fruit rather than a beverage. Yemen was the first country to grow coffee as a crop, but it had been harvested from the wild in Ethiopia long before. Coffee was probably first exported from Ethiopia in the 1600s. Interest from European traders was often rebuffed, and it then waned as coffee plantations began to appear in Yemen, Java, and ultimately the Americas. Coffee production in Ethiopia at the time was essentially the harvest of wild coffee trees that grew in the districts of Kaffa and Buno, rather than from plantations. Interest returned to Ethiopian coffee in the early 1800s, where there is a record of the export of 100 quintals of coffee from Aneria, an area of modern-day Ethiopia. In the 19th century, there were two common grades of Ethiopian coffee: Harari, cultivated around the town of Harar, and Abyssinia, grown in the wild in the rest of the country. For this reason, Harar has a long-standing reputation for being desirable and of high quality, which it does not always earn. The 1950s were a time of increased structure in the Ethiopian coffee industry, and a new grading system was introduced. In 1957, the National Coffee Board of Ethiopia was formed. The overthrow of Emperor Haile Selassie brought change in the 1970s, however. This wasn't a peasant uprising, more a coup from the elite class tired of famine and conflict. The vacuum of power was filled by the military, which was strongly influenced by socialist ideals. Until that point, the country had been close, in some ways, to a feudal system of government. Among the new ideals was the redistribution of land, and the government quickly began to nationalize it. Some argue that this move was hugely beneficial to the population, increasing the earnings of the rural poor by up to 50%. Strict Marxist rules prevented land ownership or hired labor, and this had a huge impact on the coffee industry. Large-scale farming was abandoned, and Ethiopia went back to harvesting its coffee from the wild. The 1980s was a decade of famine, affecting 8 million people and killing 1 million of them. The move towards democracy. In 1991, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front overthrew the military junta. This began a process of liberalization and moved the country towards democracy. International markets opened up for Ethiopia, but with them came the effects of fluctuating market prices. Coffee farmers in Ethiopia in particular have had to cope with large, uncontrollable price swings. This has given rise to the formation of cooperatives, offering support to their members such as funding, market information, and transport. Ethiopia's production systems. Ethiopia's coffee can be divided into three main categories depending on their method of production. Forest coffees. These come from the wild coffee trees grown mostly in the southwest of the country. These trees usually have a mix of natural shade plants around them, and themselves are a broad mix of different varieties. The productivity and yield of these trees is low compared to more purposefully cultivated plants. Garden coffees. These are coffees from trees typically planted around a homestead or dwelling. There is less natural shade and more management of the shade trees, such as regular pruning to prevent too much shading. Many producers use some fertilizer on their plants, and this type of coffee makes up the bulk of Ethiopia's production. Plantation coffees. These coffees come from trees grown intensively on large farms. Standard agricultural practices are used here, including pruning, mulching, use of fertilizers, and the selection of disease-resistant varieties. The Ethiopian Commodity Exchange. The largest change to the trade of Ethiopian coffee in recent years, and one of great concern to specialty coffee buyers, was the introduction of the Ethiopian Coffee Exchange, the ECX, in 2008. The ECX was created for various different commodities in Ethiopia with the aim of creating an efficient trading system that protected both buyers and sellers alike. However, the system frustrated those who wished to buy a distinct, traceable product rather than a commoditized one. Coffees were delivered to the ECX warehouse where they were allocated a numerical denomination of a regional origin for washed coffees, from 1 to 10. All natural process coffees were marked 11. The coffees were then graded for quality and assigned a number from 1 to 9 or labeled UG for ungraded. This process stripped the coffee of its exact traceability before auction, but on the positive side, farmers did receive payment for their coffee sooner than they had before. The system also restricted which coffees could be offered on the international market and raised the financial transparency in contracts. Today, there are increasing opportunities to work outside the constraints of the ECX model, and more high-quality and traceable coffees are reaching consumers abroad. Traceability. It is possible to find Ethiopian coffees from a single estate, though they are relatively rare. Traceability is more likely to lead back to a specific cooperative. However, a coffee roaster may simply have bought a coffee that had come through the ECX, and it could still be astonishing despite its lack of transparency. These coffees have so much to offer, so I would recommend finding a roaster whose coffees you already enjoy and asking them for guidance on what is excellent. Taste profile. The flavors of Ethiopian coffees are notably diverse, from citrus, often bergamot, and florals through to candied fruit and even tropical fruit flavors. The best wash coffees can be incredibly elegant, complex, and delicious, and the best naturally processed ones can be wildly fruity and enchantingly unusual. Kenya. Despite the fact that neighboring Ethiopia is considered the home of coffee, Kenya did not start production until relatively late. The earliest documented import of coffee dates to 1893, when French missionaries brought coffee trees from Réunion. Most agree that the variety of coffee they brought was Bourbon. It yielded its first crop in 1896. Initially, coffee was produced on larger estates under British colonial rule, and the resulting crop was sold in London. In 1933, the Coffee Act was passed, establishing a Kenyan coffee board and moving the sale of coffee back to Kenya. In 1934, the auction system was established and is still in use today. A year later, protocols were created for the grading of coffee to help improve quality. Not long after the Mau Mau uprising in the early 1950s, an agricultural act was passed to create family holdings that combined subsistence farming with the production of cash crops for additional income. This act was known as the Swinnerton Plan, named after an official in the Department of Agriculture. This marked the start of the transfer of coffee production from the British to the Kenyans. The effect on the production of small holdings was significant, with total income rising from 5.2 million in 1955 to 14 million in 1964. Notably, coffee production accounted for 55% of this increase. Kenya gained independence in 1963 and now consistently produces extremely high-quality coffees from a variety of sources. The research and development in Kenya is considered excellent, and many farmers are highly educated in coffee production. The Kenyan auction system should help to reward quality-focused producers with better prices. But while buyers are paying high prices for the excellent coffees, corruption within the system may prevent those premiums filtering back to the farmers. Grading. Kenya uses a grading system for all its exported coffee, regardless of whether the lot is traceable or not. As in many other countries, the grading system uses a combination of bean size and quality. The definitions clearly define size and, to some extent, they also assume quality is linked to the size of the bean. While this is often true, the AA lots often being the superior coffees, I have recently seen harvests where the AB lots appeared to be more complex and of a higher quality than many of the AA lots. E. These are the elephant beans, the very largest size, so lots tend to be relatively small. AA. This is a more common grade for the larger screen sizes, above screen size 18 or 7.22 millimeters. Typically, these fetch the highest prices. AB. This grade is a combination of A, screen size 16 or 6.8 millimeters, and B, screen size 15 or 6.2 millimeters. This grade accounts for around 30% of Kenya's annual production. PB. This is the grade for peaberries, where a single bean has grown inside the coffee cherry instead of the more usual two. C. This is the grading size below the AB category. It is unusual to see this grade in a high-quality coffee. TT. A smaller grade again, normally comprising the smaller beans removed from AA, AB, and E grades. In density sorting, the lightest beans are usually TT grade. T. The smallest grade, often made up of chips and broken pieces. MH/ML. These initials stand for Mbuni Heavy and Mbuni Light. Mbuni is the name used for naturally processed coffees. These are considered low quality, often containing unripe or overripe beans, and they sell for a very low price. They account for around 7% of the annual production. Traceability. Kenya's coffee is grown on both large estates and by smallholders who feed their coffee into a local washing station. This means it is possible to get extremely traceable coffee from the single estates, but in recent years, the higher quality coffees have increasingly come from the smallholders. Typically, what one might find is a particular lot from a washing station that will still carry a size grading, such as AA, though that lot may have come from a group of several hundred farmers. These washing stations, or factories as they're known, play a role in the quality of the final product, so these coffees are definitely worth seeking out. Kenyan varieties. Two particular Kenyan varieties attract great interest from the specialty coffee industry. These are named SL28 and SL34, and are among the 40 experimental varieties produced as part of the research led by Guy Gibson at Scott Laboratories. These make up the majority of high-quality coffee from Kenya, but they are susceptible to leaf rust. A lot of work has been done to produce rust-resistant varieties in Kenya. Ruiru 11 was the first to be considered a success by the Kenyan Coffee Board, although it was not warmly received by specialty coffee buyers. More recently, they've released a variety called Batian. There remains some skepticism towards its cup quality after the disappointment of Ruiru, although quality seems to be improving and there is more positivity around the potential of Batian to have a great cup quality in the future. Taste profile. Kenyan coffees are renowned for their bright, complex berry fruit qualities, as well as their sweetness and intense acidity. Malawi. It seems coffee was introduced to Malawi in the late 1800s. One claim states that a single tree taken from the Edinburgh Botanical Gardens was brought to the country in 1878 by John Bucknan, a Scottish missionary. It first took root in southern Malawi, in the Blantyre region, and by 1900, annual coffee production was at 1,000 metric tons. Despite its auspicious start, coffee production collapsed not long after due to a combination of poorly maintained soils, pests and diseases, and the competition from the increasingly dominant production of Brazil. For the most part of the 20th century, there was little African ownership of the large coffee farms as the country was under British colonial rule. However, the cooperative movement started in 1946, and coffee production grew dramatically in the 1950s. While they looked like they might prove to be successful, all the cooperatives were dissolved in 1971 due to political interference. Coffee production in Malawi peaked in the 1990s at 7,000 metric tons and has since shrunk back to around 1,500 metric tons a year. Despite the fact that it is landlocked, Malawi has built a strong agricultural export economy. In the case of coffee, some attribute its success to the lack of government interference in export, allowing direct relationships between sellers and buyers. However, for a long time, quality was not of particular focus. Grading was a very simple system of Grade 1 and Grade 2, although in recent years there have been movements towards the AA-style grading system used throughout Africa. The coffee varieties grown in Malawi certainly cover the extremes of the spectrum. There has been quite a lot of geisha variety planted, the same variety that has generated so much interest in Central America. However, there is also quite a lot of catamor throughout the country, a disease-resistant variety that is generally of much lower quality. Traceability. Coffee in the south of Malawi is generally produced on large-scale commercial estates and in the central and northern regions by smallholder farmers. Therefore, it is possible to trace coffees back to a single farm or to a large group of producers. Generally, there should be excellent coffees available from both. Taste profile. The coffees can be quite sweet and clean, though rarely as explosively fruity and complex as other coffees from East Africa. Rwanda. German missionaries first brought coffee to Rwanda in 1904, but the country did not produce enough to begin exports until 1917. After World War I, the League of Nations mandate stripped Germany of its colonial rule over Rwanda and handed it to the Belgians. This is why historically most of Rwanda's coffee has been exported to Belgium. The first coffee trees were planted in the Mibirizi region of the Cyangugu province, and the place gives its name to the first Rwandan coffee variety, a natural mutation of Bourbon. Gradually, coffee cultivation spread into the Kivu region and ultimately the rest of Rwanda. In the 1930s, coffee became a compulsory crop for many producers around the country, mirroring the Belgian colonial approach in neighbouring Burundi. The Belgians strictly controlled export and enforced high taxes on the growers. This pushed Rwanda towards producing high volumes of low-quality coffee, which sold for low prices. However, the fact that Rwanda exported so little gave coffee an oversized impact and sense of importance for the farmers. There was little infrastructure to allow the production of quality coffee, not even a single washing station. By the 1990s, coffee was Rwanda's most valuable export, but the events of the decade would decimate the coffee industry. By 1994, the widespread genocide in the country claimed nearly 1 million lives and had a massive impact on the coffee industry. This was compounded by worldwide coffee prices falling to a very low level. Coffee's role in Rwanda's recovery. Coffee was to become a symbol of positivity as Rwanda got back on its feet following the genocide. As foreign aid and interest streamed into the country, there was a strong focus on the coffee sector. Washing stations were built and there was a determined drive towards producing higher quality coffee. The government took a more open approach to the coffee trade, and specialty buyers from around the world have shown a strong interest in the country's coffees. Rwanda is the only African country to have hosted a Cup of Excellence competition, a project to find the very best lots and to bring them to market through an online auction system. The first washing station was built in 2004 with the assistance from the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. Many more followed, and the number has grown dramatically in recent years, with around 300 in operation today. The Pearl Project, Partnership for Enhancing Agriculture in Rwanda Through Linkages, was successful in helping spread knowledge and train young agronomists. It has since become the Spread Project, sustaining partnerships to enhance rural enterprise and agribusiness development, and both projects have focused their efforts in the Butare region. Rwanda is known as the land of 1,000 hills, and certainly has the altitude and weather to grow great coffee. However, there is the problem of widespread soil depletion, and transport still poses a challenge, often adding great expense to production costs. When worldwide coffee prices increased around 2010, it was a challenge in Rwanda, and much of the rest of the world, to find suitable incentives to keep the quality high. When the market pays high prices, there is little reason to spend money to increase quality, as even low-quality coffee is sufficiently profitable. However, recently the quality of Rwandan coffees has been excellent. Rwanda does grow and export a small amount of Robusta, but most of its output is fully washed Arabica. The potato defect. This is a particular and unusual defect found only in coffees from Burundi and Rwanda. It's caused by an unknown bacteria entering the cherry's skin and producing an unpleasant toxin. It's not harmful to health, but when afflicted beans are roasted and ground, they release an unmistakable and pungent aroma that is eerily similar to the smell of peeling a raw potato. This defect affects only specific beans, so finding it in your coffee does not mean the whole bag is spoiled unless it's all been ground. Eradication is tricky. It is undetectable once post-harvest processing is finished, so a coffee roaster cannot do anything to detect it before roasting. Even after roasting, it's difficult to discover until a bean with a defect is ground. It is possible to do some work during processing to identify the cherries that have had their skins broken and are likely to be tainted. Work is being done both on the ground and at research level to eradicate this particular defect. Traceability. Coffees in Rwanda tend to be traceable back to washing stations and the numerous farmer groups and cooperatives that supply them. Each producer has on average just 183 trees, so it is not possible to find a coffee traceable to a single producer. Taste profile. Amazing coffees from Rwanda often have a fruitiness and freshness reminiscent of red apples or red grapes. Berry fruit flavors and floral qualities are also fairly common. Local varieties. Mibirizi. This is the name of the mission in Rwanda that received some Bourbon trees from Guatemala. Mibirizi is a natural variant of Bourbon which appeared at the mission. It was initially grown in Rwanda and later spread to Burundi in the 1930s. Jackson. This is another Bourbon variant that was initially grown in Rwanda and has since spread to Burundi. Tanzania. Oral histories tell of coffee coming to Tanzania from Ethiopia in the 16th century. Brought by the Haya people and known as Haya coffee or Amwani, this is probably a Robusta variety and has since become strongly entwined in Tanzanian culture. The ripe cherries would be boiled and then smoked for several days and chewed rather than brewed into a drink. Coffee first became a cash crop for Tanzania, previously Tanganyika, under German colonial rule. In 1911, the colonists mandated the planting of Arabica trees throughout the Bukoba region. Their methods were very different from the way the Haya people had traditionally dealt with coffee growing, and the Haya were reluctant to replace their food crops with coffee. However, the region did start to produce more and more coffee. Other parts of the country were less familiar with coffee and so provided less resistance to growing it. The Chaga tribe, living around Mount Kilimanjaro, switched completely to coffee production when Germany put an end to the slave trade. After World War I, control of the region fell to the British. They launched a campaign to plant over 10 million seedlings in Bukoba, but they too fell into conflict with the Haya, which often resulted in trees being uprooted. As a result, there was not a strong growth in production in the region compared to that in the Chaga region. However, the first cooperative was formed in 1925 called the Kilimanjaro Native Planters Association, the KNPA. This was the first of several cooperatives, and the producers enjoyed their newfound ability to sell more directly to London and to achieve better prices. After independence was granted in 1961, the Tanzanian government turned its attention to coffee, hoping to double production by 1970, a goal they did not achieve. After struggling with low growth in the industry, high levels of inflation, and a declining economy, the government changed to a multi-party democracy. During the early and mid-1990s, reforms were implemented in the coffee industry to allow the more direct sale of coffee from producers to buyers, instead of driving everything through the State Coffee Marketing Board. The coffee industry suffered a serious setback in the late 1990s when coffee wilt disease spread through the country and caused significant losses of coffee trees in the north, close to the border with Uganda. Today, Tanzania's coffee production is about 70% Arabica and 30% Robusta. Traceability. Around 90% of coffee in Tanzania is produced by its 450,000 smallholder farmers. The remaining 10% comes from larger estates. It is possible to find coffees traceable back to a cooperative of growers and their washing stations, or back to a single farm if it is an estate coffee. The better coffees I have tasted in recent years have come from the estates. I would recommend seeking them out first. Grading. Tanzania uses what is sometimes called the British nomenclature of grading, similar to that in Kenya. These grades include AA, A, B, PB, C, E, F, AF, TT, UG, and TEX. Taste profile. Complex, with bright and lively acidity and often with berry and fruity flavors, Tanzanian coffees can be juicy, interesting, and delicious. Uganda. Uganda is one of the few countries in the world with indigenous coffee, with Robusta growing wild around Lake Victoria. Coffee is an enormous part of the Ugandan export economy, and the country is one of the largest producers of coffee in the world. However, as most of that coffee is Robusta, Uganda has struggled to achieve a reputation for quality. Although the indigenous Robusta crops had been part of Ugandan culture for hundreds of years, coffee wasn't originally part of the country's agricultural industry. In the early 1900s, Arabica was introduced, probably from Malawi and Ethiopia. This crop didn't do well and struggled against disease. However, around the same time, there was an increase in the farming of Robusta, and the more disease-resistant variety seemed to flourish. In 1925, coffee made up only 1% of the country's exports, but was considered an important crop and well-suited to the increasing numbers of smallholder farmers. In 1929, the Coffee Industry Board was established. Cooperative farming acted as a catalyst for the industry's growth, and in the 1940s, coffee became the country's principal export. Following independence, the government passed a Coffee Act in 1969 that gave the Coffee Industry Board full control over pricing. Coffee remained a strong industry through Idi Amin's regime, buoyed for a time by the global increase in prices caused by the frost in Brazil in 1975. In the 1980s, it was still the strongest cash crop, and production grew. However, an increasing amount of coffee was smuggled over borders into neighboring countries to be sold at a higher price than that mandated by the government. In 1988, the Coffee Industry Board increased the prices it paid to farmers, but at the end of the year it was deeply in debt and had to be bailed out by the government. The collapse of the International Coffee Agreement in 1989 caused a dramatic drop in prices, and the government devalued the Ugandan shilling in an effort to make coffee exports more appealing globally. In 1990, production dropped by 20%, not only because of prices but also because of drought and a shift away from coffee towards other subsistence crops. In the early 90s, the industry became increasingly liberalized, with the government only playing a supporting role in marketing and development. From here, we can draw a fairly straight line to today's coffee industry. The Ugandan Coffee Development Authority has continued to relax rules, allowing better traceability and easier access to Ugandan coffee. Producer groups are increasingly building their own brands and reputations. Robusta remains the primary coffee export, and Uganda is building a reputation for good quality Robusta. Arabica production remains relatively small, but quality is increasing. In the coming years, Ugandan coffees will probably play a bigger and bigger role in the specialty world. Traceability. The best coffees from Uganda generally come from producer groups or cooperatives. There are two terms unique to Ugandan coffees: wuga, washed Ugandan Arabica, and druga, dried Ugandan Arabica. The country produces coffee nearly all year round, with most areas having a main crop and a second, smaller crop, known as a fly crop. Taste profile. Exceptional coffee from Uganda is still relatively rare, but the best cups are sweet, full of dark fruits, and have a clean finish. Zambia. Zambia has been, for quite some time, overlooked by much of the specialty coffee industry. One could argue that it's a chicken and egg situation, as historically little interest from specialty buyers has led to little investment in quality, and little investment in quality has led to little interest from specialty buyers. Coffee was introduced to Zambia in the 1950s by missionaries who brought Bourbon seed stock from Tanzania and Kenya. However, the industry did not gear up production until the late 1970s and early 1980s with the assistance of funding from the World Bank. Problems with pests and diseases led growers to adopt the Catimor hybrid, which is less delicious than Bourbon. This was, in some ways, a temporary switch, and the government went back to recommending Bourbon, but there is still a fair amount of Catimor in the country. Zambia's coffee exports peaked in 2005-2006 at around 6,500 metric tons, but have dropped dramatically since. Some attribute the drop to low prices and a crucial lack of long-term financing in the industry. In addition to this, the country's largest producer closed in 2008 after defaulting on its loans. The Northern Coffee Corp was one-third of the country's 6,000 metric tons at the time of closure. Total production dropped to just 300 tons in 2012, although now it seems to be recovering. Most of Zambia's coffee comes from larger estates, although there has been some encouragement of smallholders too. The estates are generally well run, have good access to modern equipment, because coffee production here started relatively late, and may be owned by multinationals. Smallholder farming has struggled to take hold, access to fertilizer and equipment has been difficult, and generally the quality has not been high. The lack of access to water and decent post-harvest processing has further hindered the production of clean, sweet coffees. Traceability. The best coffees in Zambia tend to come from single estates, although you may have to look hard to find them. Not only is overall production small in Zambia, but high-quality coffees are not commonplace. Frustratingly, the country has the undeniable potential to produce stellar coffees from its seed stock to its geography. Taste profile. The rare excellent coffees are bright and floral with a clean, fruit-like complexity. Asia. Myth and history have shaped the inheritance of coffee cultivation in Asia, from Robusta beans smuggled into India by a pilgrim from Yemen to the lucrative export of Indonesian beans by the Dutch East India Company during the 16th century. Asia now supplies a significant percentage of commodity-grade coffee to the market. Yemen is perhaps the notable exception. Its comparatively small export quantities of unique beans remain in strong demand globally. China. In many ways, the eyes of the coffee world are on China. As a consuming country, it has the potential to destabilize the global industry, but China is also starting to produce surprisingly large volumes of coffee. Growers are beginning to turn their attention to quality, pushing the boundaries of what is possible with the soil, climate, and varieties found there. Coffee was introduced to the Yunnan province by a French missionary in 1892. The story is that he crossed the border from Vietnam, bringing with him coffee seeds, and then planted them near his church in the village of Jiukula. For almost 100 years, very little happened in the way of coffee production, unsurprisingly in a region famous for the amount and quality of tea it grows. In 1988, coffee production was invigorated in Yunnan as part of a joint venture with the United Nations Development Programme and the World Bank. Its success probably lies with the interest and support of Nestlé, which encouraged growth in the region. Coffee production stayed relatively small until around 2009, when a significant jump occurred. This was probably due to a combination of lower tea prices and a brief spike in the global price of coffee. The coffee industry continues to grow in Yunnan, buoyed in particular by the growing market throughout China. Per capita consumption of coffee in China is still incredibly low, but its enormous population means the Chinese market has the potential to have an enormous impact on the supply and demand of coffee production worldwide. Right now, China is beginning to get a taste for its own coffee. The best Chinese coffee I have tasted was only available in China. Quality-based auctions are increasingly popular, and prices being paid for locally grown coffee are very high. This makes China an unusual market and certainly one to watch. China is now exporting some excellent coffee, which is well worth seeking out. Many of the lots are still varieties chosen for disease resistance rather than taste, and there are still challenges to be overcome with the cultivation of more delicate varieties. However, I expect to see better and better every year. Traceability. The best lots from China can come from a single farm or from a group of producers. They are absolutely worth seeking out, despite the fact that China does not yet have the pedigree and expectation of quality that other producing countries have. Taste profile. The better coffees coming from China have a pleasant sweetness and fruitiness, though many still carry a little woodiness or earthiness too. Relatively low in acidity and often relatively full-bodied. India. The origins of coffee production in southern India are entwined with myth. The story goes that a pilgrim named Baba Budan passed through Yemen in 1670 while returning from Mecca and smuggled out 7 coffee seeds, the export of which was strictly controlled. Because he took 7, a sacrosanct number in Islam, it was considered a religious act. Baba Budan planted these first seeds in what is now known as the Chikmagalur district of the Karnataka region, and there they thrived. The hills there now bear his name, Baba Budangiri, and this is still an important coffee-growing area. It wasn't until the middle of the 19th century, under British colonial rule, that coffee plantations in southern India began to flourish. This was short-lived, however, and coffee's popularity began to wane again. In the 1870s, the industry suffered due to an increasing demand for tea, combined with an increasing incidence of leaf rust, which attacked the coffee plants. Many plantations switched to tea production, ironically the same plantations that had been successful exporting their coffee. Leaf rust did not drive coffee out of India, however, but instead encouraged research into rust-resistant varieties. This research was relatively successful, and some new varieties were bred, although this was before the flavour of the coffee was deemed to be very important. In 1942, the Coffee Board of India was created, by way of a government act that began the regulation of the industry. Some argue that by pooling coffees from many producers, the government reduced incentives for producers to improve the quality of their coffee. However, production grew, and in the 1990s, India's output increased by an astonishing 30%. During the 1990s, there was also a decrease in regulation governing how and where producers could sell their coffee. The domestic coffee market in India also grew rapidly. While India has a very low per capita consumption of coffee, tea being a far cheaper alternative, the population is so large that the total consumption is quite sizable. The annual consumption per person is just 100 grams, 3.5 ounces, but this results in a total consumption of 2 million bags of coffee per year. India produces just over 5 million bags in total, although the majority of this is Robusta. Robusta is, in many ways, better suited to India than Arabica. The lower altitudes and climate make Robusta yields high. More care and attention is paid to the production of Robusta in India than in most other countries, so it occupies the premium end of the market. Even the best Robustas still carry the distinctive woody flavors of the species, but the relative lack of unclean flavors in Indian Robusta makes them popular with roasters who still like Robusta in their espresso blends. Monsooning. One of the better-known coffees from India is called Monsoon Malabar, and it's created by an unusual process called monsooning. Monsooning is now a controlled process, but it began completely by accident. During its export from India to Europe at the time of the British Raj, coffee was transported in wooden boxes and was, therefore, subjected to the wet weather that came during the monsoon months. The raw coffee absorbed a great deal of moisture, which had a strong effect on the resulting cup. As export practices improved, the demand for this unusual coffee still remained, so the process was recreated in factories along the west coast. Monsooning is only done with naturally processed coffees. The raw coffee looks very pale afterwards and is somewhat brittle. Monsoon beans are difficult to roast evenly, and their brittle nature means that a bag of roasted coffee often contains a lot of beans that have been damaged in the packing process. This is nothing to worry about, however, and it's not the same thing as low-grade coffees that contain broken pieces in them and should be avoided. During the monsooning process, coffee usually loses its acidity, but gains pungent, wild flavors that make it somewhat divisive in the coffee industry. Some love the richness and intensity of the cup, while others believe the flavors are the result of defective processing and are very unpleasant. Traceability. Because 98% of India's 250,000 coffee producers are small growers, it's often difficult to find coffees traceable down to a single estate. However, these are often worth seeking out. Traceability may only be possible back to the point of processing or to a specific region. Grading. Indian coffees are graded in two different ways. The first is unique to India and classifies all washed coffees as plantation coffees, all naturally processed coffees as cherry, and all washed Robusta coffees as parchment coffees. India also uses a size-based grading system from AAA, the largest, down to AA, A, and also PB for peaberries. As in many other countries that use a size system, the larger bean sizes are associated with higher quality, but this is not necessarily true. Taste profile. The best coffees from India tend to be heavy, creamy, and low in acidity, but rarely particularly complex. Indonesia. The first attempt to grow coffee on the Indonesian archipelago was a failure. In 1696, the governor of Jakarta, then Batavia, was sent a present of a few coffee seedlings by the Dutch governor of Malabar in India. These plants were lost in a flood in Jakarta, so a second shipment was sent in 1699. These plants flourished. Exports of coffee began in 1711 and were controlled by the Dutch East India Company, usually referred to by its Dutch initials, VOC. Coffee arriving in Amsterdam sold for high prices, 1 kilo, £2, costing nearly 1% of the average annual income. The price slowly came down during the 18th century, but coffee was undeniably very profitable for the VOC. However, as Java was under colonial rule at the time, it was not at all profitable for the farmers who grew it. In 1860, a Dutch colonial official wrote a novel entitled Max Havelaar, or The Coffee Auctions of the Dutch Trading Company, which described the abuses of the colonial system. This book had a lasting impact on Dutch society, changing public opinion about the way coffee was traded and the colonial system in general. The name Max Havelaar is now used for an ethical certification within the coffee industry. Initially, Indonesia produced only Arabica, but coffee leaf rust wiped out much of the crop in 1876. There was some attempt to plant the Liberica species instead, but that also suffered at the hands of leaf rust, so production switched to the disease-resistant Robusta. Today, Robusta still makes up a significant portion of the crop. Giling Bassa, One of the unique aspects of coffee production in Indonesia, and the source of Indonesian coffee's deeply divisive taste, is the traditional post-harvest process of giling basa. This hybrid process combines elements of the washed and natural processes and has a dramatic effect on cup quality. It significantly reduces the acidity of the coffee and seems to increase its body too, creating a softer, rounder, heavier-bodied cup of coffee. However, it also introduces a gamut of additional flavors, sometimes vegetal or herbal, sometimes woody or musty, sometimes earthy. This is not to say that all coffee processed this way is uniform in quality and has gone through some sort of flavor standardization. There are huge variations in the quality of these coffees. The flavor of semi-washed coffees is particularly divisive within the coffee industry. If a coffee from Africa or Central America displayed the same flavors regardless of how well the process was done, it would be considered defective and rejected immediately by any potential buyers. However, there are many people who find the intensity and heavy-bodied cups of coffee brewed from Indonesian semi-washed lots delicious, and so the industry continues to buy them. In recent years, specialty buyers have encouraged producers throughout Indonesia to experiment more with the washed process to allow some appreciation of the taste of the variety and the land rather than the dominant flavor of the process. We shall see if demand for these coffees is strong enough to encourage the widespread production of cleaner coffees, or if the industry will see continued demand for semi-washed lots and simply continue to meet it. Traceability. While it is possible to find coffees from individual farms on the islands, these are relatively rare. However, those that have been kept traceable and have been fully washed, rather than semi-washed, are definitely worth trying. Most coffee is produced by smallholders with just 1 to 2 hectares, 2.2 to 4.4 acres of land. So usually a coffee is only traceable down to a specific washing station or only a region. There is a very wide variation in the quality of those regional coffees, and they can be something of a gamble. Variety names. Variety names in Sumatra can be a little tricky. Most of the Arabica seed stock initially brought to the islands would have been derived from the strain of Typica that was taken from Yemen. In Sumatra, this is often called Jember Typica, but it should be noted that Jember also refers to a completely different variety, and a less superior one, found in Sulawesi. It is common to see varieties that have, at some point, been crossbred with Robusta. Best-known hybrid is called the Hybrido de Timor, a parent of the common Catimor variety. In Sumatra, it's often called Timtim. Taste profile. Semi-washed coffees tend to be very heavy-bodied, earthy, woody, and spicy, with very little acidity. Kopi Luwak. In Indonesia, kopi luwak refers to coffees that are produced by collecting the droppings of civet cats that have eaten coffee cherries. The semi-digested coffee is separated from the fecal matter and then processed and dried. In the last decade, it has come to be seen as an amusing novelty, with unattributed claims of its excellent flavors, and it sells for spectacularly high prices. This has caused 2 main problems. Firstly, the forgery of this coffee is quite commonplace. Several times more is sold than produced, and often low-grade Robusta is being passed off at high prices. Secondly, it has encouraged unscrupulous operators on the islands to trap and cage civet cats, force-feed them coffee cherries, and keep them in terrible conditions. I find kopi luwak abhorrent on just about every level. If you are interested in delicious coffee, then it is a terrible waste of money. 1/4 of the money you might spend on a bag could instead buy you a stunning coffee from one of the very best producers in the world. I can only regard the practice as abusive and unethical, and I believe people should avoid all animal-processed coffees and not reward this despicable behavior with their money. Papua New Guinea. Many people would associate Papua New Guinea's coffees with those from Indonesia, but it would be unfair to do so. Papua New Guinea rightly stands apart, and the eastern half of New Guinea shares relatively little with the neighbouring Papua when it comes to coffee. The history of coffee production on the island is not long. While coffee was planted relatively early, in the 1890s, it was not treated as a commercial product at first. In 1926, however, 18 estates were established using seeds from Jamaica's Blue Mountain, and by 1928 coffee production had begun in earnest. The industry began a more structured growth in the 1950s, with the creation of infrastructure to help facilitate the movement of coffee around the island. Further growth followed in the 1970s, perhaps spurred on by Brazil's drop back in production. The government sponsored a series of programs to encourage small farms to be run by cooperatives. At that time, the industry was more focused around managed estates, but since the 1980s, the industry has begun to change and decentralize. This is probably due to the drop in coffee prices, which has left many estates in financial trouble. Smallholders aren't at such risk from market forces and so have been able to continue to produce coffee. Today, 95% of producers are smallholders, often subsistent farmers. They produce around 90% of the country's coffee, which is almost entirely Arabica. This means a very large proportion of the population is involved in the production of coffee, especially in the highland regions. This has certainly presented challenges when it comes to producing large quantities of high-quality coffee, as many producers lack access to proper post-harvest facilities, and a lack of traceability in the product prevents clear rewards for higher quality coffee. Traceability. Several large estates still operate very successfully, so it is possible to find coffees from a single estate. There is not a long history of traceability, and in the past some farms were acquiring coffee from other producers to pass off as their own. The idea of coffee being sold by region is also relatively new. However, the altitude and soils in the country offer great potential for quality, so there has been renewed interest from the specialty market in the last few years. Look out for coffees traceable to a specific estate or a group of producers. Grading. Exports are graded by quality in descending order: AA, A, X, PSC, and Y. The first three are awarded to estate coffees, while the last two are grades for smallholder coffees, PSC standing for Premium Smallholder Coffee. Taste profile. Great coffees from Papua New Guinea often have a buttery quality, great sweetness, and wonderful complexity. The Philippines. The history of coffee in the Philippines is another tale of the product going from being a bedrock of the economy to almost disappearing completely. The most common version of the story starts in 1740, when coffee was first planted by a Spanish monk in Lipa in Batangas province. It flourished under Spanish colonial rule and spread around the Philippines. In 1828, as part of an effort to foster cultivation, the Spanish offered a prize to anyone who would plant and ripen 60,000 square feet of coffee, the equivalent of 6,000 coffee trees. One farmer transformed his property in Jala Jala, in the province of Rizal, into a fertile plantation and won the prize of 1,000 pesos. His success encouraged others to follow suit and increased the cultivation of coffee. By the 1860s, the Philippines were doing a healthy trade in coffee exports, with a large market being the United States through the gateway of San Francisco. The completion of the Suez Canal in 1869 opened up Europe as a potential market too. By the 1880s, the Philippines was the fourth largest producer in the world, but in 1889 it would finally succumb to the leaf rust that had plagued so many other countries. Combination of leaf rust and insects took a particularly heavy toll in the Batangas region, still the dominant producing region, and 2 years later, production was less than 20% of what it had been. Some seedlings were transplanted north to Cavite, where they appeared to flourish. However, most farmers moved away from coffee to other crops, and for at least 50 years the industry was relatively dormant. In the 1950s, the government attempted to resurrect the coffee industry. With assistance from the US, it brought in disease-resistant varieties and Robusta as part of a 5-year strategic plan. It was reasonably successful, and production increased, but it wouldn't be until 1962 or 1963 that the level was considered self-sufficient and coffee was no longer imported for local consumption. Part of the local demand came from the production of instant coffee in factories around the Philippines. Coffee production has, in many ways, mirrored world prices, and there has been an ebb and flow in production according to whether there has been sufficient demand. The frost in Brazil in 1975 briefly gave the Philippines the chance to be an exporting country again. Production is currently up once more in comparison with recent years. Programs remain in place to encourage production, though domestic consumption remains strong enough to mean that very little coffee is exported from the Philippines. As so little coffee is exported, and so much of what is produced is Robusta, it's unlikely that any excellent coffees will be available in the immediate future. However, the country does grow 2 other species of coffee not commonly found elsewhere, Coffea liberica and Coffea excelsa. While neither is anything to get excited about from a taste perspective, they are undeniably interesting to try should the opportunity present itself. Traceability. Coffee comes from a mixture of cooperatives, estates, and smallholder producers. The better coffees from the Philippines are usually more traceable, though very rare. Taste profile. Great coffee from the Philippines is a rarity, but better lots are quite full-bodied with low acidity and light florals or fruity qualities. Thailand. One of the most credible stories of coffee's introduction to Thailand dates to 1904. A Muslim pilgrim, returning home from Mecca, passed through Indonesia on his way back to Thailand and brought with him a Robusta plant, which he planted in the south of the country. Another story describes an Italian immigrant bringing Arabica to the north of the country in the 1950s. Whether either or both of these stories are true, it wouldn't be until the 1970s that any economic importance was placed on coffee as a crop. Between 1972 and 1979, the Thai government ran a pilot project to try and encourage farmers in the northern region to grow coffee instead of poppies destined for opium production. Coffee was considered sufficiently high value to be worth switching from opium production and the slash-and-burn style of agriculture that accompanied it. While this project did mark the beginning of a coffee industry in Thailand, coffee did not become a major crop until later. Production peaked in the very early 1990s, but global price fluctuations have deterred producers, so there have been substantial swings in production over the last 2 decades. As it's mostly Arabica grown in the north of the country and Robusta in the south, a large part of the fluctuation comes from the northern highlands, where the price would have a bigger impact. Accurate tracking of production in Thailand is difficult, as coffee is often smuggled across the borders from Laos and Myanmar. Today, Thailand is steadily building a reputation as an underdog among producers of great coffees. While most coffee produced in the country isn't particularly high quality, there are some farms and cooperatives working hard to produce an excellent product. The increasing domestic consumption of quality coffee is also helping growth in the industry. Traceability. Coffees very, very rarely come from single estates. More common are producer groups or cooperatives among the more quality-focused producers. Taste profile. Better coffee from Thailand is sweet, quite clean, but relatively low in acidity. Some spice and chocolate often accompany a relatively full mouthfeel. Vietnam. Vietnam could be considered an unusual inclusion in a book that focuses on high-quality specialty coffee, as it produces predominantly Robusta. However, Vietnam is different because of the impact it has had on every coffee-producing country in the world, and therefore merits inclusion to give some understanding. Coffee was brought to Vietnam by the French in 1857 and was initially cultivated under the plantation model. However, this did not gain any momentum as a commercial venture until around 1910. Cultivation in the Buon Ma Thuot region in the Central Highland was interrupted by the Vietnam War. After the war, the coffee industry became increasingly collectivized, reducing yields and production. At this point, around 20,000 hectares of land produced around 5,000 to 7,000 metric tons of coffee. Over the next 25 years, the amount of land under coffee would increase by a factor of 25, and the country's overall production by a factor of 100. Much of the industry's growth was down to the Doi Moi reforms of 1986, which permitted privately owned enterprises in industries that produced commoditized crops. In the 1990s, a huge number of new companies were formed in Vietnam, many focusing on the large-scale production of coffee. At this time, specifically between 1994 and 1998, prices for coffee were relatively high, which provided strong incentives to increase coffee production. Between 1996 and 2000, Vietnam's coffee production doubled, and this would come to have a devastating effect on the global price of coffee. Vietnam's massive increase in production, which made it the second largest producer of coffee in the world, resulted in a state of global oversupply, and this caused a massive price crash. Despite the fact that Vietnam was producing Robusta rather than Arabica, it still affected the price of Arabica because many of the largest purchasers needed a commodity product rather than a quality one. Thus, the oversupply of low-quality coffee worked in their favor. From the high point of 900,000 metric tons of coffee in 2000, production declined sharply. However, as coffee prices recovered, so did Vietnam's production. The 2012-2013 crop was around 1.3 million metric tons, and it continues to have a large effect on the global industry. In recent years, there has been a shift towards more Arabica, although the lack of altitude presents a challenge to achieving a high-quality product. Traceability. There are several large estates in Vietnam, often controlled by multinational companies, so it is possible to see good levels of traceability. However, finding high-quality lots will prove extremely challenging. Taste profile. Very little high-quality coffee is available in Vietnam, and so most tastes flat, woody, and lack sweetness or much character. Yemen. Yemen has been producing coffee on a commercial basis for longer than any other country, and its coffee is distinctive, perhaps challenging, and certainly unusual. Despite a strong demand for Yemeni coffee over the centuries, its trade has never commoditized. Yemen is unique, from its coffee varieties and its terraced farming to its processing and its trade. Coffee came to Yemen from Ethiopia, either through trade or those making pilgrimages from Ethiopia to Mecca, and was well established in the country in the 15th and 16th centuries. Exports of its coffee introduced the world to the port of Mocha, and I think it's fair to say that Mocha is probably the most confusing word in all of coffee's lexicon. Only 3% of land in Yemen is suitable for farming, water being a major limiting factor. Coffee is grown on terraced land at high altitudes, and additional irrigation is required to keep the coffee trees healthy. Many farmers depend on non-renewable sources of deep underground water, and there is some concern over depleting stocks. Fertilization of the soil is not particularly common, so there is an additional problem of depleting soil nutrients. All these factors, coupled with the sheer remoteness of the coffee-growing regions, go some way to explaining the huge number and variation of heirloom varieties of Arabica found in the country, most of them peculiar to their growing regions. Yemen's coffee is picked by hand, with pickers visiting a tree several times in a season. Despite this, selective picking is not particularly commonplace, with underripe and overripe cherries often being harvested. Whole cherries are usually dried in the sun after harvesting, often on the roofs of farmers' homes. Rarely do these roofs provide enough space, so the cherries are often piled too deep to dry correctly, resulting in defects such as uneven drying, fermentation, and mold. Each producer may only grow a very small amount of coffee. Data from the 2000 census shows that around 99,000 households produced coffee, and based on estimates of production, the average household produced just 113 kilos, 249 pounds, of raw coffee that year. There remains a strong global demand for Yemeni coffee. About half of exports go to Saudi Arabia. Coupled with limited production and relatively high production costs, this makes it sell for high prices. Demand has not increased the traceability of the coffee, and it can travel through a network of middlemen from the farmer through to the exporter. Coffees can also sit for quite some time, often years, at the point of export, as some exporters sell their oldest stocks first and warehouse their newer crops in caverns underground. Since the civil war began in 2015, coffee production in Yemen has been badly affected. The actual volumes produced have decreased only a little, but exports have fallen to a little over half of what they were before the war. Be aware that there has been some increase in the fraudulent mislabeling of Ethiopian coffees, with many being presented as Yemeni coffees to try and meet the existing demand and achieve a premium price. Traceability. Trying to understand exactly where coffees come from in Yemen can be extremely confusing. Often the name of the coffee will include the term Mocha, indicating the port from which it was exported. Usually coffees are only traceable back to a particular region within Yemen, rather than to the farm where they were produced. It is also common to see the local names for different coffee varieties used to describe the coffee, such as Matari. Having better levels of traceability doesn't necessarily guarantee better quality. Often, different coffees are blended together before export and exported under the most valuable name. The demand for Yemeni coffee is based on its unusual, wild, and pungent flavors, and these come in part from defects in the process. If you want to try coffee from Yemen, it is advisable to source one from a supplier with whom you have already built a level of trust. Roasters will need to cut through many terrible samples to find a good one. Buying blindly as a consumer stacks the odds against you, and you may end up with something that tastes dirty, rotten, and unpleasant. Kisher. Kisha is a byproduct of coffee production. It is the dried but not roasted husks removed from the coffee cherries. In Yemen, these husks are often brewed like tea as a way to consume a form of coffee. More recently, producers in Central America have been experimenting with the same product, there called cascara. This is usually just the dried fruit of the cherry, rather than both the fruit and the dried parchment seen in Kisha. The term mocha. Originally, the word referred to the port in Yemen from where the coffee was exported. This spelling soon changed to M-O-K-A, and the term was used to describe the potent and pungent coffees produced in Yemen. Some naturally processed coffees from other countries are still described this way, such as mocha hara from Ethiopia. The coffees from Yemen were often blended with coffees from Java, and the mocha Java blend was born. However, the name was not protected and thus became a kind of stylistic term used by many roasters to describe the flavor of a particular blend they created rather than where the component coffees came from. The current use of the term mocha to describe a mixture of hot chocolate and espresso only serves to further bewilder the consumer. Taste profile. Wild, complex, and pungent, a completely distinctive coffee experience different from other coffees around the world. For some, the wild, slightly fermented fruit quality is off-putting, while others prize it highly. Americas. The Americas supply the majority of the world's coffee beans, but the range and quality of bean exports varies hugely. Though Brazilian harvests provide 1/3 of the international coffee market, there is increasing interest in unusual varieties from smaller growers, such as the geisha variety produced in Panama. Ecotourism and awareness of sustainable and cooperative farming methods are also changing the way plantations across the Americas harvest and grow crops. Bolivia. Bolivia has the potential to produce truly great coffees and already does in very small quantities. The country's entire production is smaller than that of one of Brazil's larger coffee farms. Production is shrinking year on year, and coffee farms are disappearing at an alarming rate. We may soon see coffees from Bolivia, especially great ones, almost disappear. Frustratingly, there is little information about the introduction of coffee and the history of coffee growing in Bolivia. There are reports of substantial coffee production in the country going back to the 1880s, but not a great deal more. The country is large, about the same size as Ethiopia or Colombia. It is landlocked, which has traditionally posed something of a challenge to the export of coffee, adding both time and cost. Bolivia is relatively unpopulated, with just 10.5 million inhabitants. The population is often characterized as being incredibly poor, with around 25% categorized as living in extreme poverty. The country's economy is reliant on minerals and natural gas as well as agriculture, although coffee has never really featured prominently. It's impossible to ignore the impact on the economy and on agriculture of coca grown for the drug trade. Farmers are increasingly switching from coffee to coca because coca provides greater security for producers because the price is subject to less variance. In 2010 and 2011, while coffee prices were high, anti-drugs programs funded by Bolivia and the US managed to encourage more farmers to switch to coffee production. However, the price of coffee has fallen again, and many farmers have turned once more to coca. The conditions for growing coffee in Bolivia are, in many ways, ideal. There is certainly the necessary altitude, and the climate has nicely defined wet and dry seasons. Most of the coffee grown here is old heirloom varieties such as Typica and Caturra. Some excellent, clean and complex coffees have been coming out of Bolivia recently, although this wasn't always the case. In the past, producers picked and pulped the coffees they grew and then transported the pulp to a central processing station. There were two big problems. Firstly, changes in temperature on the journey to the processing station could result in the coffee freezing, and secondly, the pulp still contained enough moisture to keep fermenting. Often this resulted in a loss of quality or undesirable flavors creeping in. More and more quality-conscious producers are doing the post-harvest work on their own farms. The US has funded the construction of a number of small coffee washing stations across the country as part of the anti-drugs program. However, despite changes to help bolster quality, coffees from Bolivia still lack the reputation of those from neighboring countries such as Colombia or Brazil. Competitions such as the Cup of Excellence have helped shine a light on the best coffees in Bolivia. I would recommend seeking them out and enjoying them while they're still around. Even though specialty coffee does yield a greater return, even quality-conscious farmers are still giving up coffee production. Traceability. Coffees in Bolivia are typically traceable down to a single farm or cooperative. Due to land reforms, large-scale land ownership has been reduced since 1991, and the 23,000 families that produce coffee in Bolivia do so from small farms, typically 1.2 to 8 hectares, 3 to 20 acres. The export of Bolivia's output is handled by a small number, around 30, private exporting companies. Taste profile. The best Bolivian coffees tend to be very sweet and very clean, but relatively rarely are they particularly fruity in flavor. Brazil. Brazil has been the world's largest producer of coffee for more than 150 years. Currently, Brazil grows around 1/3 of the world's coffee, although in the past its market share was as high as 80%. Coffee was introduced to Brazil from French Guiana in 1727, while Brazil was still under Portuguese rule. The first coffee in Brazil was planted by Francisco de Melo Palheta in the region of Para in the north of the country. According to myth, Palheta travelled to French Guiana on a diplomatic mission, seduced the wife of a governor there, and was given the seeds hidden in a bouquet from her on his departure. The coffee he planted on his return home was probably used just for domestic consumption, and it remained a relatively unimportant crop until it began to work its way south, being passed from garden to garden as much as from farm to farm as a crop. Commercial production begins. The commercial production of coffee initially began around the Paraíba River, relatively close to Rio de Janeiro. This area suited coffee not just because the land was ideal, but also because its proximity to Rio de Janeiro would facilitate export. In contrast to the smaller coffee farms that flourished in Central America, Brazil's first commercial farms were large, slave-driven plantations. This industrialized approach is still relatively uncommon in the rest of the world and fairly unique to Brazilian coffee production. The approach to production was aggressive. The most powerful or forceful would win disputes over poorly defined property boundaries, and a single slave looked after 4,000 to 7,000 plants. When the soil became depleted from the intensive farming, the farm would just move on to fresh land. Coffee production boomed between 1820 and 1830, overtaking the demand of Brazilian coffee drinkers and beginning to feed the wider global market. Those who controlled coffee production became both incredibly wealthy and very powerful, and were referred to as coffee barons. Their needs would have a significant impact on the government's policies and its support of the coffee industry. By 1830, Brazil produced 30% of the world's coffee. This rose to 40% by 1840, although the massive increase in supply resulted in a drop in the global price for coffee. Up until the middle of the 19th century, Brazil's coffee industry was reliant on slave labor. More than 1.5 million slaves had been brought to Brazil to work on the coffee plantations. When the British put a stop to Brazil's slave trade with Africa in 1850, Brazil turned to migrant labor or its internal slave trade. There were great fears that the abolition of slavery in Brazil in 1888 would endanger the coffee industry, but the harvest continued successfully from that year onwards. A second boom. A second coffee boom ran from the 1880s through to the 1930s, a period named after the two most important products of the time. The huge influence of both coffee barons from Sao Paulo and dairy producers in Minas Gerais led to a political climate known as the Café com Leite period. This period also saw the Brazilian government start the practice of valorization, a protectionist practice designed to stabilize the price of coffee. The government would buy coffee from producers at an inflated price when the market was low and hold it until the market was high. This meant stable prices for coffee barons and prevented oversupply from lower coffee prices. By the 1920s, Brazil was producing 80% of the world's coffee, and coffee financed a huge amount of infrastructure in the country. This unabated production led to a massive surplus of coffee that would only exacerbate the damage of the crash during the Great Depression in the 1930s. Brazil's government ended up burning around 78 million bags of stockpiled coffee in an effort to invigorate coffee prices, though it had little effect on them. During World War II, there was growing concern in the US that, with European markets shut off, declining prices could drive Central and South American countries towards Nazi or communist sympathy. In an attempt to stabilize the price of coffee, an international agreement was drawn up, based on a quota system. This agreement drove up the price of coffee until it stabilized in the mid-1950s, and is considered a precursor to the much wider International Coffee Agreement, ICA, signed in 1962, which would come to encompass 42 producing countries. Quotas were fixed according to the indicator coffee price determined by the International Coffee Organization, the ICO. If prices dropped, then quotas were reduced, and if prices climbed, then quotas were increased. This agreement lasted until 1989, when it broke down after Brazil refused to accept a reduction in its quota. Brazil believed that it was an extremely efficient producer and could prosper outside of the agreement. The result of the breakdown of the ICA was an unregulated market, and prices dropped dramatically over the following 5 years, resulting in the coffee crisis that would inspire the fair trade movement within coffee production. On and off years. With Brazil being such a dominant supplier of the world's coffee, anything that affected production in Brazil had a knock-on effect on global pricing. One such factor was the alternating cycle of Brazil's annual crop. Over the years, it became clear that Brazil's harvest would swing each year between a large and a small harvest. Some work has been done in recent years to try and mitigate this effect, creating less variation year to year and greater stability. The reason for this variation in crop is that a coffee tree will naturally have an alternating cycle of large and small crops, but this can be controlled by light pruning. Light pruning has not been a common practice in Brazil, with producers preferring to prune back hard so there is little crop the following year. In the past, there have been dramatic incidents, such as the Black Frost of 1975, which reduced the following year's crop by nearly 75%. As a result of the frost, the global price of coffee almost doubled immediately. In 2000 and 2001, there were 2 off years in a row that resulted in a massive harvest in 2002, with a huge production of coffee. This coincided with another long period of low prices for coffee, caused by an excess of coffee on the global market. Modern coffee production. Brazil is undeniably the most advanced and industrialized coffee-producing country in the world. With a focus on yield and production, it has not retained a great reputation for producing coffees of the highest quality. Most large farms employ relatively crude picking techniques, such as strip picking, where the entire branch is stripped of its cherries in one go. If the plantations are large and flat, common in Brazil's larger coffee farms, they use harvesting machines to shake the cherries loose from the branches. Neither method takes ripeness into consideration, and as a result, there can be a large number of unripe cherries in the harvested coffee. For a long time, Brazil also processed a great deal of its coffee by sun-drying the whole cherries on patios. The introduction of the pulped natural process in the early 90s did help to improve quality, but for years Brazil's specialty coffee producers, who may pick by hand, who may wash their coffee, and who may grow interesting varieties at higher altitudes, have battled against the country's reputation for producing coffees with low acidity and increased body, best suited to espresso blends. However, while much of Brazil's coffee grows below the altitudes best suited to quality, it is still possible to find some very interesting and delicious coffees there. Equally, the country produces some very clean and sweet coffees without much acidity that many people, quite rightly, find delicious and very approachable. Domestic consumption. Brazil has been actively trying to increase its internal coffee consumption with increasing success. While giving children coffee at school from a young age may raise some eyebrows, the consumption in Brazil now rivals that of the United States. No raw coffee can be imported into Brazil, which means that a large percentage of the coffee grown in Brazil is consumed there, though generally the quality of coffee for domestic consumption is lower than that for export. Coffee bars have appeared throughout the major cities, though the price of coffee in these places is similar to better coffee bars in the United States and Europe, so they have become another symbol of the increasing divide between rich and poor in Brazil. Traceability. High-quality Brazilian coffees are usually traceable down to a specific farm or fazenda, whereas the lower-quality coffees are bulk lots and not traceable. Coffees marked as Santos have simply shipped from the port of Santos, and the name has nothing to do with where the coffee was grown. Brazil probably breaks the rule of thumb that traceability is linked to quality, as there are farms in Brazil producing more coffee than the whole of Bolivia. And while the coffee may be traceable due to the size of production, it will not necessarily be higher in quality as a result. Taste profile. Better Brazilian coffees tend to be low in acidity, heavy in body and sweet, often with chocolate and nutty flavors. Robusta production. While not a focus of this book, it should be noted that Brazil is one of the world's primary producers of Robusta, along with Arabica. In Brazil, Robusta is usually called Conillon and is produced in regions such as Rondônia. Colombia. Coffee was probably first introduced to Colombia in 1723 by the Jesuits, though there are inevitably different accounts. It spread slowly as a commercial crop to various regions of the country, but its production did not become significant until the end of the 19th century. By 1912, coffee made up approximately 50% of Colombia's total exports. Colombia recognized the value of marketing and building its brand relatively early on. The creation in 1958 of Juan Valdez, the farmer who represents Colombian coffee, was perhaps their greatest success. Juan Valdez and his mule were created as the symbol of Colombian coffee and appeared on bags of coffee and also in various advertising campaigns, portrayed by 3 different actors over the years. Juan Valdez became a point of recognition, particularly in the US, and added value to Colombian coffee. The character built on the success of early marketing phrases such as mountain-grown coffee, and the constant promotion of 100% Colombian coffee meant that Colombia would stand apart in the minds of consumers across the world. This marketing was, and continues to be, undertaken by the Federación Nacional de Cafeteros, the FNC. This organization, created in 1927, is particularly unusual in the coffee-producing world. While many countries have organizations involved in the export and promotion of their coffee, few are quite as large and complex as the FNC. It was created as a private non-profit organization to defend the interests of coffee producers and is funded through a special tax on all coffee exported. As Colombia is one of the largest coffee producers in the world, the FNC is well funded and has become something of a monstrous bureaucratic organization. This bureaucracy is perhaps inevitable, as the FNC is now technically owned and controlled by its 500,000 coffee-producing members. While the FNC is involved in the more obvious roles of marketing, production, and some financial matters, its reach goes deeper into coffee-growing communities, and it has a hand in the creation of both social and physical infrastructure, including rural roads, schools, and health centers. It has also invested in other industries besides coffee to help spur on regional development and well-being. The FNC and quality. Recently, there has been some friction between the FNC and the more quality-conscious section of the industry, as the FNC's perceived interests of the farmers may not always lead to the best possible quality in the coffee. The FNC has a research division called Senicafe, which breeds specific varieties, and many believe the promotion of varieties like Castillo has favored quantity of yield above cup quality. It is possible to see both sides of the argument, and as global climate change has an increasing impact on the stability of Colombia's production, it is increasingly difficult to argue against varieties that ensure livelihoods for producers, even at the expense of losing some great cups of coffee. Traceability. As part of the promotion of Colombian coffee, the FNC created the terms Supremo and Excelso. These terms relate only to the size of the bean, and it's important to understand that they have no relation to quality. Unfortunately, this classification obscures any traceability, as coffee marketed this way may come from many farms and be blended before being sieved mechanically to the necessary size and grade. Essentially, this is generic coffee, and its naming offers no help when trying to buy quality. The specialty coffee section of the industry has been working hard to maintain traceability, so when looking for something incredibly enjoyable, make sure that beans come from a distinct place rather than just being a certain size. Taste profile. Colombian coffees have a huge range of flavors, from the heavier, chocolatier coffees through to the jammy, sweet, fruity lots. A huge spectrum of flavor exists across the regions. Costa Rica. Coffee has been grown in Costa Rica since the early 19th century. When the country's independence from Spain was declared in 1821, the municipal government gave away free coffee seeds to encourage production, and records show there were around 17,000 trees in Costa Rica at this point. In 1825, the government continued its promotion of coffee by exempting it from certain taxes, and in 1831, the government decreed that if anyone grew coffee on fallow land for 5 years, they could claim ownership of it. While a small amount of coffee had been exported to Panama in 1820, the first real exports began in 1832. Although this coffee was ultimately bound for England, it first passed through Chile, where it was rebagged and renamed as Café Chileno del Valparaíso. Direct export to England followed in 1843, not long after the English became increasingly invested in Costa Rica. This ultimately led to the establishment of the Anglo-Costa Rican Bank in 1863, which provided finance to allow the industry to grow. For nearly 50 years, between 1846 and 1890, coffee was the sole export of the country. Coffee drove infrastructure, such as the creation of the first railroads linking the country to the Atlantic, as well as the funding of the San Juan de Dios Hospital, the first post office, and the first government printing office. It would have an impact on culture too, as the National Theatre is a product of the early coffee economy, along with the first libraries and the Santo Tomas University. Costa Rica's coffee infrastructure had long given it an advantage when it came to fetching a better price on the international market. The wet process had been introduced in 1830, and by 1905 there were 200 wet mills in the country. Washed coffees achieved higher prices, and at this time processing coffee in this way added to its perceived value. The coffee industry continued to grow until it began to reach its geographical limits. The population was still spreading from San Jose to the rest of the country, and farmers were looking for new land upon which to grow crops. However, not all of the land in the country was suitable for growing coffee, something that still checks the growth of the industry to date. It's undeniable that Costa Rican coffee held a good reputation and achieved good prices for its coffees for a very long time, even though the coffees it was producing were typically clean and pleasant rather than interesting or unusual. There was a drive in the latter part of the 20th century to move away from heirloom varieties towards higher-yielding varieties. While higher yields make economic sense, many in the specialty coffee industry felt that the cup quality decreased and became even less interesting. However, there have been recent changes that have brought a great deal of interest back to the higher quality coffees produced in the country. The government's role. Right from the start, coffee production was strongly encouraged in Costa Rica, with land being given away to those who wished to grow the crop on it. In 1933, the government, under pressure from the coffee-growing community, created the rather bombastically titled Institute for the Defense of Coffee. Initially, the institute was to play a role in trying to prevent small coffee growers from being exploited by those who bought their coffee cherry cheaply, processed it, and sold it for a much greater profit. They did this by setting a limit on the profit that could be made by larger processors. In 1948, the government body for coffee became the Oficina del Café, though some of the responsibilities for coffee went to the Department of Agriculture. This organization became the Instituto del Café de Costa Rica, ICAFE, which still exists today. ICAFE has a wide-ranging involvement in the coffee industry, running experimental research farms and promoting the quality of Costa Rican coffee worldwide. It is funded by a 1.5% tax on all exports of coffee from Costa Rica. The micromill revolution. Costa Rican coffee had a long-standing reputation for good quality, and as such fetched a premium price in the commodity marketplace. What it lacked as the specialty coffee market developed was much in the way of traceable coffee. Typically, coffees exported from Costa Rica around the turn of the millennium carried marks that were essentially brands created by the large mills or beneficios. These brands obscured exactly where the coffee had been grown and the unique terroir or qualities that it may possess. There was little in the processing chain to keep the individual lots distinct. In the mid to late 2000s, however, there was a dramatic increase in micromills. Farmers were investing in small-scale, post-harvest equipment of their own and doing more of the processing themselves. This meant they were able to increase control over their coffee, and the diversity of styles and coffees from all regions of Costa Rica has dramatically increased. In the past, a unique or unusual coffee would have been blended in with coffees of neighboring farms, but not any longer. This makes Costa Rican coffees exciting to explore, as it's now easier than ever to taste several different coffees from a particular area side by side and begin to see the effect geography can have on taste. Coffee and tourism. Costa Rica is the most developed and considered the safest of the Central American countries. This makes it an incredibly popular tourist destination, especially with North Americans. Tourism has come not only to displace coffee as the primary source of income from abroad, but it has also collided and combined with it. Ecotourism is particularly popular in Costa Rica, and it is possible to visit and take tours of many coffee farms in the country. Typically, those offering tours are the larger farms, with less focus on absolute quality, but it is nonetheless interesting to have the opportunity to see how coffee farming works up close. Traceability. Currently, land ownership is extremely common in Costa Rica, with 90% of coffee producers there owning small to medium-sized farms. As such, it's possible to find coffees traceable to an individual farm or a particular cooperative. Taste profile. Costa Rican coffees are typically very clean and sweet, though often very light-bodied. However, recently micromills are producing a wider range of flavors and styles. Cuba. Coffee came to Cuba from the island of Hispaniola in 1748, but there was little coffee industry to speak of until the influx of French settlers in 1791, fleeing the Haitian Revolution. By 1827, there were around 2,000 coffee farms on the island, and coffee became a major export, generating more money than sugar. Castro's revolution from 1953 to 1961 brought with it the nationalization of coffee farms, and production dropped almost immediately. Those who volunteered to farm coffee had no experience, and those who had previously worked the land had fled the country in the wake of the revolution. Coffee production struggled on the island, and little in the way of incentives or encouragement from the government did much to bolster the industry, though production did peak in the 1970s at around 30,000 metric tons. As Cuba's coffee industry was faltering, many Central American countries continued to enjoy greater exports and success in international markets. The breakdown of the Soviet Union left Cuba increasingly isolated, and the trade embargo placed on Cuba by the United States removed a major potential market. Japan has been the major importer of Cuban coffee, though Europe remains a strong market. The best coffees are typically exported, usually around a fifth of the total production, leaving the rest for domestic consumption. Cuba's own production does not cover domestic demand, and in 2013 the country spent nearly $40 million on imported coffee. The coffee being imported into Cuba is not of the highest quality, so it's relatively cheap, but high market prices have led to the reappearance of the habit of mixing in roasted peas to bulk out the coffee. Right now, Cuban coffee production remains low, at around 6,000 to 7,000 metric tons a year. Much of the equipment used is old, and many of the producers are still reliant on mules. Roads are often badly damaged by alternating rain and drought and are poorly maintained. Coffee is usually dried in the sun, though some mechanical drying takes place, and most of the coffees grown for export are washed. Cuba's climate and topography are well suited to coffee growing, and its scarcity may add much to its value, but there are many challenges facing those producers wishing to create high-quality coffees. Cuban coffee. A number of Cuban coffee preparations have spread around the world, including cortadito, café con leche, and café cubano. The latter refers to an espresso that is sweetened as it is brewed by adding sugar to the ground coffee. In the United States especially, and in other places, it is not uncommon to see Cuban coffee advertised. True Cuban coffee is illegal in the United States due to the trade embargo, but this term is often used to describe a café cubano. Coffees, often from Brazil, are selected to represent the flavors one might expect from Cuba, but there are, of course, concerns about confusion among consumers and the mislabeling of goods. Traceability. Cuban coffees are unlikely to be traceable down to a single farm, and are often only traceable down to a particular region or sub-region of the country. Taste profile. Cuban coffees have a typical island coffee profile, relatively low in acidity with a heavier body. Dominican Republic. Coffee came to the Spanish-controlled portion of the island of Hispaniola, what is now the Dominican Republic, in 1735. The first plantings were probably on a hill in Bajuroco Panzo, near Neiva. By the end of the 18th century, coffee had become the second most important crop after sugar, though both relied heavily on slavery until the Revolution of 1791. Coffee production really took root between 1822 and 1844, particularly in the region of Valdezia in the southern mountains. This region contained several coffee-growing areas and became the primary production area in the country by 1880. By 1956, the country had started to export coffees from specific regions, predominantly Bani, Ocoa, and Val d'Isere. In the 1960s, the farmers in these regions became more organized, and a mill was opened in 1967 with 155 members. As in many coffee-producing countries, the turmoil and unpredictability of prices at the end of the 20th century have led to a decreased dependence on coffee as an export product. Many producers diversified into beans or avocados, though a good number of them have retained a small amount of coffee in case prices recover. Although Val d'Isere is not one of the main government-designated growing regions, they have sought to protect its origin name with the launch, in 2010, of the Café de Val d'Isere brand. Export versus domestic consumption. Interestingly, it seems since the late 1970s the quantity of coffee produced in the Dominican Republic has very little, but exports have dropped dramatically. Currently, only about 20% of the coffee harvested is sold for export. This is because domestic coffee consumption is relatively high at approximately 3 kilos, around 6.5 pounds, per person per year, more than the United Kingdom. In 2007, around half of exports were shipped via Puerto Rico, though this acts as a gateway to the United States. The rest of the coffee was destined for Europe or Japan. Since 2001, more and more of the coffee destined for export has been grown organically and certified, adding value and revenue to the industry. But while organic production overall is a good thing, it should be reiterated that it does not necessarily make a better cup of coffee. Some argue that the high domestic consumption of coffee in the Dominican Republic has resulted in lower quality overall, as the coffee is not competing with other exporting countries for this particular market. Nonetheless, there are still great coffees to be found in the Dominican Republic. Traceability. While it's possible to get some extremely traceable coffee, usually down to a particular farm, much of what is exported is not particularly traceable past the growing region. These coffees are often graded by bean size, with designations such as Supremo, which may carry a premium, but not one that is based on cup quality. Taste profile. Typical of coffee grown on islands, the better lots tend to be quite mild, low to middling in acidity, and relatively clean. Ecuador. Coffee came relatively late to Ecuador, arriving in around 1860 in the province of Manabí. Coffee production spread throughout the country, and by 1905 export to Europe began from the port of Manta. Ecuador is one of the relatively few countries to grow both Arabica and Robusta coffee. After disease ravaged much of the cocoa crop in the 1920s, many farmers began to focus on coffee. Exports began to grow from 1935, and what was 220,000 bags then became around 1.8 million bags by 1985. The world coffee crisis of the 1990s caused an inevitable drop in production, but by 2011 production was back to around 1 million bags per year. Until the 1970s, coffee had been Ecuador's main export crop, but it was later replaced by oil, shrimp, and bananas. Ecuadorians consume more soluble coffee than they do fresh, and, interestingly, the cost of coffee production in Ecuador is high enough that soluble coffee manufacturers there import coffee from Vietnam instead of buying it in Ecuador. Ecuador does not hold a great reputation for quality coffee. In part, this is because 40% of its production is Robusta, but still most of Ecuador's exported coffee is relatively low quality. To keep production costs down, much of the crop is dried either on the tree before picking or on patios, and the term to describe this natural process locally is café en bola. This coffee generally ends up in soluble coffee, and around 83% of the country's export has been naturally processed. Colombia is one of the main importers because manufacturers of soluble coffee there will pay a better price than local ones. This is because Colombian coffee is expensive due to the strength of the national brand in foreign markets. While coffee has been produced in Ecuador for a long time, there are those who feel that it is only now worth considering coffee from this country as a hidden gem full of potential. There is certainly the geography and climate to produce extraordinary coffees, and it will be interesting to see if investment from the specialty coffee industry results in some great new coffees hailing from Ecuador in the future. Traceability. It is rare to find coffee traceable down to a single estate. It is more common to see lots from a group of producers, or sometimes a lot can be put together by an exporter. Lots like this can come from a large number of farmers, but it may still be excellent. Taste profile. Coffees from Ecuador are beginning to live up to their potential for quality, with sweeter and more complex coffees becoming available. They are made more interesting by a pleasant acidity. El Salvador. Coffee was first produced commercially in El Salvador in the 1850s. It soon became a favored crop, with tax breaks for producers. Coffee production became an important part of the economy and the country's main export, and by 1880, El Salvador was the fourth largest producer of coffee in the world, producing more than twice as much as it does today. The growth of the coffee industry came about in part because El Salvador was moving away from its previous dominant crop, indigo, after the invention of chemical dyes in the mid-19th century. The land used to grow indigo had been controlled by a relatively small landed elite. Coffee production required a different type of land, so these landed families used their influence in government to pass laws to push the poor from their land so that it could be absorbed into new coffee plantations. Compensation to those indigenous people was all but non-existent. Sometimes they were simply offered the chance to work seasonally on the newly established coffee plantations. By the early 20th century, El Salvador would become one of the most progressive of the Central American nations, with the first paved highways and investment in ports, railroads, and lavish public buildings. Coffee helped fund infrastructure and integrate indigenous communities into the national economy, but it also served as a mechanism for the landed elite to maintain political and economic control over the country. The aristocracy of the time exerted their power through the support of military rule from the 1930s, and this became a period of relative stability. The growth of the coffee industry in the decades that followed helped support the development of a cotton industry and light manufacturing. Up until the Civil War of the 1980s, El Salvador had a reputation for quality and efficiency in its coffee production, with well-established relationships with importing countries. The Civil War, however, would have a dramatic impact on this, as production fell and foreign markets looked elsewhere for their coffee. Heirloom varieties. Despite the drop in production and exports, the Civil War had an unexpected benefit for the coffee industry. Throughout much of Central America at the time, coffee producers were replacing their heirloom varieties with newly developed high-yield varieties. The cup quality of these new varieties did not match that of heirloom varieties, but the yield was favored over quality. El Salvador, however, never went through this process. The country still has an unusually high percentage of heirloom Bourbon trees, in total producing around 68% of its coffee. Combined with its well-drained but mineral-rich volcanic soils, the country has the potential to produce some stunningly sweet coffees. This has been the focus of much of El Salvador's recent coffee marketing, and it has worked hard to regain its standing amongst the coffee-producing countries and re-establish old relationships with consuming nations. Large estates still exist in El Salvador, but there are also a lot of small farms. It's a great country to explore, as there are many stunning coffees full of sweetness and complexity. The Pacas variety. In 1949, a mutation of the Bourbon variety was discovered by Don Alberto Pacas on one of his farms. It was named after him and was later crossed with Maragogipe, a variety of coffee with very large beans, to create the Pacamara variety. Both desirable varieties remain in production in the region and in neighboring countries. Traceability. The infrastructure in place means that it's relatively easy to retain the traceability on high-quality coffees right back to farm level, and many farms are able to create microlots based around process and variety. Taste profile. The Bourbon variety coffees from El Salvador are famously sweet and well-balanced, with a pleasing soft acidity to give balance in the cup. Altitude classifications. El Salvador still sometimes classifies coffee based on the altitude at which it was grown. These classifications have no relation to either quality or traceability. Strictly high grown, SHG, grown above 1,200 meters, 3,900 feet. High grown, HG, grown above 900 meters, 3,000 feet. Central standard, grown above 600 meters, or 2,000 feet. Guatemala. Many believe that coffee was first introduced to Guatemala by the Jesuits around 1750, though there are accounts of it being grown and served in the country in 1747. As in El Salvador, coffee only became an important crop in Guatemala after 1856, when the invention of chemical dyes reduced the demand for indigo, which was at the time the main cash crop. The government had already made some attempts to diversify away from indigo. In 1845, it formed the Commission for Coffee Cultivation and Promotion, which produced educational materials for coffee producers and also helped establish a price and levels of quality. In 1868, the government distributed around 1 million coffee seeds in an effort to further stimulate the industry. When Justo Rufino Barrios came to power in 1871, he made coffee the backbone of the economy. Unfortunately, his reforms resulted in the indigenous people of Guatemala being further deprived of their land, as they led to the sale of around 400,000 hectares, 990,000 acres of what was considered public land. These became large coffee plantations. The efforts to stimulate coffee production certainly worked, however, and by 1880 coffee made up around 90% of Guatemala's exports. Coffee would again be involved in the country's politics following the global depression in 1930. Jorge Ubico had come to power and worked to lower the price of coffee to help stimulate export. He built extensive infrastructure, but gave more power and land to the United Fruit Company, UFC, an American corporation that grew to be extremely powerful. Ubico ultimately resigned due to a general strike and protests against him. There followed a period of democratic free speech, and President Arbenz proposed a Land Reform Act in 1953 to expropriate land, largely controlled by the UFC, to redistribute it for agricultural purposes. Both large coffee plantation owners and the UFC, supported by the US State Department, fought against the reforms. In 1954, a CIA coup overthrew the Arbenz government, and the proposed land reforms never took place. This set the country down a path towards a civil war that lasted from 1960 to 1996. Many of the issues that provoked the war, poverty, land distribution, hunger, and racism towards indigenous peoples, are still issues today. Guatemala's coffee production peaked at the turn of the millennium, as many producers moved away from coffee into macadamia nuts and avocados after the coffee crisis of 2001. Coffee leaf rust has also been an increasing problem for producers throughout the country, damaging a large portion of their production. Traceability. Guatemalan coffees should be traceable down to a farm level or down to a cooperative or producer group. While some regions in Guatemala are now protected denominations of origin, the country has a long history of traceability and estates producing high-quality coffee because many farmers have their own wet mills and process their own coffee. Taste profile. A wide range of flavors are present in Guatemala's coffees, from lighter, very sweet, fruity and complex coffees through to the heavier, richer and more chocolatey cups. Altitude grading. Similar to other Central American countries, Guatemala uses a version of altitude grading. Prime, grown at 750 to 900 meters, 2,500 to 3,000 feet. Extra prime, grown at 900 to 1,050 meters, 3,000 to 3,500 feet. Semi-hard bean, grown at 1,050 meters to 1,220 meters, 3,500 to 4,000 feet. Hard bean, HB, grown at 1,220 to 1,300 meters, 4,000 to 4,300 feet. Strictly hard bean, SHB, grown over 1,300 meters above 4,300 feet. Haiti. Coffee probably came to Haiti from the island of Martinique, while it was a newly founded French colony in 1725. The first coffee was likely grown around Terroir Rouge in the northeast of the country. 10 years later, another coffee plantation appeared in the mountains in the north of Haiti. Coffee production rapidly increased on the island, and a number of sources claim that between 1750 and 1788, Haiti produced between 50 and 60% of the world's coffee. The industry would reach its peak in 1788, and the following years of revolution, ultimately leading to independence in 1804, would see coffee production rapidly decline. The freeing of slaves on the island didn't just have an impact on the production of coffee, but also led to the country being ostracized in terms of international trade. However, the industry would slowly rebuild and see another peak in 1850 before receding again. Coffee production once again boomed in the 1940s, and in 1949, Haiti produced 1/3 of the world's coffee. Coffee production, like many aspects of Haiti's economy, suffered under the Duvalier regimes between 1957 and 1986, and natural disasters would play a role in further hampering the industry. The collapse of the International Coffee Agreement led to reports in 1990 of farmers choosing to burn their coffee trees to make charcoal to sell instead. In the mid-1990s, an organization called Fédération des Associations de Caféières Natives, FACN, was created. It would buy dried parchment coffee and then mill it, sort it, and blend it. The coffee had been washed rather than dry processed, and this was somewhat unusual. It created a brand name called Haitian Blue, referencing the color of the raw coffee caused by the washing process, and controlled its route to market. In doing so, it was, for a while, able to lift prices paid to growers. While not traceable in the way we expect specialty coffee to be today, it did create a premium around provenance and story. However, mismanagement of the organization led to declining volumes, and not meeting contracts with roasters led to the eventual decline and bankruptcy of the FACN. The earthquake in 2010 that devastated the island also devastated the coffee industry, which had already been in steady decline. Worth $7 million in 2000, by 2010 it had dwindled in value to just $1 million. There was hope that coffee would play a role in the country's economic recovery, alongside mangoes, the other major crop. Various NGOs, non-governmental organizations, have worked to invest in the industry, and while there is high-quality washed coffee being exported from the country, the industry remains very small and is growing slowly. Traceability. If you can find high-quality coffee from Haiti, then it's going to come, most likely, from a cooperative of growers. There are no single estates selling coffee in the country. Haiti consumes almost as much coffee as it produces, so very little is exported. Taste profile. Relatively full-bodied, earthy, and sometimes spicy, with a little acidity, a typical island coffee taste profile. Better lots have a soft sweetness. United States. Hawaii. Hawaii is the only coffee-producing region in a first-world country. This changes the economics as well as the marketing of the coffee. The producers here have been successful at engaging consumers directly, often entwining the coffee with a visit to the islands, but many coffee professionals feel that the quality of the coffee may not merit its price. Coffee was first brought to Hawaii in 1817, although these initial plantings were unsuccessful. In 1825, the governor of Oahu, Chief Boki, was on voyage from Europe and stopped off in Brazil, where he picked up some coffee plants. These plants did thrive, and coffee production was soon widespread across the Hawaiian Islands. The Bourbon variety was probably brought to the Big Island in 1828, and the first commercial plantation in Kauai began operation in 1836. However, plantations in the Hanalei Valley of Kauai were destroyed by the coffee blight insect in 1858. The only region that continued to produce coffee from these initial plantings is the Kona region on the Big Island. In the late 1800s, the industry attracted migrants from China and then Japan who came to work on the plantations. In the 1920s, many Filipinos arrived to work on the coffee farms during harvest time and the sugarcane plantations in the spring. However, coffee did not become hugely important to the island economy until the 1980s, when sugar production ceased to be sufficiently profitable. The event triggered a renewed interest in coffee right across the state. Kona. The best-known growing region in Hawaii, and one of the best-known in the world, is the Kona region on the Big Island. A long history of coffee production has helped cement the reputation of the region, although its success has led to its exploitation through the mislabeling of coffee. Legislation on the island now means that any Kona blend must state the quantity of coffee from Kona on it, and the use of the 100% Kona trademark is carefully controlled. A farm called Kona Kai in California had previously fought the awarding of any trademark or protection for the name, but in 1996 its executive was found guilty of filling his Kona coffee bags with beans from Costa Rica. More recently, the region has been challenged by the problem of coffee berry borer. The island has introduced a number of measures to combat the blight, with some success, although there were fears that a reduction in yield would drive the already high price of Kona coffee even higher. Kona grading. Kona has its own grading system, mostly based on the size of the beans, but also divided into Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 are the standard coffee beans, with 2 beans per cherry, while Type 2 are exclusively pea berries. Within Type 1, Kona Extra Fancy are the largest beans, then they decrease in size through the following grades: Kona Fancy, Kona No. 1, Kona Select, and Kona Prime. Within Type 2, there are only two grades, Kona No. 1 Peaberry and the smaller Kona Peaberry Prime. There are requirements for a maximum level of defect in most of the grades, but these are quite generous and not in themselves a reliable indicator of quality. Traceability. It will come as no surprise that in a developed country the expectations of traceability should be high. Coffees are usually traceable down to a specific farm. In many cases, the farms roast their own coffees to sell direct to consumers and tourists. Many also export some of their crop, predominantly to the mainland United States. Taste profile. Typically lower in acidity with a little bit more body, approachable but rarely complex and fruited. Honduras. Since it is now the largest producer of coffee in Central America, it is surprising how little is known about the introduction of coffee to Honduras. What is probably the earliest record, dated 1804, discusses the quality of coffee produced there. This dates the arrival of coffee to before 1799, as the plants would take a few years to produce a crop. It has only really been since 2001 that Honduras's production of coffee has increased dramatically. While the coffee industry drove the growth and development of infrastructure in much of Central America during the 1800s, due to Honduras's late blossoming, the infrastructure simply was not there. This has provided a challenge for quality and has meant that much of the coffee produced under this new expansion was destined for the commodity market. Only more recently have we begun to see excellent coffees coming out of Honduras. The National Coffee Institute, the Instituto Hondureño del Café, IHCafé, was established in 1970 and is working to improve quality. In each of the 6 regions it has defined, there is a coffee tasting laboratory to assist local producers. Honduras was producing just under 6 million bags of coffee a year by 2011, more than Costa Rica and Guatemala combined. Around 110,000 families are involved in the production of coffee across the country. As for its future, there are concerns about the impact of leaf rust. A state of national emergency was declared after harvests were badly damaged in 2012 and 13, and the effects of leaf rust usually last a few years. Classification of coffee. Honduras uses a similar system to El Salvador and Guatemala, which describes and categorizes the coffee by the altitude at which they were grown. Above 1,200 meters, 3,900 feet, a coffee can be described as strictly high-grown, SHG, and above 1,000 meters, or 3,300 feet, as high-grown, HG. While there is some correlation between altitude and quality, it is most common to see less traceable lots marketed this way, though more traceable coffees often carry the initials too. The problem of climate. While the land is well suited to growing great coffee, the weather poses a challenge. The high rainfall often makes it difficult to dry the beans after processing, so some producers use a combination of sun drying and mechanical drying. This has landed Honduras with a reputation for producing great coffees that can fade quite quickly, but much work is being done to address this problem. Much of the coffee is warehoused before shipping in extremely hot conditions near Puerto Cortes, which can degrade it further. There are obviously always exceptions to the rule, however, and the very best coffees from Honduras generally hold up better over time. Traceability. It is possible to get high levels of traceability in Honduras, down to estate level or down to a specific cooperative or producer group. Taste profile. A range of different flavors are found in Honduran coffees, but the best often have a complex fruity quality and a lively, juicy acidity. Jamaica. The story of coffee on the island begins in 1728, when the governor, Sir Nicholas Laws, received a coffee plant from the governor of Martinique. Laws had already experimented with several crops, and he planted the coffee in the St. Andrew area. Initially, its production was relatively limited. In 1752, Jamaica exported only 27 metric tons of coffee. The real boom started in the second half of the 18th century, with coffee spreading from the St. Andrew area up to the Blue Mountains. In 1800, 686 coffee plantations were in operation, and by 1814, Jamaica's annual production was around 15,000 tons of coffee, although some estimates are considerably higher. After this boom, the industry started to see a slow decline. The primary reason was probably the lack of labor, although other factors also played a role. The slave trade had been abolished in 1807, but the emancipation of slaves on the island did not happen until 1838. While there had been some efforts to recruit former slaves as private labourers, coffee struggled to compete with other industries. And when combined with both poor soil management and the loss of favourable trade conditions that Britain had previously extended its colonies, it resulted in a steep decline for coffee. By 1850, there were only around 180 plantations left, and production had dropped to 1,500 metric tons. At the end of the 19th century, Jamaica was producing around 4,500 metric tons of coffee, but serious issues with quality were starting to appear. In 1891, legislation had been passed to try to spread knowledge about coffee production in an effort to increase quality, and infrastructure was put into place for the centralized processing and grading of coffee. This program had limited success, although a central coffee clearinghouse was constructed in 1944 for all coffee to pass through before export, and in 1950 the Jamaican Coffee Board was formed. From this point onwards, coffees from the Blue Mountain region made slow and steady gains in reputation until they came to be considered amongst the finest coffees in the world. At that time, however, few well-processed coffees were available, and today Jamaica's coffees cannot really compete against the very best coffees from Central and South America or East Africa. Jamaican coffees tend to be clean, sweet, and very mild. They lack the complexity or distinct characteristics that one may expect from specialty-grade coffees. However, they were consistently producing and cleverly marketing clean and sweet coffees long before other producers were, and this gave their coffees a distinct advantage for some time. Taste profile. Clean, sweet coffees, though rarely complex or juicy and fruity. Mexico. The first coffee plants were probably brought to Mexico around 1785, most likely from Cuba or what is now the Dominican Republic. There are reports of plantations in the region of Veracruz in 1790. However, due to the wealth earned from Mexico's rich mineral deposits, for many years there was little drive behind energizing and creating a coffee industry. Only after the Mexican Revolution ended in 1920 did coffee growing spread to small farms. In 1914, there had been a redistribution of land back to indigenous peoples and to laborers, and many of those trapped working on coffee plantations were freed and were able to return to their communities, taking their coffee-growing skills with them. This redistribution of land broke up many of the larger haciendas, and this was the beginning of smallholder production in Mexico. In 1973, the government formed the Mexican Coffee Institute, the Instituto Mexicano del Café, referred to as INMECAFE. They were tasked with providing technical assistance and financial credit to producers and work within the International Coffee Agreement to meet and stay within the agreed production quotas. This investment in the industry led to a rapid expansion in both production and the amount of land dedicated to coffee. In some rural areas, production increased by almost 900%. However, the 1980s saw the Mexican government change its policy towards coffee, in part due to its heavy borrowing and the drop in the price of oil that led to it defaulting on its loans. Support of the industry slowly began to decline, and in 1989, INMECAFE collapsed completely and the government sold off its state-owned coffee processing facilities. The effect on the industry was devastating. Credit had dried up and many farmers struggled to find places to sell their coffee. This led to an increase in predatory coffee brokers, known as coyotes, who would buy coffee from farmers very cheaply to resell at a profit. The loss of INMECAFE, combined with the coffee price crisis caused by the breakdown of the 1989 International Coffee Agreement, had a strong effect on the quality of coffee being produced too. With less income, huge numbers of producers ceased using fertilizers, stopped investing in pest protection, and spent less time and resources on weeding and farm management. In some cases, farmers simply stopped harvesting their coffee. Interestingly, some producers, particularly in the states of Oaxaca, Chiapas, and Veracruz, responded by forming collectives to take over many of the responsibilities previously held by INMECAFE, including the collective purchasing and running of coffee mills, technical assistance, political lobbying, and even assistance in developing direct relationships with buyers. Coffee producers in Mexico seem to have embraced coffee certifications. Fair trade and organic in particular are quite common. Mexico sells a great deal of its coffee to the United States, so it is relatively rare to find excellent examples of Mexican coffee elsewhere in the world. Traceability. Most coffee in Mexico is produced by smallholders rather than large estates. Traceability should be possible down to a producer group, cooperative, or occasionally down to a farm. Taste profile. Mexico produces quite a range of coffee across its regions, from lighter-bodied, delicate coffees through to sweeter coffees with caramel, toffee, or chocolate flavors in the cup. Nicaragua. Coffee was first brought to Nicaragua by Catholic missionaries in 1790, and initially it was grown as something of a curiosity. It was not until around 1840 that it gained economic significance in response to an increasing global demand for coffee. The first commercial plantations appeared around Managua. The 100-year period between 1840 and 1940 is often referred to as the coffee boom years in Nicaragua, and during this time coffee had a dramatic effect on the economy. As coffee gained importance and value, so it required the input of more and more resources and labor. By 1870, coffee was Nicaragua's primary export crop, and the government strove to make it easier for foreign companies to invest in the industry and to acquire land. Previously, public land was sold to private individuals, and the government encouraged the creation of large farms with the subsidy laws passed in 1879 and 1889, which paid planters 5 cents for every tree they planted, over 5,000 trees. By the end of the 19th century, Nicaragua came to resemble something of a banana republic, with most of the profit from coffee either leaving the country or going to a small number of local landowners. The first growers' cooperative was formed in the early 20th century, and the idea of cooperatives was promoted again from time to time during the Somoza family dictatorship between 1936 and 1979. However, the overthrow of the Somoza family by the Sandinistas and the ushering in of communism in 1979 was the beginning of a difficult time for the coffee industry. The Contras, rebel groups backed by the US and the CIA, formed to oppose the new government, targeted the coffee industry as part of their campaign, attacking vehicles transporting coffee farm workers, as well as sabotaging coffee mills. Despite these setbacks, in 1992, coffee was still Nicaragua's primary export. However, the crash in coffee prices between 1999 and 2003 massively damaged the coffee sector again. 3 of the largest 6 banks in the country collapsed due to their level of exposure to coffee production. The effect of low prices was perhaps multiplied further after the devastation of Hurricane Mitch in 1998 and the drought at the turn of the millennium. Things are now, however, looking up for Nicaraguan coffee, and more farmers are focusing on quality. In the past, the traceability of coffee was poor and most sold as a mill brand or as being from a particular region. Now, the levels of traceability are very high. Traceability. You should be able to find coffees traceable down to single estates, or to producer groups or cooperatives. Taste profile. A range of flavors are found in Nicaraguan coffees. They are typically quite complex and capable of pleasing fruit-like flavors and clean acidity. Panama. Coffee plants probably arrived in Panama with the first European settlers in the early 19th century. In the past, Panama did not have a very good reputation for its coffees, and its production was about 1/10 of that of its neighbor, Costa Rica. But now there is increasing interest from the specialty coffee community in the high-quality coffees it can produce. Panama's geography is such that there are a number of distinct microclimates in its coffee-growing regions, and there are some incredibly skilled and dedicated producers currently growing coffee. This means that there are some stellar coffees being produced, though these often come with relatively high asking prices. These high prices are partly determined by the other major factor influencing the industry there: real estate. There is a high demand for land from North Americans wishing to buy a home in a stable, beautiful, and relatively cheap country. Many farms that once produced coffee have now been sold as homes for expats. Panama also has a higher standard of labor laws, so coffee pickers tend to be paid a higher wage there, a cost that is passed on to the consumer. Hacienda La Esmeralda. When it comes to discussing the price of coffee, one particular farm in Panama merits a mention, and it is hard to think of another estate that has had such a strong influence on the coffee industry in Central America. That farm is Hacienda La Esmeralda, owned and operated by the Peterson family. At a time when the commodity price of coffee was relatively low, the Specialty Coffee Association of Panama organized a competition called the Best of Panama. The best lots of coffee from different farms in Panama were ranked and then put up for an online auction. Hacienda La Esmeralda had been growing a distinct variety called Geisha for some years, but this competition brought their coffee to a wider audience. They won the competition for 4 successive years, from 2004 to 2007. Then again in 2009, 2010, and a category of the competition in 2013. From the outset, this coffee broke records when it achieved a price of $21 per pound in 2004, which incrementally crept up to $170 per pound in 2010. A small lot of its naturally processed coffee sold for $350.25 per pound in 2013, leaving no one in doubt that this was the most expensive single-estate coffee in the world. Unlike some other very high-priced coffees, such as the appalling novelty-driven Kopi Luwak or some of the Jamaica Blue Mountain coffees, this farm achieved its prices due to the genuinely high quality of its coffee, although high demand and great marketing undoubtedly played a role. This record-breaking coffee tastes quite unusual, extremely floral and citrusy, though quite light and tea-like in body. These characteristics are attributed to the Geisha variety. The impact of this farm can be seen in the number of farms in Panama and in Central America who have started planting Geisha. For many producers, this variety seemed like a promise of higher prices, and to some extent this has proven to be true, as Geisha lots are usually sold for higher prices than other varieties. Traceability. One should expect high levels of traceability from Panama. Coffees are often traceable down to a single estate, and it is not unusual to see distinct lots from one particular estate, such as a coffee produced by a distinct post-harvest process or one from a specific variety of the coffee plant. Taste profile. The better coffees tend to be citrusy and floral, light-bodied, delicate, and complex. Peru. Coffee was brought to Peru between 1740 and 1760, at a time when the viceroyalty of Peru covered a larger area than the country does today. Although the climate was well suited to large-scale coffee production, all coffee grown in the first 100 years or so was consumed locally. The first exports of coffee to Germany and England did not begin until 1887. In the 1900s, the Peruvian government defaulted on a loan from the British government and ended up giving them 2 million hectares, 5 million acres, of land in central Peru as repayment. 1/4 of this land was turned over to plantations, growing crops which included coffee. Migrant workers from the highlands came to work on these farms, and some ended up owning some land themselves. Others would later buy land from the British when they left Peru. Unfortunately for the coffee industry, Juan Velasco's government brought in laws in the 1970s that would cripple growth. The International Coffee Agreement had guaranteed sales and prices, so there had been little incentive to create proper infrastructure. When state support was withdrawn, the coffee industry sank into disarray. The quality of the coffee and Peru's market position further suffered at the hands of the Communist Party, the Shining Path, whose guerrilla activity destroyed crops and drove farmers from their land. The vacuum left in Peru's coffee industry has recently been filled by non-government organizations such as Fair Trade, and now a large quantity of coffee from Peru is FT certified. More and more land is also being devoted to coffee. In 1980, there were around 62,000 hectares, about 150,000 acres. Today, there are 95,000 hectares, 235,000 acres. Peru is now one of the largest producers of coffee in the world. The infrastructure within Peru still stands in the way of the country producing extremely high-quality lots. Few mills are situated close to farms, which means that the coffee is often traveling longer than is desirable after harvest before the processing starts. Some coffees end up being bought and blended with other coffees, then resold en route to the coast for export. Interestingly, around 1/4 of the 100,000 small producers in the country are now members of cooperatives, although it is important to remember that the Fair Trade certification can only apply to coffee produced by a cooperative. There is also a strong culture of organic production in Peru, though this rarely yields a higher cup quality. In fact, the organic coffees produced in Peru are often so cheap that they end up bringing down prices paid to other farmers, regardless of them producing higher quality coffee. Perhaps because of this, and also because of the widespread cultivation of the Typica variety, leaf rust is increasingly a problem for Peruvian producers. While the 2013 crop was good, there have been severe outbreaks of leaf rust, which may well reduce overall production in the near future. Traceability. The best coffee should be traceable down to a producer group or down to a single estate. Taste profile. Typically, Peruvian coffees have been clean, but a little soft and flat. They are sweet and relatively heavy-bodied, but not very complex. Increasingly, there are distinctive and juicier coffees becoming available. Venezuela. The introduction of coffee to Venezuela is generally credited to a Jesuit priest named José Gumilla in around 1730. Venezuela came to be known for its plantations of tobacco and cacao run on slave labor, and from around 1793 there is evidence of large coffee plantations too. From around 1800, coffee took an increasingly important role in the economy. During the Venezuelan War of Independence, from 1811 to 1823, cacao production began to drop, but coffee production surged. The first boom in the country's coffee industry took place between 1830 and 1855, when Venezuela produced around one-third of the world's coffee. Coffee continued to grow in production, peaking in 1919 with a total export of 1.37 million bags. Together, coffee and cacao accounted for 75% of the country's entire export revenue. Most of the coffee went to the United States. In the 1920s, Venezuela's economy became increasingly dependent on petroleum, although coffee remained a good source of revenue. Much of the revenue was spent on national infrastructure until the prices dropped in the 1930s, and the production and processing infrastructure suffered as a consequence. This period also saw a shift towards privatization in the coffee industry, stripping peasants of much of their power to grow their own coffee on public land. Since this period, the nation has been fundamentally dependent on petroleum products and other mineral exports. Coffee production and exports had remained relatively high, with Venezuela nearly matching the production of Colombia, but that changed under the government of Hugo Chavez. In 2003, the government introduced strict regulations on coffee production, which meant the country increasingly had to rely on imports for domestic consumption, mostly from Nicaragua and Brazil. Venezuela exported 479,000 bags of coffee in 1992/1993, and this dropped again to 19,000 bags in 2009-2010. Government fixed sales prices have been considerably below the cost of production, which has inevitably damaged the industry. Few can predict how the situation will change in the wake of Chavez's death. Traceability. As so little coffee is exported from the country, coming across Venezuelan coffees of quality is rare. While some should be traceable down to single estates, it is more common to see coffees described by their region names. Generally speaking, the low altitude and lack of focus on cup quality means that I would recommend trying Venezuelan coffees only if they are being provided by a roaster whose coffees you generally enjoy and who you trust. Taste profile. The better coffees from Venezuela are quite sweet, a little low in acidity, and relatively rich in terms of mouthfeel and texture. Glossary. Arabica. Short for Coffea arabica, the most widely grown species of the coffee plant. It is considered superior to Robusta, the other species commonly grown. Aromatic compound. A chemical compound within coffee that contributes to the aroma of the coffee when ground or brewed. Bloom. Pouring a small amount of water onto the coffee at the start of a pour-over brew in order to start the extraction process is called the bloom because of the way that the coffee swells when it gets wet. Brew ratio. The relationship between the amount of ground coffee used and the amount of water used to brew it. Brew time. The total amount of time water is in contact with coffee when it is being brewed. Burr grinder. A coffee grinder that has two sharp cutting discs, usually metal, that can be adjusted to grind coffee to the desired grind size. C price. The price of commodity coffee traded on the stock market. This price is considered the base price for coffee trading. Cherry. The fruit of the coffee tree is often called a cherry or berry. The two seeds inside the cherry are the coffee beans. Coffee berry borer. A pest that afflicts the coffee crop, burrowing into the fruit and consuming the beans inside. Commodity coffee. Coffee that has no value linked to its quality and whose traceability is neither important nor often available. Cooperative. a group of farmers working together for their mutual benefit. Crema, the layer of brown foam that appears on top of an espresso caused by the drink being brewed under high pressure. Cup of Excellence competition, a program established to find, evaluate, and rank fine-quality coffee from a particular country, and then sell the winning coffees through an international online auction system. Cup quality, the combination of the positive taste and flavor attributes of a particular coffee. Cupping, the process of brewing, smelling, and tasting coffee used by professional tasters in the coffee industry. Dark roast, coffee roasted for a longer time until the bean is a very dark brown with an oily surface. Defect, a flaw in the coffee bean that contributes an unpleasant taste. Dialing in, the process of adjusting an espresso grinder until the resulting coffee tastes good and is properly extracted. Dry mill, a facility that will hull, sort, and grade parchment coffee ready for export. Dry process, a post-harvest process in which the whole coffee cherry is dried before being hulled to extract the green coffee inside. Extraction, the process of brewing coffee in which a percentage of the ground coffee is dissolved in the water. Fair trade movement, a group of organizations looking to certify and reward cooperatives of coffee producers with a guaranteed premium and minimum price for their coffee. Fast roast, the commercial technique of roasting coffee very quickly, often in less than 5 minutes, as part of the process of making instant or soluble coffee. Fully washed, a post-harvest process in which the coffee beans are squeezed from the fruit, fermented, and washed clean before being dried. Giling basah, a post-harvest process common in Indonesia in which the coffee is hulled from its parchment layer while still at high moisture levels and then dried. This contributes a particular earthy quality to the coffee's flavor. Green coffee, the coffee industry term for raw, unroasted coffee. This is the state in which coffee is traded internationally. Grind size, the size of the particles of ground coffee. The finer and smaller the pieces, the easier it is to extract flavor from the coffee. Heirloom varieties, a term used for varieties of coffee that have been traditionally grown for some time. Honey process, a post-harvest process similar to the pulped natural process in which the coffee bean is squeezed from the fruit but a variable amount of fruit flesh is left on during the drying phase. In reposo, also known as resting, this describes the period of time when raw coffee is stored in parchment before it is hulled, graded, and exported. This process is considered important in stabilizing the moisture content within the bean. International Coffee Agreement. First signed in 1962, this is a quota system in place between many coffee-producing countries and some importing countries in order to prevent supply and demand swings on the global market and stabilize pricing. Latte art, the patterns created by carefully pouring foamed milk into espresso coffee. Leaf rust, an orange-brown fungus that attacks the leaves on a coffee tree, eventually causing the tree to die. Light roast, a coffee roasted in such a way as to preserve its acidity and fruitier flavors. The term refers to the coffee bean being a lighter shade of brown. Lot, a distinct quantity of coffee which has gone through some sort of selection process. Microfoam, the tiny bubbles of foam created when milk is properly steamed. Microlot, typically 10 bags or fewer, each weighing 60 or 69 kilos, of a particular selection from a farm or producer group. Monsooning. Along India's Malabar coast, harvested coffee beans are exposed to the monsoon rain for 3 or 4 months, causing them to lose their acidity. Mouthfeel, a term used to describe the texture and tactile attributes of the coffee when drinking it, ranging from very light and tea-like through to rich and creamy. Natural process, a post-harvest process in which the coffee beans are picked and then carefully dried in the sun until the entire cherry is dry. Over-extraction. This refers to extracting more of the soluble material than desired when brewing coffee, resulting in the cup that tastes bitter, harsh, and unpleasant. Parchment, the protective papery layer surrounding the coffee bean, which is removed before the coffee is exported. Parchment coffee, coffee that has been harvested and processed but still has its papery layer surrounding the bean. This protective layer prevents a decrease in quality before the coffee is exported. Peaberry, term used to describe a single bean forming inside a coffee cherry instead of two. Potato defect, a defect common in parts of East Africa, as a result of which a single bean will smell strongly of potato skins when ground and brewed. Pulped natural process, a post-harvest process in which the coffee beans are squeezed mechanically from the fruit before being dried on patios or raised beds. Robusta, one of the two main commercially produced species of coffee, Robusta is considered lower in quality than Arabica, but is easier to grow at lower altitudes and more resistant to pests and disease. Rust-resistant varieties. Varieties of Arabica and Robusta that are resistant to a fungus called leaf rust or roya, which consumes the leaves on the tree, ultimately killing the plant. Screen size. Coffee beans are sorted by size using large screens with varying hole sizes in them. This is part of the grading process before a coffee is exported. Silver skin, a very fine, papery layer that clings to the coffee bean. It comes loose during roasting and is then referred to as chaff. Slow roast, a slower, gentler roasting process typically used by those looking to roast a coffee in such a way that it tastes as good as possible. Depending on the roasting machine and technique, the process can take between 10 and 20 minutes per roast. Smallholder, a producer who owns a small amount of land on which to grow coffee. Specialty market, the market for coffee traded on the basis of its quality and flavor. This term covers every aspect of the industry, including producers, exporters, importers, roasters, cafes, and consumers. Strength of coffee, a term to describe how much dissolved coffee a cup of coffee contains. Typically, a cup of brewed coffee is 1.3 to 1.5% dissolved coffee, and the rest is water. With espresso, the ratio may be closer to 8 to 12% dissolved coffee. Strip picking, a harvesting technique that involves pickers running their hand down a branch to remove all the cherries in one motion. While quick, this technique means unripe cherries are harvested along with ripe ones, and the cherries will need to be sorted later in the process. Tamping. When making espresso, this is the process of pushing the ground coffee down so that it forms an even, flat bed before it is brewed under very high pressure. This helps ensure the coffee brews evenly. Terroir, the combined effects of geography and climate on the way a coffee tastes. Traceability, the transparency of the supply chain in coffee and its preservation so one can know exactly who produced a particular lot of coffee. Typica, the oldest variety of Arabica that has been used in commercial coffee production. Under-extraction. In the process of brewing coffee, this happens when we fail to dissolve all the desired solubles in ground coffee, leaving us with a sour, often astringent cup of coffee. Washed process. A post-harvest process where the coffee cherries are squeezed, forcing the beans out. These beans are then fermented to break down the sticky fruit flesh that is clinging to them. This is then washed off and the coffee is then dried carefully and slowly. Washing station, a facility that receives coffee cherries and processes them until they are dry, parchment coffee using a variety of post-harvest processes. You have been listening to a Mitchell Beasley audiobook, The World Atlas of Coffee, From Beans to Brewing, Coffees Explored, Explained, and Enjoyed, written and read by James Hoffmann. Produced by Paul Dawson for ID Audio. The recording is copyright 2021 by the Octopus Publishing Group Limited. For information about other Octopus audio